Good evening, and welcome, Yukari responded. Good evening. Nice to meet you, night number 3. Hisashi answered. Nice to meet you, night number 3, the twins asked. This is the theme of our team. Hisashi gave a brief explanation. That's a fun setting. In that case, I'll be the Silver Knight number 3, Ryan and Katomi said after hearing the explanation. They added a brilliantly smiling emoticon to the end. Crystal Knight number 3 sounds pretty good as well, Yukari suggested. Both sound great. Damn it, this humble one definitely needs to change his name. Hisashi seemed to have worked himself up into a fervor. Both Sweet Pig and Milk Cream Knight sound so uncool. Stop worrying about the name, Seiji said coolly. If we're going by these terms, then I'm the Idle Fish King, but I don't mind at all. Idle Fish King. Yukari sent an emoticon with a can't help but laugh expression. Ryan and Katomi sent the same emoticon. Seiji sent a calm face emoticon in response. Hisashi sent 2 emoticons, one with its head bowed in shame, and another in admiration. Silver Crystal, welcome to our group, Seiji typed. Let me introduce you to everyone. Romance of Ice and Fire is our artist, and Milk Cream Sweet Pig is our programmer. I won't bother talking about their true names and identities, but regardless, they're both people with excellent abilities, and I hope that you can get along well with them. I will. I'm delighted to be working together with you guys. Please take good care of me in the future. Please take good care of us as well, Yukari and Hisashi responded in tandem. Let's discuss another topic. Ice and Fire, do you feel that there's a need to have a model for the main character? Seiji inquired. Model for the main character? I have a friend, his physical appearance is fine, I'll just directly say that he's quite cute even though he's a boy. His physical appearance is similar to the trap main character that we intend to create, and he's willing to be our character model. Do you feel that it's necessary to have him join? Seiji then noticed a private message pop up for him from Yukari. Could he be, possibly? Could he be Hoshi Amami? You know him? I do. He's the junior that you helped before in the past, Seigo. I've even seen him before, and he indeed looks incredibly like a girl. In fact, he's even cuter than most girls. Yukari sent a heart emoticon. Yep, that's him. When he learned that I was making a game with a trap as the main character, he volunteered to be the main character's model of his own volition. I think he's definitely suitable for the task, but whether it's necessary or not will be up to you as the artist to decide. It's necessary. Of course it's necessary. With him as the main character's model, I'll definitely be able to draw something wonderful. Yukari sent a spirited emoticon. Oh, let's have him join us, then. Seiji felt the strong passion Yukari had as an artist even through the computer screen. I'm really looking forward to meeting him, huh? Just imagining what clothes to have him wear and what pose to make him do. I can't take it anymore. Can't take what anymore? Seiji was instantly stunned. No. I can't stop myself. I keep having so much inspiration. I have to start drawing right away. And then, Yukari's username suddenly switched to the away status. Seiji was rendered speechless. In the chat group, Sweet Pig and Silver Crystal, who were still discussing the topic of the cute boy, also noticed that Ice and Fire had gone away from the keyboard. What happened? My king, why did Knight of Ice and Fire suddenly leave? He suddenly had something important to do. Did something bad happen? No. He just said that he had a flash of inspiration and had to immediately start drawing. I see, as expected of the second knight. He's so strong that he can't control his own power, Hisashi praised. I can understand as well, Ryan and Katomi agreed. That's just how it is when you have a sudden flash of inspiration. She left because her imagination became overactive when she pictured Hoshi in female clothing. Seiji felt that it was best to not tell the twins about this. I apologize on his behalf. It seems that he won't be back anytime soon. No problem. This humble one is actually quite delighted to have such a strong companion. I agree as well. I believe that anyone who's so passionate about their work is worthy of our trust. That's good, then. By the way, did Knight of Ice and Fire feel the need to have that cute boy be the character model? Hisashi asked. He said yes, Seiji replied. Then that means we're about to welcome our fourth knight. A cute boy who's more beautiful than any girl. Please introduce him to me in real life. Hisashi sent a series of excited and expectant emoticons. Seiji silently sent a private message to Ryan and Katomi's mutual internet account. Is this really okay with you two? Introducing Hoshi to this person. Definitely not. This guy's a true pervert, and Hoshi will be in danger. The twin sisters sent an emoticon of resolute refusal. Why did they have such an impression of Hisashi Jumanji in such a short time? Although Hisashi was indeed somewhat perverted, it wasn't that bad, was it? How did you two realize that he was such a pervert? Seiji asked, astonished. His pervert stench is thick enough to smell even from across a computer screen. They actually said something so similar to Yukari. What type of ability was this supposed to be? Did all girls have such a sixth sense? It really seems somewhat mystical to Seiji. Seiji silently mourned the first knight's fate for 2 seconds, before rejecting his request in the group chat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 283, Salted Fish is a Food with Deep Meaning. Chapter 283, Salted Fish is a Food with Deep Meaning. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. How regrettable, but this humble one won't give up. After the fourth knight joins us, I'll work my hardest to obtain his trust and meet him in person. Hisashi sent an emoticon of hard work and effort. No, you've already struck out, because his older sisters are watching this, Seiji thought to himself. Have Ryan and Katomi guessed that this milk cream sweet pig was that hacker who messed with them before? He suddenly wanted to know this. It was the same for the reverse. Would Hisashi guess that Silver Crystal is actually the username of those twin sisters? Seiji thought about how subtle all this really was. But that incident was long over already. He figured that even if they discovered each other's identities, nothing significant would happen. He considered whether or not he should tell them about the truth of each other's identities. He decided to bring it up later if it was necessary. For now, he would focus on the task at hand. My third topic of discussion is about voice actresses, Seiji said. Voice actresses, my king means to give voice lines to the main characters. Hisashi asked. Yes, I have another friend who's a skilled actress. She volunteered to be a voice actress for this game. Another one. As expected of my king, you have so many talented people around you. Hisashi exclaimed. Don't praise me like that. I'm just fortunate to know such skilled friends. Seiji also felt somewhat overcome with emotion. I believe that she's definitely skilled enough to be a voice actress, but I'm not certain whether or not our game needs voice acting, which is why I wanted to discuss it. Professionally made dating sim games would typically have voice acting, but Seiji's group was just a non-professional group working out of their personal interests. If they intended hire voice actors for the characters, it would obviously increase the difficulty several-fold. One voice actress wouldn't be enough, and they would need at least several. It wasn't completely impossible for just one voice actress to be used for the entire dating sim game, but that meant it would have to revolve around only one female main character, and Seiji didn't intend to write such a story. If we do decide to add voice acting, Seiji typed, then after we let her join, we still need to find other voice actresses, which will be rather troublesome. Indeed, Hisashi agreed, it's not easy to find talented voice actresses, but we still have plenty of time, and we can take it easy. If we can't find enough people, then we can even contact professional companies and try hiring professional voice actresses. But that will greatly increase our cost of production, and it'll also go against our original intentions in creating this game. Yes, so that's why it'll only be a last resort, Hisashi typed. I wish to give our characters voice acting, because I feel that only with voice acting will our game feel alive. That's why I sincerely request my king to add voice acting to our game. This humble one will do his best to find those that can help us, and if we can't find enough voice actresses in the end, I'm willing to single-handedly pay the costs of hiring professional actors. There was a short pause before Seiji responded. I also feel that a top-quality game should give voice to its characters. Sweet Pig Knight, I agree with your idea. Oh, my king. Hisashi sent a passionately weeping emoticon. Then let's add voice acting to our game. After letting my friend join in, everyone should also look for other voice actresses. If we can't find enough in the end, I shall also help Sweet Pig Knight to pay the costs of hiring professionals. My king is truly wonderful. But it's not necessary for you to do so, I can handle it by myself. The small contract fee for hiring a few voice actresses is nothing at all for the first night. Hisashi sent an emoticon of grandness. I know, Seiji typed, but this is a matter of responsibility. Since I made this decision as the group leader, I should bear the burden as well. My king. Alright, stop going on about it, that's just how it's going to be, Seiji said bluntly, ending that line of discussion. Now to the fourth discussion topic. I have yet another friend who can't help with anything as of yet, but still wants to join this group. Forcefully letting her join is of course out of the question, but I believe we can let her become a backup candidate. She may be able to help us as a voice actress or in some other way. Consider this as granting a personal favor for me. I know it's a bit unreasonable. If anyone objects, I shall give up on it. What are your opinions? I believe that it's not as unreasonable as you think. We currently lack voice actresses, so it would be appropriate to make anyone that could potentially become a voice actress into a backup candidate. I agree with this idea and suggest giving our backup candidate the title of Apprentice Knight. I think it's fine as well, no objections here. Ryan and Katomi also agreed. Thank you, Seiji said, before sending a grateful emoticon. I still need to ask for Ice and Fire's opinion, but he's not here right now, so let's tackle this issue later. At the very least, I have no more topics to discuss. Do any of you have anything to discuss or add on? Hisashi and the twin sisters both indicated that they didn't have anything else to mention. Then let us end the Knights of the Round Table's first conference here. Seiji declared. Hisashi sent a bowing emoticon. Ryan and Katomi also sent bowing emoticons. Now then, we can just chat about anything, or if any of you have something to do, feel free to leave now. This humble one would like to meet the fourth and fifth knights. Hisashi said. King, please summon them here. Oh, and also that apprentice knight. Same here, I'd also like to meet everyone. And so, Seiji performed a grand summoning, contacted everyone. And so, Disciple of the Light, Hoshi, Phantom of the Drama, Chiaki, and Cyan Bird of the Blue Sky, Mika, all joined the chat group. After exchanging mutual greetings, they all began chatting. This is a nice setting. Knights of the Round Table, I am the fifth knight, Phantom, hereby joining in. I like this type of dramatic flair, it's quite fun. Chiaki sent a delighted emoticon. Well, all of you have such cool names, this humble one wants a cool name as well. I should change my name after all. My king, let's change our names together. Hisashi sent an emoticon of painful struggle. No need, I shall just enjoy being the idle fish king. Seiji remained calm. You should be the indomitable king instead, that would be a really fierce name, Hoshi typed. I think so as well, Mika agreed. Actually, on second thought, the salted fish king one sounds rather cute. By the way, why did our king choose such a name? Do you love eating salted fish crackers that much? Ryan and Katomi asked. No, this has a much deeper meaning. Seiji used an emoticon depicting vast experience. In the ancient civilization on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, salted fish is a food that has incredible meaning, with deep connections to hopes and dreams. Oh. I see. The twin sisters came to a realization. It means hopes and dreams? How wonderful, Hoshi exclaimed. Then, the indomitable salted fish means to never give up on your hopes and dreams, Mika typed. This truly sounds royal. No way. Everyone, you've all been fooled. How could a salted fish possibly represent all that? He's just making it up. Chiaki used a forceful retort emoticon. Oomph, why do you say that, Phantom Knight? Seiji used a pretentious emoticon to look down upon Chiaki's words. It should seem strange to anyone that even thinks a little about it. Just give up and admit it, you just randomly gave yourself a strange internet username. Their joyous chatting and fun retorts continued for a long while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 284, allow me to tell you some unfortunate news. Chapter 284, allow me to tell you some unfortunate news. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. After the group finished chatting, Seiji checked his email but didn't see any new emails from editor Yoshizawa. Maybe it'll arrive tomorrow. At this moment, he received a message from Yukari. It was a drawing. When Seiji downloaded and opened the picture, he saw a beautiful girl wearing a pretty one-piece dress. She was trying to hold back her silky brown hair, which was blowing in the breeze. The girl's light blue eyes were gazing into the distance, and her red lips were arched upwards in an alluring smile. The wind blew her dress upwards, revealing a mesmerizing absolute territory that accentuated her seductive charm. How is it? I just finished drawing it. Although it's not very detailed yet, I think it's quite good already. If I spend some more time polishing up the details and adding some background scenery, it'll be a great drawing. Yukari said in her message. It's quite good indeed. Is this going to be the male main character? Yep. I used Hoshi Amami as the model in my mind to draw it. Seiji was rendered speechless. This definitely looked exactly like a beautiful girl to him, but he supposed that was just what a trap character was supposed to be. Seiji tried imagining Hoshi wearing the same clothes as the girl in the drawing and making the same pose. It seemed quite natural for Hoshi. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more natural it seemed. There was no sense of abnormality at all. Amazing. He looked at the drawing for a long while and kept imagining this scene. After a while, he honestly praised Yukari's drawing skills, as expected of a famous artist. Romance of Ice and Fire Sensei. Yukari sent a shy emoticon. After you left just now, we discussed some things regarding. Seiji explained what happened in the conference to her. I absolutely can't wait to meet that cute junior of mine named Hoshi. I also support adding voice acting to our game, and our first voice actress it's Wakaba-san, isn't it? Indeed, Seiji admitted. Then the apprentice knight is Uehara-san? Yukari asked. Yes. If you feel like it's inappropriate to have her join in, I can cancel it. Then Uehara-san would blame me for it. No, Seiji said, it's my decision in the end. This only came about due to my willfulness. It's okay to be willful once in a while, Yukari said in a casual tone. I don't object, this is fine. Thank you. I shall receive your gratitude. Yukari sent him a joyous expression. Seiji returned the same emoticon to her. As for Hoshi, if you want to meet him, I can contact him right now. As for your real identity and how to meet up, by the way, is it alright to tell him about you? If he's going to be the model, then of course he needs to know who I am, Yukari said. He's not a loose-lip type, is he? I don't think so. I believe that Hoshi can keep a secret. That's good, then. And so, Seiji sent Hoshi a message telling him to contact Yukari, while he said good night and headed to sleep. The next day, during class, Seiji was thinking about how to write the game's storyline. After he finished writing Brother Monogatari, he seriously began to consider how he would start writing this game scenario. But the more he thought about it, the deeper he fell into a quagmire. Suddenly, he had a realization. The story was rather interesting, but was it really suitable for a dating sim? After that thought rose up in his mind, it became difficult to suppress. If he was writing this storyline for a novel, Seiji felt like he could immediately begin with no problems whatsoever. But writing many routes and many endings for a game seemed quite difficult to him. In the beginning, he merely felt that having two traps secretly compete against each other would be quite amusing, but he didn't contemplate the storyline any deeper than that, nor did he think about how to integrate it into the story typically required of a dating sim game. After he thought of this, Seiji began reconsidering the storyline anew. And so, time passed just like this. During lunch break, Seiji ate together with Mika and Chiaki, and had fun casually chatting with them. Seiji's cell phone rang at this moment. When he checked, it was from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who might you be? Hello, are you Mr. Idle Dimension by the shore? A low, deep voice asked from the other end. I am. Good afternoon. I'm the head editor of Thunderbolt Literature, Suzo Hattori. The male voice paused. Might I ask what Shorsen is doing at the moment? I'm currently eating lunch together with my friends. When he heard the heavy and serious voice of the man who called himself the head editor, Seiji felt an ominous premonition. Head editor Hattori, is this about the publication of my novel? Where's editor Yoshizawa? Head editor Hattori fell silent for a moment. Head editor Hattori? Seiji's furrowed his brows. He heard a deep sigh on the other end. Shorsan, allow me to tell you some unfortunate news. Suzo Hattori's voice was filled with sadness. Our company's excellent editor, Saki Yoshizawa-san, has passed away. Seiji's expression instantly froze over. Passed away, he muttered. Yes, the head editor said in a low voice, it was quite unfortunate. His tone definitely wasn't a joking tone. Nobody would use such a topic as a prank. Why? How was this possible? Editor Yoshizawa, Why did she pass away? Seiji recalled the female editor's appearance and smile, and his volume went up several notches as he asked this question. Mika and Chiaki both widened their eyes when they saw Seiji's reaction and heard the question he asked. Please calm down, Shorsan, head editor Hattori said in a heavy voice. I shall explain. My apologies, I was rude just now. It's alright, when I learned about this from the police, I was shocked as well, it was just too sudden. Head editor Hattori sighed. It happened like this. Seiji quietly listened to his explanation. After the head editor told Seiji what he knew, he changed the topic to Brother Monogatari. After a long silence, Seiji finally spoke and indicated that he would prefer to talk about this topic later, before hanging up the call. Seiji, what's the matter? Both Mika and Chiaki were looking at him with concern. Seiji remained silent as he looked for Peach-sensei's number in his contacts list and dialed it. Nobody picked up the call. Seiji slowly put down his cell phone. He told Mika and Chiaki in a soft voice that he was going to go to the restroom. Then, he turned around and left. While on his way, Seiji opened up his system and chose to load. The world around him darkened, and everything vanished before lighting up again. Early in the morning, Saki Yoshizawa woke up due to her cell phone's alarm as usual. After she shook off her sleepiness, she softly pushed away her good friend Mayuzumi, who was still clutching onto her while sleeping, as she got out of bed. She was just about to go wash up when her cell phone started ringing. When she checked it, she saw that it was a call from Seigo Harano. Why is he calling so early in the morning? The editor was somewhat mystified. When she picked up, she heard him greet her politely, before he went directly to the main topic. "It's about Brother Monogatari. I have something important I'd like to discuss with editor Yoshizawa face to face." "Where might you be currently?" Seigo asked after greeting her. "I'm currently at Mayuzumi's home." "At Peach Sensei's home?" he asked. "Yes, I stayed over here last night. Then I'll come over there right away." He hung up with that. Something important to discuss face to face. What could it be? Saki was still somewhat confused. Well, she didn't think too much of it, as she figured she would find out when he got here, so she put down her cell phone and left Mayuzumi's bedroom. Meanwhile, Seiji told Shika that he was going out before leaving hurriedly. He hailed a taxi and had the driver speed to Peach Sensei's apartment at top speed. He hoped that he would arrive in time. Seiji's expression was incredibly grave as he sat in the taxi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285, Just Who Are You? Why have you come here? Chapter 285, Just Who Are You? Why have you come here? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. After washing up, Saki went to the kitchen to cook breakfast. As Mayuzumi's good friend, she had stayed over here countless times in the past, and the same could be said for cooking breakfast. She already knew where everything was. A few seconds after she started cooking, she heard footsteps approaching. When Saki turned around, she saw the manga author Mayuzumi behind her, still wearing pajamas. "Saki." Mayuzumi mumbled, looking weak and teary-eyed. When she saw Mayuzumi's state, Saki stopped cooking and headed towards her friend. Mayuzumi walked to her and hugged her tightly, letting her friend support her. Saki gently patted Mayuzumi on the back. "It's all right," she consoled. "It's just a dream, everything's fine now that you're awake." Mayuzumi continued to tremble. Mayuzumi hugged her good friend tightly and sniffled gently, like a young child who had been frightened but was trying to overcome their fear. The two of them simply hugged each other for a while. Only after Mayuzumi had finally stopped shivering did she release Saki. Saki also released Mayuzumi. "You should go wash up. Breakfast is almost ready." "Okay." Mayuzumi nodded and turned around to go to the restroom. Saki inwardly sighed as she watched her friend. Mayuzumi started having nightmares 2 weeks ago, on the second night of the school festival. At first, she just claimed to have some slight insomnia, but then Saki noticed that something was off. It was only when Saki asked her seriously about it did she learn about the severity of the situation. Mayuzumi had started having nightmares every night since that day, and the nightmares kept getting worse. She went to go see a doctor and had some medicine prescribed, but it was ineffective. Why did this begin? All Mayuzumi said was that on the first day of the school festival, she coincidentally ran into a male classmate of hers from college and fainted when she came face to face with him. Had this incident activated her subconscious fear and caused her nightmares to begin? But when she met him, they only exchanged a few sentences, and they never even saw that man again afterwards. Even if there was some fear, it should have dissipated by now. However, Mayuzumi's condition was still worsening. Saki was extremely worried. All she could do was to accompany Mayuzumi as much as she could and hope that the situation would get better. But if things keep getting worse? The editor was quite concerned. It didn't take long for her to finish cooking breakfast. Saki brought the food to the dining table. Mayuzumi had finished washing up and she'd already changed into her casual clothes. She smiled faintly and said good morning to Saki. Since she'd finished washing up and was now more awake, her complexion had noticeably improved. Saki returned her greeting. "Harano called me just now, and said that he was coming over to have an important face-to-face discussion with me regarding his novel." "Harano-kun is going to come here?" Mayuzumi blinked in surprise. What could be so important that it needs to be said face to face? I don't know. Right as she said this, the doorbell rang. It's probably him, Saki thought. He arrived rather quickly. Before she opened the front door, she looked through the peephole and saw that it was indeed Seigo Harano. Good morning, Editor Yoshizawa. Seiji smiled when he saw Editor Yoshizawa open the door, and greeted her politely. Good morning, Harano. Please come in. Saki invited him inside. Sorry for the bother. We're currently eating breakfast. Wood. Asterisk boom, asterisk a sudden muffled sound interrupted her words. Mayuzumi, who was sitting at the dining table, reflexively looked at the source of the sound. She saw a man wearing a gray cap and a black jacket on the veranda. His face was obscured by a breathing mask and sunglasses. Mayuzumi was shocked by this sight. This was supposed to be the 12th floor. How is this? Shatter. While the manga author was still dazed, the black-jacketed man strode forwards and crashed through the locked window, entering the room. Without stopping, he walked towards her and reached out with his hand. Mayuzumi! Saki shouted loudly. She was similarly astonished by this scene, and after she shook off her shock, she rushed over to Mayuzumi. However, there was someone who was faster than her. Seiji cast the body-strengthening spell on himself, charged at the intruder with amazing speed, and punched. Asterisk smack. Star. The black-jacketed man's body was distorted by this punch. He flew back through the window again and came to a jarring stop against the veranda's guardrail. It seemed that he was about to topple over the guardrail, but he managed to catch the edge of the guardrail with his hand and prevent himself from falling. Unfortunately for him, Seiji immediately followed up with a kick that sent the black-jacketed man flying off the veranda. And so, the black-jacketed man fell from such a high height just like this. Mayuzumi, who witnessed all of this up close, was so shocked that she couldn't snap out of her daze. It was only until Saki came over and hugged her did she finally come back to her senses. Am I still dreaming? Mayuzumi muttered disbelievingly. This isn't a dream. Seiji returned to the room with a solemn expression on his face. Who was that man? He asked them. Both the manga author and editor could only look at him with blank expressions. Seiji furrowed his brows. Neither of you guys know? Mayuzumi and Saki slowly exchanged glances. I don't know him. Mayuzumi confessed. Neither do I. Saki said. I don't know any strange people that can suddenly appear like that on a 12th-story veranda. They looked towards Seiji again. You killed him? Mayuzumi asked haltingly. No, Seiji said, he won't die from such a height, he's that. Before he finished, there was another boom. Once again, the black-jacketed man was standing on the veranda. Seiji and the two ladies were all rendered speechless. Hurry up and escape. Seiji pointed to the door with a finger. Get away from here. I'll deal with this guy. Asterisk smack. Star. He was sent flying by a sudden blow and crashed into the living room sofa, sending up a plume of dust. Harano-kun. Mayuzumi and Saki both shouted in astonishment and fear. This black-jacketed man was perfectly fine and reappeared after falling off from such a height. He even sent Seigo flying with a single punch. Just what was? The black-jacketed man turned towards them, the dark lens of his sunglasses gleaming with a cold light. The manga author and editor were both engulfed by a terrible sensation of fear. Mayuzumi shivered. Monster! We need to escape. Saki was the first to recover her senses, and she pulled Mayuzumi along with her, intending to escape. However, the black-jacketed man shot towards them and reached out with his hand to grab Mayuzumi. He was instantly sent flying backwards by Seiji, who had rushed back over again. The black-jacketed man crashed into the veranda guardrail for the second time. "Hurry up and go!" Seiji shouted. "Harano!" Mayuzumi protested weakly. "I'll be fine." Seiji insisted. "Leave everything to me." Seiji clenched his fist tightly as he faced the black-jacketed man. Seiji's tall, broad back was etched deeply into Saki's and Mayuzumi's minds. Saki dragged Mayuzumi along with her and began running. Once again, the black-jacketed man attempted to pursue them. Seiji blocked him, and the sounds of their fierce, intense clash were audible. "Harano-kun." Mayuzumi turned around and looked back in his direction with a face filled with worry. "He doesn't seem like an ordinary person either. He said he would be fine, so let's believe in him." Saki dragged Mayuzumi all the way to the elevator and pounded on the elevator button until it arrived. A few moments later, when the elevator arrived, they got in. "Where should we go?" Mayuzumi asked. "There's only one place we can go," Saki replied, "the police station." Seiji was still in the midst of battle. He had already cast astral vision, which revealed a gray-black mist around the black-jacketed man's body. Ethereal humanoid figures that popped out of the mist at random intervals. To Seiji, it seemed like they were in great pain. Just what the hell was this? He had no doubt that this man was also a spiritual ability user, but the way he was, just what type of ability user was he? Seiji didn't know, but he felt that it seemed rather evil. Were those ethereal humanoid figures actually some sort of grudge-holding ghosts? He remained vigilant as he circled around the room and fought fiercely with the man. Smack. Whack. Star. Seiji grunted as another punch slammed into his chest, but at the same time, he managed to kick the man. Both impacts sent the pair flying backwards, shattering many of the more fragile objects in the room. The interior of Mayuzumi's apartment was now a mess. In theory, with such a loud commotion, one would normally expect some neighbors to come see what was going on and complain about the noise. But since this was a high-class apartment with excellent soundproofing, no such neighbors came. "They've already gotten far away, and you won't be able to catch them," Seiji said coldly, rising to his feet. "Just who are you? Why have you come here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 286, I Choose Her. Chapter 286, I Choose Her. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. As Seiji expected, the man didn't reply. "Well, I'll just have to find an opportunity to remove this fellow's mask and sunglasses to find out what he looks like." Actually, Seiji had wanted to do that already, but his opponent was quite strong, and he couldn't find any opportunities. He decided to use one of his abilities. When the black-jacketed man rushed him once again, Seiji lifted his hand and opened it in midair. Telekinesis technique Ice Prison. Seiji locked onto his target and cast a spell which stopped the black-jacketed man in his tracks. "This is my chance." Seiji rushed forwards and slapped the man's face with his left hand, ripping off the mask and sunglasses as well as knocking off the cap in the process. At the same time, he used his right hand to deliver a full-force blow to the man's stomach. Boom. Star. The black-jacketed man was sent crashing into the wall. "You're Shohei Hirai." Seiji recognized this person. He was Peach Sensei's college classmate, and they had run into him during the school festival. The green-haired man named Shohei Hirai lifted his head with a blank expression. His eyes seemed hollow. His appearance was akin to a robot's or a puppet's. It was as if he was being controlled by someone else. Seiji furrowed his brows when he realized this. The gray-black mist around Shohei suddenly expanded threefold. A few ethereal human shadows popped out and started to dance strangely, flickering in and out of his sight as they did so. Seiji was overcome by a sudden sense of danger. At that moment, Shohei dashed towards Seiji at an incredibly high speed. His right fist, wreathed in dense gray-black mist, shot towards him like a cannonball. Bullet time, activate. Seiji rolled on the floor and dodged this attack. Asterisk boom. Star. Shohei's fist caused the apartment wall to collapse and left behind a huge hole. Even top-quality soundproofing couldn't muffle the noise from the impact. Seiji heard yelps of astonishment from the next-door neighbors. Shohei retracted his fist and suddenly ran onto the veranda before jumping off the balcony. He's running away. Seiji watched him leave and frowned. In the background, the neighbors continued to curse angrily. After speedily thinking through the situation, he immediately turned around and ran out the front door to the elevator. By the time that the neighbor went over to Peach Sensei's apartment to see what was going on, Seiji was already going down the elevator. While in the elevator, Seiji took out his cell phone. He felt it was lucky that it hadn't broken during the fight. He wanted to contact editor Yoshizawa and Peach Sensei, but he recalled that they hadn't taken their cell phones during their rush to escape. He couldn't contact them and didn't know where they would go. Wait, would they go to the police station? Seiji felt that this was the most likely possibility. As he walked out of the apartment, Seiji called Natsuya Yorihana. She picked up. Good morning, President. Good morning, Haruta-kun. I apologize that I have to bother you with yet another incident. It's like this. Seiji quickly gave her a concise rundown of what had happened. That person has most likely been possessed by an undead spirit, Natsuya concluded after listening to his story. Although I can't say so with 100% certainty without seeing him for myself, according to your description, that seems the most likely scenario. Possessed by an undead spirit, why would such a thing happen? Was he cursed by someone? Or did he cast some sort of curse on himself? Both are possible, but it's also conceivable for him to have met with some incident and was simply unlucky to have this fate befall him. However, this last possibility is quite unlikely. Oh. Haruta-kun, are you injured? Natsuya asked in a concerned voice. I took a few blows, but I'm fine. You should get yourself checked out at the hospital, just in case. I'll go after this incident is resolved. Seiji paused for a moment. President, I'd like to ask a question. If such an incident is reported to the police, what will happen? Natsuya remained silent for a moment before answering. The police will perform their investigation and send people to investigate as usual. There's a secret department which deals with any reports about the mystical. This secret department will suppress these types of reports and send their own members to re-investigate the situation. If the situation isn't one that's too bad, they'll give the spiritual ability user a warning and forcefully request a cleanup fee. If the spiritual ability user obeys the warning and pays the cleanup fee, then that'll be the end of the incident. Seiji frowned upon hearing this. If some spiritual ability user has prior communication with this department, then if someone meets with some incident or reports it to the police, it'd just end up getting ignored, wouldn't it? That's right. The hoodlums that froze to death were probably dealt with in this way as well, weren't they? That's right. Okubo Yoshiaki could accomplish all this already, which means that you could as well, President. No, any spiritual ability user with enough clout can utilize this secret department to hush up the police about anything mystical, even if people died. That is indeed the case. A moment of silence fell between them. All right, I understand it now. Basically, if a spiritual ability user commits a crime, as long as it isn't anything overboard, all that person would have to do is pay some money. Seiji sighed. This incident is the same, which means that reporting it to the police will be useless. That's correct. So, in order to resolve this incident, I have to find the person behind all this by myself, then stop him, or even kill him, is that right? Yes, or you can even hire other spiritual ability users to do it for you. How much money would that cost? In order to deal with someone who can possess others with undead spirits. I'm not sure about the specific price, but it shouldn't be more than 10 million sakuras. Seiji was rendered speechless. You can definitely pay the price, as long as you want to, Natsuya said, chuckling lightly. She said before that he could request more money from her, but Seiji also said back then that he wouldn't ask for any more. He felt as if he would lose out in some way if he requested for more money now. No, wait. This isn't an incident involving me to begin with. Why do I need to pay? Seiji had a sudden realization. He had been wanting to help out but forgot that the person at the center of this incident wasn't him, but Peach-sensei. Did Peach-sensei have this type of money? Of course she did. She was the original creator of one of the most popular animes of all time. Although he didn't know how much money she actually had, she would definitely have well over 100 million sakuras. Seiji felt as if it was all clear to him now. Money could accomplish anything. This phrase was quite true, even in the mystical society. Shohei Hirai, he was filled with demonic energy, and his blank face seemed like the Terminator's, but was that supposed to be cool? Peach-sensei will use the power of money to crush you. The payment will be no problem, but I won't be the one paying, it'll be the person at the center of the incident instead. Seiji smiled and continued to explain, she's really rich, and 10 million sakuras definitely won't be a problem. So, introduce an appropriate ability user to me, President. Oh. Natsuya paused for a moment. An appropriate person, actually, Hoju-san would be quite suitable. Seiji was astonished. My Hoju. She does this sort of thing? Seiji asked. Yes, Hoju-san has always been in this line of work, and she possesses some fame in her field of work. I'm not sure about the specifics, even if I ask her, she wouldn't tell me anything about it. She just says that it's only a small matter not even worthy of being mentioned. Seiji suddenly had a mental image of the beautiful maid senpai's gentle smile and was rendered speechless. Hiring my Hoju indeed sounded like a good choice. In fact, she could even be said to be the best choice. Seiji had personally witnessed her abilities, although he knew that what he saw only scratched the surface. Although he didn't know how strong she actually was, he felt that she was probably quite strong. Besides, Peach-sensei herself also was a fan of the beautiful maid. If Mai was the one being hired, Peach-sensei would surely agree. Okay, I choose her. Seiji said in a voice like the main character of a Pokemon anime. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 287, Your maid Hoju is here, please give your orders. Chapter 287, Your maid Hoju is here, please give your orders. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. President, Seiji said, please tell Hoju-senpai about this incident. I'll go find the person in question and discuss it with her before contacting senpai personally and formally requesting to hire her. Alright, Natsuya agreed. Seiji thanked Natsuya and hung up. He then took a taxi to the police station. Harano-kun. Harano, are you alright? As he expected, he found Mayuzumi and Saki at the nearest police station. They were currently explaining the situation to the police. When they noticed Seiji, they both showed concern for his state. I'm fine, but that guy escaped. Seiji smiled to reassure them. As he indeed seemed to be unscathed, both women heaved a sigh of relief. That man was Shohei Hirai, Seiji told them. Mayuzumi and Saki were stunned to hear this. Shohei Hirai. Mayuzumi muttered. Yep. During our fight, I managed to knock off his mask, sunglasses, and cap, so I recognized him, Seiji explained. He's Sensei's college classmate, and we met him that one time during the school festival. I know about this, Mayuzumi told me about it, Saki said. I've also seen this person in college. He was one of Mayuzumi's admirers at the time and got into a conflict with another admirer. Later he did, something bad to Mayuzumi due to a misunderstanding. The editor's tone of voice was rather low and heavy. Did Sensei develop androphobia because of him? Seiji looked towards Mayuzumi. The manga author remained silent. Not solely because of him. He was only a factor, albeit an important one, Saki told him softly. Can you think of why that guy would do such a thing now? Seiji asked. Mayuzumi and Saki exchanged glances. I don't know. Mayuzumi said. I really don't have any idea either, Saki said. The incident at college was resolved back then. He doesn't have any reason to still hate Mayuzumi. I see. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. Then just explain what you can to the police. Harano. Mayuzumi protested softly. I know what you guys want to know, and I'll explain everything later. I'll also tell you how we'll truly resolve this incident. As expected, the police found their report rather strange, but they still accepted the case and sent someone to check out the scene of the crime. The hole in the wall that Shohei created astonished the police, as they couldn't believe a human could make such a hole with his bare fist. Seiji didn't care whether or not they believed it. He knew that this case would likely be suppressed in the end. Reporting this case was merely a placebo effect to make the two ladies feel better, as it was the proper thing to do. Mayuzumi and Saki felt fear revisit them when they saw the huge hole in the wall. If Seigo Harano hadn't come over, they definitely wouldn't have been able to resist against a man with such fearsome strength. They didn't even dare imagine what would have happened. Fortunately for them, he arrived and managed to stop Shohei. Mayuzumi and Saki both recalled his tall, broad back as he protected them. They would never forget that scene in their lives. At a coffee cafe near the apartment, Seiji gave Mayuzumi and Saki a rough explanation about spiritual ability users and the hidden mystical side of society. The manga author and light novel editor both fell silent after hearing about this facet of the world. It bore an eerie resemblance to the world of mangas that they both worked with. The police can't resolve this issue, but there is another way to deal with it, Seiji continued. You can hire a professional spiritual ability user to take care of this matter. There's an excellent candidate that both of you know already. I recommend my Huju. Huju-san! Saki exclaimed. That maid that we met at the school festival? Mayuzumi asked in astonishment. Both Mayuzumi and Saki were surprised to hear this. Indeed, Seiji said, smiling. Recently, I learned that she's a professional in this field. You all witnessed her ability during the laser tag game, and that was probably the tip of the iceberg. I don't know how powerful she is when she gets serious, but she'll definitely be quite strong, much stronger than me. My Huju is worthy of our trust. I feel that hiring her to deal with Shohei is the best choice we have. Mayuzumi and Saki exchanged glances. Then, how much will it cost to hire Huju-san? Mayuzumi asked. I don't know the specifics. Let's ask her directly. Seiji took out his cell phone and called Mai. Mai picked up the call. Hello, Junior, she said as soon as the call connected. I heard from Milady that you have a job for me. Hello, Senpai. That's right, I have a good job for you. In fact, you should pay me for being the middleman. How about giving you a free ticket for a full-body massage? Mai asked innocently. I feel like that's pretty cheap, Seiji replied. My massages are quite comfortable, you know. I feel like it'll be bad for me if I accept that. It'll break all the bones in your body and cause your blood and flesh to meld together. That'll kill me, hey. Damn, that's really a dangerous special service. I'll stop joking around now, Seiji said, changing the topic. I'll pass my phone over to Amami-sensei, the person involved in this incident, so you can talk to her. Seiji handed his phone over to the manga author. Hello, Huju-san. Mayuzumi and Mai began discussing what happened. they finished their discussion after a short while. She said that she'll come over here immediately. Mayuzumi hung up and returned Seiji's cell phone. How much did she request to be paid? Seiji asked. An upfront payment of 100,000 sakuras, and she said she'll bill me for the rest depending on the situation. Only 100,000 sakuras? Seiji raised his brows. According to Natsuya, this was 2 less zeros than the going rate. Was it that the president really didn't know what she was talking about, or had the maid given them a mega discount for being her friend? Seiji felt that the latter was far more likely. After all, Senpai was a gentle girl. A while later, Mayuzu arrived. She was wearing a windbreaker and long pants, giving off an impression of a professional beauty. Amami-san, I didn't expect that you'd hire me for this type of work the next time we met. Mai smiled faintly. Indeed. I didn't expect it either. Mayuzumi also smiled. Should I call you milady? That's not necessary, but if it's alright, I'd like to hear it once to see what it feels like. The manga author answered rather awkwardly. Alright then, milady Amami, Mai said gently, making an elegant curtsy. Your maid Huju is here, please give me your orders. Mayuzumi seemed to receive a great impact from these words, her expression showed that she was greatly moved. Seiji and Saki were rendered speechless. Senpai, do you do this for everyone that hires you? Seiji asked. No, this is a special service for milady Amami. Then if I hire you, what would you call me? Mai glanced over at him. What do you want me to do for you, young Master Harano? She said in an obsequious voice combined with a flirtatious expression. Just like Mayuzumi, Seiji received a huge impact. The beautiful maid acting cute had astonishing power. If only she was dressed in her maid uniform, the impact would probably be doubled, Seiji mused. When Seiji regained his senses, he discovered that he had the same moved expression as Mayuzumi. Cough cough. He hurriedly faked a coughing fit in order to settle his expression. In that case, we'll leave things up to the professional maid, whoops, senpai the professional spiritual ability user, and I shall take my leave. Where are you going, Junior? To attend my classes at school, of course. You're going to abandon these beautiful women and not worry about them? Mai asked, snorting. How ungentlemanly. But senpai's already here, I need to go investigate and deal with the enemy, so I can't possibly stay by milady Amami's side. Someone else needs to protect her. You're right. Seiji came to a realization. Harano-kun. Mayuzumi said softly. Allow me to become a temporary personal bodyguard. Seiji looked towards Mayuzumi and smiled. I'll give it my all to protect you, sensei. The manga author was slightly stunned at this, and her face reddened. Thank you, she replied shyly. Mai and Saki was rendered speechless by this. I need to learn about the enemy. Please tell me everything you know, milady Amami, the maid requested. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, I'm about to go on a spiritual journey. Chapter 288, I'm about to go on a spiritual journey. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Allow me to explain, Fuji-san, Saki said. Feel free to ask Mayuzumi about the details. Shohei Hirai was a handsome, relatively popular guy in college. He fell in love with Mayuzumi and attempted to woo her, but Mayuzumi didn't have any feelings for him and rejected his advances politely. Another boy was also attempting to woo Mayuzumi, and Shohei ended up coming into conflict with his love rival. Afterwards, most likely due to his anger and frustration, Shohei blindly believed some unfounded rumors and misunderstood the type of person Mayuzumi was. Not only did he viciously shout at her in front of many people, he even did some rather rude things to her. Mayuzumi was frightened by this and started ignoring him. Shohei later learned that he had been mistaken and regretted his actions. He apologized to Mayuzumi and sincerely asked for her forgiveness. Mayuzumi forgave him, but she still remained distant from and avoided him. Shohei saw that there was no hope for him anymore, so he gave up, and, a few weeks later, he hooked up with a different girl in another class. After graduating from college, Mayuzumi hadn't seen Shohei again until the day of the school festival, that was. And from the second night of the school festival, Mayuzumi was plagued with nightmares, Saki said, concluding the story. Is this related to Hirai in any way? When she heard Saki's question, Mai looked towards the manga author, and her eyes flickered briefly. It was evident to Seiji that she had just cast astral vision. I don't see any sign of a curse upon Milady Amami, but I can't say definitively that it's unrelated to him, she said after examining Mai for a while. Is this all the information you have on him? Saki nodded. Understood, Mai said curtly. I shall now begin tracking down this person, and, when I find him, I'll deal with him. Wait for my news. After saying this she left. Seiji, Mayuzumi, and Saki exchanged awkward glances after Mai left. We can stay here, or wait somewhere else, Seiji suggested. Let's not go back to Sensei's home for the time being, because we might get attacked again. Let's go to my home then, Saki offered. No, if we're discovered and there's another fight, your home will be trashed. Seiji mulled over the options. I think that going to a hotel and booking a temporary room would be better. Alternatively, we could just go shopping or have fun somewhere else. We can treat this as a vacation. He started smiling. Mayuzumi and Saki both blinked in surprise at this. Treating it as a vacation. This made it feel more relaxing for them as well, and both women began smiling. Sensei, why don't you decide where to go? I'm the bodyguard, and no matter where you and editor Yoshizawa want to go, I'll accompany you, but... It feels like the school festival all over again, Mayuzumi muttered. I'm so sorry to trouble you like this, Hirano-kun. No need to say that, I'm more than happy to help Sensei. Seiji smiled. Faced with his gentle smile, the manga author's heartbeat quickened once again. Although she was previously frightened by the attack, all the nervousness and anxiety in her heart seemed to have magically disappeared. Where should I go with Seiji and Saki? Mayuzumi asked herself. Mika's phone started ringing, and, when she saw it was from Seiji, she answered the call. Hey, Seigo, where did you go? She asked. When she knocked on his door in the morning to go to school together, Shika told her that he'd set out early in the early hours of the morning to do something somewhere. When Mika tried calling him, he didn't pick up and only sent her a message saying that he would contact her later. I'm about to go on a spiritual journey, Seiji told her. Spiritual journey? The double pigtailed girl was shocked by this. Some things happened, so I won't be going to class today. I'll give you an explanation later, and there's no need to worry. These words, and this type of situation, made her feel a sense of déjà vu. Hey! Seigo, could it be that? The monorail is here. I'm getting on now, gotta go. Monorail? Was he really going on some type of trip? Mika was absolutely stunned. Meanwhile, Seiji, Mayuzumi, and Saki boarded the monorail and found some empty seats to sit down in. Saki brought out a deck of poker cards and put them on a table. Seiji brought out some snacks and drinks and put them on the table as well. It was time to have some fun. Not long after, the monorail began moving. The monorail began driving off while the three of them idly played cards. Their destination was the ocean, which was what Mayuzumi wanted to go see. It obviously was out of season to go visit the ocean at such a time of year. But since Mayuzumi wished to do so, Saki and Seiji would naturally accompany her. Even if it wasn't seasonal, that didn't mean that they couldn't go. In fact, precisely because it was out of season, it would be a rather fresh experience. Playing cards, chatting, and eating snacks, time passed just like this. The monorail reached its destination. After they exited the monorail station, they took a taxi to the ocean. There was nobody at all by the seashore. The three of them walked together on the seashore and faced the ocean, feeling the ocean breeze and listening to the sound of waves. It was rather cold. Of course it was, as it was already winter. Fortunately, both women had already prepared thick jackets for this trip beforehand, otherwise they would have suffered greatly. "It's been so long since I came to the ocean," Mayuzumi mused aloud with a sigh. She walked up to the water and kneeled close to it. She casually drew on the sand with a finger. Saki looked deeply worried as she watched her friend's back. "Harano, about Mayuzumi's nightmares, there's actually one thing. It happened 10 years ago, in the year when I got to know her." The editor began telling a tale from the past. Seiji quietly listened to the story. In the freshman class of their high school, Saki Yoshizawa became acquainted with Mayuzumi Amami, who happened to sit next to her, and two quickly became friends. Later, the two of them both entered the literature club. During summer vacation, the literature club attempted to hold a certain activity known as a test of courage. Mayuzumi originally didn't want to join in, but Saki wanted to have fun together with her and convinced her to join. The activity was quite well received in the end. After it finished, many members even felt that it wasn't scary enough, and they wanted more. And so the club president suggested an additional activity befitting the literature club: everyone would tell ghost stories together. Mayuzumi was even more reluctant to participate, but Saki dragged her along and forced her to join in. At the time, I thought that the scared Mayuzumi was rather cute and wanted to see her like that some more, so that I could enjoy the feeling of her tightly clutching onto me. Saki paused and sighed. "I was vulgar back then," she said in a low, remorseful voice. "No," Seiji interjected, "I think that you just wanted to tease a good friend slightly. It was just a joke or prank." Editor Yoshizawa, "You didn't really have evil intentions towards Sensei." Saki fell silent for a moment before continuing her tale. The literature club members took back all the candles they used for the test of courage earlier and returned to the clubroom. Without turning on the lights, they lit all the candles and began telling ghost stories. After each story was told, they would blow out a candle. This was the story of 100 Demons game. This was a famous scary game with hundreds of years of history behind it. Its basic flow was very simple. It was merely to blow out a candle every time a ghost story was finished. A genuine version of 100 Demons game required 100 candles to be lit up, and the classic version had even more detailed requirements. All of them had one part in common, and it was the most important rule of all: you definitely couldn't blow out the last, 100th candle. But many modern people didn't fear things such as ghosts, demons, and spirits anymore. They would commonly break this rule on purpose when playing this game. What would happen if someone blew out the 100th candle? It was said that a demon would be summoned, and some even believed a portal to the netherworld would be opened. And there was one major demon had a famous connection with the Night of 100 Demons, or the similarly named game. Green Lantern Demon. It was another major demon on the same level as Shitendaji, who was also an SSR card, and her ultimate ability was, Seiji was getting sidetracked. Seiji didn't know what the Green Lantern Demon really would be like in this world, nor did he know if the 100 Demons game would really be able to summon this legendary existence. As the game continued, the atmosphere in the clubroom gradually changed. Fear took seed and grew in the hearts of the gathered club members. Even Saki felt that something was seriously wrong. The club president laughed it off and said that everyone was doing a good job with their ghost stories. She joked that they were really about to summon a demon. Although the literature club president said this in an attempt to ease the atmosphere, only a few members forced themselves to go along with it and smile. Near the end, even the club president felt that it would be bad to continue on. She offered to tell the last story and blow out the final candle. At this moment, Mayuzumi, who had clung onto Saki for the entire duration of the game, spoke up weakly: "You shouldn't blow out the final candle in the story of 100 Demons." The club president ignored her. She said that this wasn't the real story of 100 demons and that there weren't 100 candles or 100 stories. The club members didn't pay any attention to her either, and some even joked how lacking in courage she was. Saki didn't pay this any mind either. The club president told a final story before casually blowing out the last candle. But after that, something frightening appeared in the darkness. Saki began to shiver. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 289, The Scenario Seems Wrong Again. Chapter 289, The Scenario Seems Wrong Again. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Saki definitely wasn't shivering because of the cold wind. I can't recall what happened clearly, as my memories are hazy. I just remember that I seem to have witnessed something incredibly scary, and I was frightened to the point of screaming. Mayuzumi pushed me down on the ground and shielded me with her body. When I saw that thing approaching, I fainted, and I don't know what happened after that. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. Everyone else collapsed as well. For a moment I thought that they had all died, but they soon woke up just like me. I tried to rouse Mayuzumi, but I couldn't get her to wake up. I soon noticed that her face was hot to touch. 2 others were just like Mayuzumi, they wouldn't wake up and were gripped by a fever. One was the club president, and there was another girl as well. We called an ambulance and took them to the hospital. It took an entire day for Mayuzumi to wake up. Her fever lasted for an entire month, and she had nightmares every day. The editor's voice was filled with deep regret. It's all my fault. I caused Mayuzumi to become like that. No, that was just an accident, Seiji told her in a serious tone. You didn't expect such a thing to occur. Nobody could, so that's why it was only an accident. But if it wasn't for me, Editor Yoshizawa, you may have pushed Sensei to join the activity, but you weren't forcing her against her will. You didn't have any bad intentions, you just wanted to spend some time together with your friend. Even so, I still make a mistake. Saki lowered her head with a dark expression. Seiji sighed inwardly when he saw Saki's glum expression. It explained why Editor Yoshizawa cared so much about Peach-sensei and strove to protect her. It was due to this incident in the past. Because she believed that she'd made a huge mistake, she was filled with deep regret. She felt obliged to protect her good friend. Her resolution was truly astounding, she even sacrificed herself. Before Seiji loaded, Editor Yoshizawa had done her best to stop Shohei Hirai and was killed in the process. Seiji could even imagine the scene that must have occurred. Shohei Hirai. Seiji had met him one time already, but didn't feel like he was evil back then. And judging from Sensei and Editor Yoshizawa's description of Shohei Hirai during college, he was, at most, just a rash and stupid college student in possession of a bad temper. Even Sensei herself, who was the one treated rudely by him, didn't feel that he was actually evil or anything like that. Seiji thought back to Shohei's blank expression during their fight. He seemed akin to the Terminator, or a robot. It was like he was being controlled. Natsuya Yorihana had also mentioned the possibility of someone placing a curse upon him. Was there truly a culprit behind this, or was Shohei the main culprit? If there was another culprit, who could it be? What did the culprit want? Why did the culprit attack Sensei? There were countless questions. Seiji hoped that Mai would be able to discover the truth. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Editor Yoshizawa, you said that this incident from 10 years ago may be related to Sensei's current nightmares. Is it because Sensei's current nightmares are similar to the nightmares from that time? Saki nodded. When I saw how much discomfort Mayuzumi was in, I recalled the scenes from that time. Do you think that it's possible that the aftereffects of that incident have remained dormant till now? Seiji brooded over her words in silence. The water's so cold. Mayuzumi suddenly shouted. The ocean waves were now lapping at her feet, and she laughed as she rose from where she was sitting and walked back to them. Saki, what's the matter? She noticed that something seemed to be wrong with her friend. Nothing. I'm just a little cold. The editor forced a smile. Sorry for making you accompany me here. Mayuzumi took Saki's hand into her own. Your hand is so icy. Let's go, we don't have to stay here anymore. I'm alright, Saki said. It's rare for us to come to the ocean, so stay here and look around for a little longer. I've seen enough already. We can go back now. How could we? We've barely just arrived. Saki was cut off mid-sentence when a boy's jacket was suddenly placed around her. Of course, it was Seiji's. He had taken off his own jacket and put it on Saki. Now you should be warmer, he said, smiling. It's rare for you to come here, so we should at least walk around the shore and see a little more of the sights. Mayuzumi and Saki were rendered speechless. Haruta-kun always makes looking cool seem so natural, the manga author inwardly sighed. This jacket has his smell and is really warm. Was what the editor felt. Saki, are you still cold? Seiji asked. Not anymore. Thank you, Harano. No problem. And so, the three of them left a trail of footprints behind as they slowly walked down the shoreline. By the way, Harano, you said this morning that you had something important to discuss with me face to face. What was that about? The editor suddenly remembered to ask about this. That. I didn't have anything at all, it was just an excuse to come see you because I knew you would die, but of course I can't say that. Seiji thought about what to say. Actually, it's nothing, he said after a pause. I originally wanted to discuss the conditions for publication, but now I feel like it's not a big deal, so let's just go with what we originally had. Saki blinked upon hearing this. You're not satisfied with your treatment as a newcomer and want better conditions? That's how it was, but when I thought about it again, I felt it would be too arrogant of me. I must have not gotten enough sleep or something. So forget it. There's no need to even remember I mentioned it. Seiji used this as his excuse. Saki, however, had a serious expression. Harano, your brother Monogatari is wonderfully written. The entire editing department, including the head editor, all believe that it's highly likely to become a popular hit, or even a bestseller. So you indeed have the right to request better conditions even if you are a newcomer. If you would like, I could try negotiating with the head editor for better conditions for you, Seiji had only wanted to come up with some excuse but didn't expect this type of development. He wanted to tell her that it actually wasn't necessary, but felt that would sound unnatural so he could only go along with it. Is that really alright? He asked haltingly. Saki nodded in confirmation. Then. I'm sorry for the extra trouble. Seiji felt awkward about all this. No need to be polite. Saki's lips tugged upwards. She was pleased to be able to help this boy out. At this moment, Seiji's cell phone rang. He checked to find out that it was a call from Maihuju. He instantly picked up the call. Hey, senpai, how's the situation? He asked. I found Shohei Hirai, Mai told him. He's currently in a hospital. A hospital. Yes, he's seriously injured and currently unconscious. How could that be? I'm pretty sure that I only lightly injured him. Seiji was astonished. I also inspected him with astral vision, Mai continued. I'm certain that there's no undead spirit possessing him. This. Seiji was surprised to the point of not knowing what to say anymore. It seems that after battling with you, he fought with someone else, and was injured to this extent. Even the undead spirit was cleansed from him, Mai added. Judging by his injuries, it's obvious that the person who did this must be a powerful spiritual ability user. Seiji was rendered speechless. Shohei Hirai was defeated by someone else. He was rather stunned by this occurrence. Hey now, this scenario seemed wrong again, After they located their opponent, they discovered that he was defeated by someone else and that he'd even been cleansed. Who did it? An enemy of his, or a passing-by defender of justice? A moment of silence fell between them. Since the enemy has already been defeated, does this mean that my task is completed? Mai asked him. This, probably. I suppose so. Seiji had a conflicted expression. Shohei Hirai was currently unconscious, so it would be impossible to ask him anything. Everything was so perplexing. Would the incident really end like this? It didn't seem like so, but... If we want to know what happened, I suppose we can only wait for Hirai to wake up, Seiji said, sighing. There's another method as well. I could investigate where he lives, and perhaps there will be some clues, Mai informed him. Oh, right, if we trouble you to do so, will you charge us additional fees? Just count it as my full service instead. I'd feel awkward about accepting payment if things ended just like this, the maid said with a chuckle. I'll get started on investigating Shohei Hirai's residence right away, and leave it up to you to tell Milady Amami about things. All right. They ended the call there. Seiji immediately explained the situation to Mayuzumi and Saki. When they heard that Shohei Hirai was defeated already by some other person, both ladies revealed subtle expressions. No matter what, at least that guy won't be attacking us again anytime soon. As for whether this is all over or not, it's hard to say. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. If Shohei Hirai was behind all this, then it's over. But if someone else cursed him and was manipulating him, that means there's another perpetrator and this isn't over yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290, I'm hearing about you again, my ancestor. Chapter 290, I'm hearing about you again, my ancestor. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Mai entered Shohei Hirai's residence. Regardless of whether it was her normal eyesight or astral vision, she couldn't detect anything unusual in his residence. Even after a detailed investigation, she couldn't find anything related to spiritual ability users. Shohei Hirai seemed just like an ordinary white-collar worker. But it was also possible that he owned another residence. There was an elementary school girl named Ryo Tachibana who also lived together with him. Based on the information she already received from her temporary employer, she knew that this girl was his niece. Mai easily discovered Ryo's book bag and school uniform. It seemed that this girl hadn't gone to school today. Although Ryo was just a little girl, she was still someone that lived together with Shohei Hirai. Perhaps something could be learned if Mai found her and asked some questions. Besides, this elementary school girl was neither at school nor home. Where else could she even go? Mai was somewhat curious about the answer to this question, so she decided to search for Ryo. She collected some of Ryo's hair from her room, drew a spell formation in the living room, and cast a spell, using Ryo's hair as the catalyst. The spell was successful. A cyan-colored ball formed in midair. Within it were a few black strands, and they pointed in a direction like a compass. However, they were unsteady and kept trembling. Mai roughly followed the direction that her spell indicated. While on the monorail back to the city, Seiji took the opportunity to make a phone call at another seat. Mayuzumi and Saki were resting against each other for a small nap. The call connected. President, I'm sorry to bother you yet again, but this is important. I learned some new information about the person at the center of the incident this morning. Seiji recounted the story Saki had told him to Natsuya. Natsuya was silent for a moment as she mulled it over. The story of 100 Demons game, this actually originates from an ancient ritual. It's a horrifying ritual which demands the sacrifice of 100 young children and uses the power of their deaths to open the gates of hell. No records that explain the specifics of the ritual and its origins remain. It's said that it was intentionally stopped by someone. And this specific someone was that famous ancestor of yours. I'm hearing about you again, my ancestor. Seiji raised his brows. The basic legend goes like this. There was an organization by the name of Eternity that performed this ritual and caused great havoc. Seiji Kamiju led his numerous retainers in a fierce battle against them and finally succeeded in closing the gates of hell. Since Seiji Kamiju judged this ritual to be incredibly evil and harmful, he decided to eliminate all those who intended to use this ritual, as well as obstruct the knowledge about this ritual from passing down through the ages. As it stands today, at least on the surface, the knowledge about this ritual has been lost to time. But the story of 100 Demons game, which imitated this ritual, has been passed down. There's a very low probability of this game causing any actual harm. Playing this game 1,000 times might not result in even a single incident. However, no matter how low the probability, there's still some danger involved, since it's still fundamentally an imitation of the original ritual. And the ritual it imitates is something frightening enough to give pause to the strongest Inyan master in history. Unfortunately, your two friends involved in this incident met with that improbable occurrence and must have summoned something very real. But to find fortune among misfortune, they didn't die from it. As for the person in question to suffer from the same nightmares as before, it's quite likely that some sort of lingering aftereffect was triggered again. As for what the aftereffect is, what the trigger could be, and how to cure it, these issues can only be dealt with after a specialized examination. So, Seiji asked, we need to take her to that hospital, right? Yes, Natsuya replied. I'll tell her about it in a bit. After thanking Natsuya again, Seiji hung up the call and returned to his seat. As he looked at the two ladies opposite him sleeping peacefully, he decided to tell them about going to the hospital after they woke up. At this moment, he noticed Mayuzumi had begun to furrow her brows. "Nu?" she mumbled in a tiny voice. Her body began to tremble, and her face was twisted in pain. Is she having another nightmare? Seiji hurriedly checked her condition with astral vision, but he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was just like his previous inspection. Everything seemed normal, on the surface, nothing about her differed from any other ordinary person. Suddenly Mayuzumi's trembling began to intensify, and beads of cold sweat dripped down from her brow. "Ah!" she moaned. "Ha! No." Saki opened her eyes and looked at her good friend beside her. "Mayuzumi," the editor shouted, her face filled with concern. "Is she having another nightmare?" Seiji asked for confirmation. "That's right, those are her symptoms." Saki hugged Mayuzumi tightly and whispered into her ear, "Mayuzumi, hurry and wake up. I'm right here, right by your side. You're in a dream, don't get lost in it. Open your eyes and wake up." After calling out to her like this for a while, the manga author slowly opened her eyes. There was a confused look in her eyes that gradually cleared as her body also slowly stopped shaking. "Saki," Mayuzumi murmured softly. You're all right. The editor cooed gently, hugging her. Mayuzumi blinked before melting into Saki's embrace, the look on her face changing to a peaceful one. Seiji quietly watched this scene. Even during the nightmare, he couldn't see anything unusual with astral vision, which meant that the cause was deeply rooted within her. He recalled Shika's condition when she had amnesia. Natsuya had told him that any spells which couldn't be detected on the surface were most likely hidden in the soul. No matter what Sensei was currently experiencing, if it couldn't be detected on the surface, it meant it was highly likely that it was embedded in her soul layers. This made it rather difficult to deal with. Would he have to do the same thing as he did with Shika, and search Mayuzumi's soul and battle within it? After the two ladies calmed down, Seiji spoke up, "About nightmares, I have to explain something." After hearing his explanation, the manga author agreed to get a checkup at the hospital. What's the probability of them being able to cure Mayuzumi? Saki asked. I don't know, but, personally speaking, it might be rather difficult, Seiji answered. The editor became downcast after she understood. Don't need to worry so much, Saki. Even if I'm not cured, I'll probably be fine after some time passes. Mayuzumi turned around and was now consoling her friend instead. They're just dreams. I'm fine, really. You're not fine at all. Saki suddenly burst out with this, before hugging Mayuzumi tightly again. It's not fine. I know, about your pain. Saki. Mayuzumi protested weakly. I'm sorry, Mayuzumi, it's all because of me. Mayuzumi hugged her friend tightly as well. It's not your fault. I said this before as well, stop thinking like that. Mayuzumi. Although we met with something scary, I actually had lots of fun being together with you at that time, the manga author told her gently. Don't blame yourself anymore. That truly wasn't your fault, Saki. The editor was unable to respond. Seiji was rather moved as he watched them. Without a detailed checkup to find out the situation, I can't promise anything. But as long as there's a chance, I'll do whatever I can to help cure Sensei, he told them. After all, it might be another chance at a soul battle for him. The last curse on Shika had been relatively easy for him to dispel. Just dealing with a mere nightmare seemed even easier to him. No matter what strange things come at me, I shall destroy them all with my own copied imagination breaker. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291, Am I Being Flirted With? Chapter 291, Am I Being Flirted With? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. After the monorail returned to the city, Seiji and the two ladies hailed a taxi and headed for the special hospital that Natsuya had previously registered him at. Mayuzumi received a checkup upon arriving at the hospital. While he was waiting, Seiji received a phone call from Mai. Mai told him about the result of her investigation at Shohei Hirai's residence. Absolutely nothing. At the very least, based on that residence of his, he seems just like a normal person, but I'm not certain whether or not he has other places he lives in. Right now, the part that I'm most concerned with is his niece, Ryo Tachibana, who's currently living together with him. I tried to find this elementary school girl, but I failed. It's highly probable that she was taken away by a spiritual ability user. Seiji frowned upon hearing this. He recalled the lost little girl that he met during the school festival. This little girl was taken away by another spiritual ability user and was missing. Was she currently a hostage? Was the unknown spiritual ability user behind Hirai holding her hostage to force him to accept a curse being placed upon him? This sounded like a reasonable inference. In that case, it's highly likely then that Shohei Hirai was cursed by someone, or forced to accept a curse due to a hostage? Yes, Mai agreed, that can be inferred from the current situation. There was a moment of silence between them. I'll continue investigating, and I'll try to find this girl. Be on guard at your end as well. I will. Senpai, you be careful as well. Mai hung up the call. Although it wasn't 100% certain yet, it was likely that Hirai was a victim here, and that the spiritual ability user who took young Ryo was the true perpetrator. This isn't over yet, Seiji thought to himself. It didn't take long for the checkup to be completed. The examination confirmed that the source of Mayuzumi's nightmares was indeed hidden deep within her soul. It was just as Seiji had expected. The doctor confessed that she was unable to cure this and told them that she could only prescribe some better-than-average spiritual medicine. Seiji contacted Natsuya yet again. I'm willing to help you with any of your requests, Haruta-kun. But that doesn't mean this will be curable, since this is a different situation from the previous one. I understand. I'm truly sorry for bothering you yet again, President. The scion chuckled lightly upon hearing this. No need to say that, Haruta-kun. You're the person who saved mine and my retainers' lives, and more than once at that. I'm sincerely happy to be able to pay you back, or I should say that I hope you'll rely on me even more. What does that mean? Seiji asked after a pause. What do you feel it means? Natsuya countered in a gentle voice. Seiji was rendered speechless. Am I being flirted with? He could imagine the scene of the beautiful scion smiling gently and softly, and it definitely moved his heart. Stop. This isn't the time to be getting distracted. So, where should we meet you at? He forced himself to ignore what just happened. We can just meet at my residence. Alright, thank you. No problem. Natsuya paused for a moment before continuing in a playful voice, although I want to say that, don't you think just thanking me lacks sincerity? Then what should I do? After helping you out this time, could you do one thing for me? What is it? It's nothing big or difficult. It's something that only you can do, Natsuya told him in a gentle voice. This tone, these words, you're going to make my imagination go wild. Seiji felt as if there was an itch in his heart. Is that all right? Natsuya asked. Yes, of course. He agreed to do it. After the call ended, Seiji gave Mayuzumi and Saki an explanation. I can't promise that you'll be cured, but it's worth a shot. The last time that I worked together with that person, we managed to cure another girl who had a curse cast upon her soul. Perhaps this can be resolved in the same way. How much is the fee to hire that person? She's helping me out of friendship. Please don't mention money in front of her, as she's a rich scion of a powerful family. The type who has enough money to bury any ordinary person. Mayuzumi and Saki were both astonished. A rich scion. Is it really okay to have such a person helping us for free? Mayuzumi asked. I already finished discussing it with her, and she said she'd be more than happy to help out. It must be all for Hirano-kun's sake. Mayuzumi looked up at Seiji's face. Truly. I'm so thankful to you. Don't say that, sensei. I'm the one who's willing to help out here of my own volition. Seiji smiled. I'm one of sensei's biggest fans. Mayuzumi and Saki both looked at him deeply. Then, the three of them left the hospital together and took another taxi to Natsuya Yorihana's residence. They met the student council president after reaching her residence. Mayuzumi and Saki were both astonished to see that Natsuya's beauty was far above the average person's. Seiji introduced everyone to each other. I'm very pleased to meet you, Peach-sensei. I've also watched the anime Honey Candy Girl before, it's truly a great story. Natsuya told her sincerely. Mayuzumi smiled faintly. Thank you. I'm delighted to receive your recognition. When she heard Hirano-kun say that Natsuya was a rich scion, Mayuzumi became quite nervous. But after learning that Natsuya was a fan of her work, Mayuzumi suddenly felt closer to her. This girl's full name was Natsuya Yorihana. She seemed like a nice match for Hirano-kun. Both her name and her appearance seemed to shine so brilliantly. Mayuzumi exclaimed inwardly. Let's sit down first and have some tea. Resting and relaxing will be helpful for what we're going to do later, Natsuya told them. And so, the three of them sat down. Natsuya poured tea for them, and each person began sipping from their teacups. There was a momentary silence. Although I heard it from Hirano-kun already, I still wish to hear it one more time from the person in question. The ritual from 10 years ago, I wish to hear the entire process of what happened during the story of 100 Demons game, the president told them in a serious tone. Mayuzumi and Saki exchanged glances before looking towards Seiji. Go ahead and tell her about it. Seiji let them know it was okay. Alright, Saki said, nodding. She then began recounting the story. It happened when Mayuzumi and I were first-year students in high school. Wait a moment, Natsuya interrupted. Although Yoshizawa-san also has a first-hand account, I'd like to hear Peach-sensei. Amame-san's version. Why's that? Saki asked. It'll be helpful for treatment afterwards. Natsuya looked towards Mayuzumi. Even if it's a bit difficult or unpleasant, please do your best to remember what happened at that time. It'll help stimulate the curse left behind and make it become more active, which will mean that it'll be easier to detect. Saki revealed a stubborn, unwilling expression. This will cause Mayuzumi too much pain, she protested. We can't do that. Saki. Mayuzumi murmured. Mayuzumi finally managed to forget about that frightening experience after such a long time. We can't possibly make her remember it again, but... Saki. I'll be fine. The manga author's voice was louder this time. Mayuzumi. It's fine. I'll be able to talk about what happened at that time. Mayuzumi smiled softly at Saki. After that incident happened, I indeed spent a long period of time desperately trying to forget about it, and I believed that I had succeeded. However, in reality, I hadn't. I was merely running away from the truth. The fear I felt at that time, the scary presence that I witnessed, and that icy feeling, has always been inside my heart. Without truly removing it at the roots, I'll never be able to break free from my fear. And now is a chance to remove the root of the cause. I want to get rid of it, which is why I'll face it directly. You're by my side, Saki, and so is Hirano-kun, and Yorahana-san will help me as well. I can do this. Mayuzumi showed a resolute expression. This was the same expression of resolution that Seiji saw the first time that he met her. This was why he wanted to help her so much. Because she was a manga author who had such a touching expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292, She knows when to continue and when to stop. Chapter 292, She knows when to continue and when to stop. Translator, Imperfect Luck. Editor, VB24. Mayuzumi slowly began recounting the tale. The content of her story was basically the same as what Seiji had heard from Saki, but since it was from her perspective, there were some additional details. Although she was afraid during the literature club's test of courage and storytelling game, she actually had a lot of fun being together with her good friend. She just didn't expect such a thing to come out. When Mayuzumi started speaking about how some entities seemed to have been summoned, she shivered intensely, and Saki, who was sitting next to her, clutched her hand tightly. Seiji and Natsuya attentively listened to her tale. Finally, she finished, and she laid weakly against the editor after doing so. Good job, Amama-san, Natsuya praised sincerely. Thanks for your efforts. Sensei, Seiji said admiringly, it was very brave of you to face your fears. The manga author smiled faintly. I understand the entire process of what occurred now. But I have a question. What happened to the literature club president and the other female student that also fell ill, just like Amami-san? Natsuya inquired. Like Mayuzumi, they were struck with a long illness and suffered from nightmares every night. And, similar to Mayuzumi, they also ended up recovering in the end. Saki continued to explain, that girl later ended up transferring schools, and the club president graduated 1 year later. We lost contact with both of them. Natsuya remained silent. Seiji suddenly had a thought. What were the names of your club president and that female student? He asked. Saki looked towards him. The club president was named Hinako Haza, while the girl's name was Risa Kobayakawa. Oh. Seiji muttered. Why did you ask about this? Because I suddenly thought of a possibility, Seiji replied. Seiji told them about the result of Mai's investigation at Shohei Hirai's residence, as well as how his niece Ryo Tachibana seemed to be missing. The fact that Hirai attacked and that sensei is having nightmares, while these two may seem unrelated on the surface, could there be some connection after all? Is it possible that this Hinako Haza or Risa Kobayakawa have some connection to either Shohei Hirai or Ryo Tachibana? It's just a sudden thought I had, and it might not even be on the mark, but isn't it possible? Nobody spoke for a while as they contemplated Seiji's words. Indeed, Natsuya agreed. You should tell Hojo-san about these two people, and perhaps she'll be able to find something out. Seiji immediately called Mai with his cell phone. Mai picked up promptly, and Seiji told her about the new information. After Mai agreed to look into it, she hung up the call. Take another rest. Natsuya finished her tea and rose to her feet. I need to make some preparations. Let's begin in a bit. After saying that, she left. Seiji took another sip of his tea. How will the treatment process work? Saki asked. Seiji gave her an explanation of the process. And so, that's how it is. Last time, when that girl's soul was damaged, an intermediary was necessary in order to prevent additional damage. This time, there's no damage to Sensei's soul, so a direct examination should be possible. Of course, if it's required, I can be the intermediary again and assist in the investigation just like last time. After we find the root cause in Sensei's soul, we'll think of a way to eliminate it. Saki nodded in understanding. After some time passed, Natsuya returned to the living room of the residence, dressed in her shrine maiden attire. Her outfit astonished Mayuzumi and Saki once again. Mayuzumi was especially astonished. Her eyes began sparkling when Natsuya walked into the room. It's time to begin, please follow me, Natsuya said. She led Seiji and the others to the room at the end of the second floor. The yin-yang diagram inscribed on the floor, the pentagram drawn on the ceiling, the lack of windows, white lanterns, and runes and spell formations etched everywhere. There was no end to the surprises for Mayuzumi and Saki, although Seiji had been in this room before. Natsuya had Mayuzumi lie down on the reclining chair and then cast her spell. Just like last time, she shook some bells and uttered an incantation. Natsuya stood beside the chair and touched Mayuzumi's forehead before gradually closing her eyes as well. The room fell utterly silent. Seiji silently cast astral vision to see what was going on. He saw two large spell formations, one above and one below the room, along with many spell formations all over. Each one was currently spinning and emitting a soft glow. Several of the runes were also glowing. The white-colored lanterns now appeared to be many different colors, with many dots of light flying in and out of them. Although the dots of light seemed chaotic, there was actually a pattern to their movements, lending the room a beautiful atmosphere. Natsuya, who was standing in the very center of the room, was covered with many glowing layers of light. Strange emblems were now visible on her shrine maiden outfit. Her hand, which was placed on Mayuzumi's forehead, suddenly flashed a blinding white. The radiance engulfed Mayuzumi's entire body, and gray waves rippled across the surface of her skin. After observing for a while, Seiji stopped using astral vision and decided to quietly wait for the results. Time passed just like this. Mayuzumi, still prone on the chair, suddenly moved. Her expression was overcome by pain and she shuddered. No. Mayuzumi mumbled. Her current condition was almost identical to her state on the monorail. Mayuzumi! Saki exclaimed in a concerned voice. She attempted to get closer, but was stopped by Seiji, who a hand on the editor's shoulder and indicated that she shouldn't interrupt. Ugh, no. It hurts, irk. Mayuzumi continued to mutter, and her trembling intensified. She was now sweating, and her eyebrows were deeply furrowed. It was obvious that she was in immense discomfort. Saki was even more worried now. She kept looking back and forth between Natsuya and Seiji with a look of panic on her face. Seiji shook his head at her. Mayuzumi is in pain. Saki shouted. Why are we continuing? I don't know, but I believe in the president, Seiji said resolutely. She knows when to continue and when to stop, and she won't let Sensei come to any real harm. Saki's expression indicated that she was unable to accept this, but Seiji prevented her from interfering. She could only watch. Mayuzumi began panting heavily, and her face was now covered in sweat. Not only was her body violently shaking now, she even began twitching. This scene made Seiji uncomfortable as well. But he trusted in Natsuya and stayed where he was without moving while restraining the editor from taking action. The student council president also began sweating, and her hand was now shaking slightly. It was evident that she was doing her best to continue. This short period was extremely difficult to bear. Mayuzumi, who was now panting, had a pained expression as if she were suffocating. Her panting grew hoarse and breathy, and it began to sound worse and worse. "Stop it!" Saki couldn't help but shout loudly. "Mayuzumi can't take anymore." After a while, Natsuya slowly opened her eyes. Her hand stopped shaking, and she lifted it very slowly, removing it from Mayuzumi's forehead. Mayuzumi's pained expression finally started to ease up, and her breathing regained its normal rhythm. "How is Mayuzumi?" Saki asked. "She's alright and hasn't been injured from this," Natsuya answered calmly. "There's no need to worry." She lightly waved her hand and used a spell to remove all the sweat from the manga author's face. Mayuzumi now looked as if she was sleeping naturally. The president also wiped off her own sweat. "Let her rest like this for a while." "How are you, President?" Seiji was concerned about her. "I'm fine as well, just slightly tired," Natsuya answered while looking at him. When he saw the fatigue in the president's expression, Seiji recalled that she had just left the hospital last week and was still supposed to be resting at home now. "You've worked so hard, President," he said sincerely. Natsuya sighed. "I'm alright, the one who's truly had it hard is Amami-san. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 293, A Critical Piece of the Puzzle. Chapter 293, A Critical Piece of the Puzzle. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. I detected a mysterious power in her soul that I couldn't identify. It's not a completely negative power, and it doesn't seem to be demonic in nature, but nor is it a curse. I tried to dispel it, but just as you witnessed, it put a burden on Amami-san's body, and I failed to dispel it. Whenever I dispelled part of it, it would immediately regenerate. When I tried to venture deeper into her soul to try and locate a core or the spell's main body, I failed as well. Trying to forcefully dispel it or going deeper into her soul layer would cause too much of an undue burden upon Amami-san. Also, this power feels incredibly strong. If it was activated at full force, perhaps Amami-san would. Natsuya broke off. "Die?" Saki asked. "It's possible." Natsuya furrowed her brows. "It isn't a wholly negative power, so it feels rather strange, and I can't tell what would happen if it's activated." Her face suddenly lit up. "Right," she exclaimed excitedly, "it's rather similar to that mysterious spiritual creature that Uehara-san has." Seiji's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" "Similar to Mika's." "Mashiro-chan. Isn't this too much of a jump in connectedness?" "President, you're saying that the curse Sensei's been suffering under for 10 years is the same as Mika's spiritual creature?" "No," Natsuya said, shaking her head, "that's not what I meant. I just mean they feel similar. Uehara-san's spiritual creature is living, while whatever is in Amami-san's soul is some type of power. They're fundamentally different. However, I feel that both of them have similar properties as they're both chaotic and mysterious. Both of them don't seem to be negative on the surface, yet I can vaguely sense something frightening hidden deep within." Seiji fell silent as he contemplated this. "At any rate, if this power is activated completely, Amami-san might undergo great pain, and, in the worst-case scenario, death is possible," Natsuya told them in a serious tone. "Even her soul and body might transform into something else." Compared to the other possible results, suffering from nightmares is relatively light as it is, not that I'm saying suffering from nightmares is something to celebrate about. But Amami-san is incredibly fortunate to live peacefully until now with such a mysterious power hidden deep within her soul. There was a brief silence. Saki started tearing up. It's all because of me. Editor Yoshizawa, no matter how much you blame yourself, you won't help anyone, Seiji told her. Nor would sensei wish for you to act like this. The editor bit her lip as she looked at her sleeping friend. It seemed that Saki was on the verge of crying. Currently, Natsuya continued, I have two possible solutions for dealing with Amami-san's nightmare problem. The first is to find a spiritual ability user who's more skilled than me and ask for that person's assistance. The second is to investigate this power's nature and find out the link between it and Mayuzumi's nightmare before attempting to deal with it. I personally recommend against the first method. That's because even if we find a spiritual ability user stronger than I am in the area of soul curses and succeed in getting that person to help us, there's still no guarantee of being able to cure Amami-san. And most importantly, there's still no way to avoid the huge risk of dealing with this power head-on. The second method is probably safer. Having a better understanding of this ability will help in establishing the foundation for curing Amami-san. Seiji understood after hearing all this. So you're saying to not be too rash in trying to cure this immediately, and to take it slow, right? Natsuya nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Acting without caution could activate this power and cause everything to go kaboom. This was just like a bomb. Although they wanted to get rid of it somehow, they didn't know the correct method to do so. If they tried to dismantle it, they might accidentally activate it, and that would spell the end of everything. First, they needed to understand this explosive and the conditions under which it would activate before attempting to stop it slowly but surely. This was the safest method. But, in the end, this was just a cycle. One question still remained unanswered. Just what triggered the nightmares in the first place? Sensei started having nightmares on the second night of the school festival. The only part worth mentioning was that she met Shohei Hirai just prior, but they really didn't have much contact at that time. So, this was a dead end. Seiji sank into silence once more. Mai was currently investigating. After she heard Seiji's new information and his inferences, she started investigating Ryo Tachibana and Shohei Hirai's family background. She discovered that Ryo Tachibana's parents were called Kanzuya Tachibana and Hinako Tachibana, and Hinako Tachibana was Shohei Hirai's older sister. But, despite this, her maiden name was Hinako Haza. Why did this brother and sister have different family names? The most likely possibility that Mai could think of was that the siblings' parents had divorced, and each parent had taken custody of one child. After that, the children took the family name of the parent they'd gone with. Mai didn't intend to investigate this, as it wasn't important. The important part was that Ryo Tachibana's mother was Hinako Haza, the literature club president who was the host of the Story of 100 Demons game from 10 years ago. Just as her junior had guessed, there was a connection between the two incidents. Mai instantly called Seiji and told him about her findings. When Seiji heard this, he instantly felt like he had just received a critical piece of the puzzle. Where is Hinako Haza currently? Seiji asked. She's already passed away, Mai answered. Apparently, 1 year ago, the Tachibana family had been out on a vacation when a traffic accident occurred. Both parents died at the scene, and only Ryo survived. Afterwards, she was taken in by her uncle Shohei Hirai. They were dead already, and the 1-year anniversary of their death was yesterday. Seiji's brain raced at top speed. Ryo's mother was Hinako Haza, the literature club president from 10 years ago who had been cursed just like Mayuzumi Amami and had passed away already. As Ryo was Hinako's daughter, could it be that she inherited something from her mother? Assuming that Hinako Haza also had some sort of mysterious power affecting her just like Peach Sensei did, could this power be passed down and also affect her daughter? And if it was inherited? Taking this inference one step further, what if this power had been activated within Ryo Tachibana? The catalyst might very well have been the anniversary of her parents' deaths. Perhaps Shohei Hirai took Ryo Tachibana to visit her parents' graves and something might have occurred, causing a change within her. When he came to this realization, Seiji felt that this must have been the case. He also thought about how Shohei Hirai had never touched Sensei during the school festival. But as for Ryo Tachibana, Seiji quickly turned to the manga author that already had woken up. Sensei, I have a question for you. During the school festival, did Ryo Tachibana, that is to say, Shohei Hirai's niece, touch you? Yes. Mayuzumi was surprised by this question, and she pondered for a moment before replying. At that time when she was lost, it was because she ran into me that I noticed her. The story of the 100 Demons game from 10 years ago. The coincidental meeting at the school festival 10 years later. Was it truly just a coincidence? Seiji didn't know. But what he had now confirmed was that Ryo Tachibana had indeed come into physical contact with Mayuzumi Amami. Mayuzumi's nightmares began from the second night after the festival, and she was even ambushed by Shohei Hirai, who was possessed by an undead spirit. Meanwhile, Ryo Tachibana had gone missing, and it was likely that she was taken away by a spiritual ability user. Regardless of who or what beat up Hirai, was Ryo's disappearance really caused by someone forcefully taking her away? Or was it that she herself? Seiji's eyes flashed with light. Perhaps there's nobody behind all this at all. The perpetrator of all this was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, Where is my mom? Chapter 294, Where is my mom? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Ryo Tachibana was currently flying. She soared through the moonlit sky, gliding like a bird while observing the lights below her and feeling the gentle breeze of the wind. She couldn't find who she was looking for anywhere, despite searching in every possible place she could think of. Where is my mom? I want to see her. I want to hear her voice again. I want to be hugged by her and feel her warmth. Just where could she be? Ryo Tachibana kept flying, or perhaps it could be said that she was roaming. Suddenly, her eyes flashed crimson red. I can feel it. Over in that direction, there's. A sensation resembling her mother's. It's coming. Mai warned. Seiji instantly jumped out of the bed and hurried to the next room when he received Mai's message. Where? Outside. Right as those words faded, he saw it. A ball of pitch-black mist appeared outside the window. Seiji cast astral vision and studied the black mist. In his enhanced vision, he could see a strange winged figure within the black mist. Its eyes shone a dull blood red. Hurry up and leave. Mai shouted. Seiji instantly carried Mayuzumi, who had just gotten out of bed, in his arms as he cast the body-strengthening spell upon himself and dashed off at top speed. The black mist-enshrouded figure broke the window and rushed into the room. Mai unleashed the spells that had previously been cast on the house as a trap. Various spell formations appeared and shot out numerous chains that tangled themselves around the black mist. Asterisk boom. Star. The black mist continued on its path. Not only did it smash through all the chains and spell formations, it even knocked Mai into the wall with its heavy force. It's strong. Mai furrowed her brows as she pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it. A low explosion shook the entire room. Seiji carried Mayuzumi out of the hotel and kept running down the street, jumping over all sorts of walls along the way until he reached Genhana High School's grounds. He put Mayuzumi down on the practice field. The manga author looked back in the direction they just came from. Seiji turned around to see that the black mist had followed them at a high speed. Ryo Tachibana, is that you? He asked. There was no response to his question. The black mist continued to approach closer. When the demon spirits defending the school grounds attacked it, the black mist responded with a wide area of effect mist that instantly destroyed the nearby demon spirits and other defenses. Seiji also felt the impact but stood his ground and protected Mayuzumi using his body. The black mist was very strong, but... Boom! Just as the black mist got close to the two of them, a high-speed bullet of light hit the black mist and exploded into blinding white light. The black mist was forcefully dissipated, and the figure within the mist was sent flying over 10 meters away. Before Seiji could even see the figure's appearance, it was surrounded by black mist yet again. Boom. Star. A second bullet of light struck the black mist and sent the figure flying once more, dissipating the black mist surrounding it. Seiji looked in the direction that the bullet of light came from and saw Mai holding on to a heavy sniper rifle. The girl with the sniper rifle had 100% accuracy. The scene from the laser tag game had now recreated itself. But this time, Mai didn't have an imitation laser sniper rifle in her hands. She had an even larger, fiercer-looking real version. It was a magical anti-spiritual sniper rifle, customized just for her. She lifted her gun, aimed, and fired. Boom. Star. The strong recoil of the sniper rifle shook her body slightly and lifted her dark gray hair as if it had been blown by a breeze. This scene was rather impactful, and Seiji could only inwardly exclaim at seeing it. Behind him, Mayuzumi was also stunned at the sight. When they looked towards the figure in the black mist again, they saw that the black mist had finally been destroyed. After being struck by 3 consecutive shots, the figure no longer released any more dark mist, and they were now able to see her true form. As expected, she was Ryo Tachibana. The figure was a little girl in a red one-piece dress. She had messy hair and a blank expression, and her eyes were glowing crimson red. There also seemed to be an ethereal figure behind her which had almost taken material form. This figure was a beautiful woman with long light green hair. Her body was covered with green feathers, and she even had a pair of wings just like a bird's. Her eyes were closed and she had a faint smile as she enveloped Ryo in a hug. She seemed just like a mother. When Seiji looked closer, the woman's appearance greatly resembled Ryo's. Seiji's eyes widened in surprise. Could she be Inako Haza? Did she possess her own daughter? Or is this merely an image? While he was wondering this, Ryo raised her hand and pointed towards the sniper rifle wielding Mai that was quite a distance from her. Mai decisively shot her 4th bullet of light. Numerous green feathers shot out and forced the bullet of light to explode in midair. Immediately afterwards, the green feathers continued on and shot towards Mai. Mai tossed her sniper rifle into the air, grabbed another grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it while casting a shield barrier to protect herself from the grenade's explosion. Then, she caught her sniper rifle, speedily changed the magazine, and began firing again while her shield barrier blocked the green feathers. This time, she shot blue bullets of light that had a sharper tip and left a color trail in the air as they flew towards her target and pierced through numerous patches of green feathers. Ryo was knocked back by these blue bullets of light, but she managed to stop herself in midair. She lifted her hands, causing the ethereal figure behind her to envelop her with its wings, and countless feathers gathered together and speedily formed into a gigantic green ball of light. Mai shot another piercing bullet at Ryo, but the bullet of light evaporated in midair as it approached Ryo's green ball of light. This is bad. If Ryo fires that green ball of light, it'll be unblockable. Seiji clenched his fists. It's up to you. Shika-chan. A sharp blade suddenly appeared at Ryo's back from the shadows, and silver runes flashed on the snow-white blade. It was the demon blade Muramasa. Slash. The blade descended towards Ryo. The blade sliced through the green-haired woman's ethereal figure and landed right on the little girl's head. Ryo took a direct impact from this and trembled. Her eyes turned even blanker, and the green-haired woman's ethereal figure disappeared. Ryo collapsed, falling forward. Shika Kagura reached out and grabbed Ryo, instantly dragging her away from her current location. The green ball of light that had gone out of control started shaking and exploded. Asterisk boom. Star. After a blinding green flash, a huge crater appeared in the area it exploded in. Shika-chan. Seiji called. I'm fine, brother. Seiji heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his adopted sister was indeed uninjured. After learning the result of Mai's investigation, he inferred that it was Ryo Tachibana, or perhaps the already deceased Hinako Haza's mysterious power that caused this incident. Ryo Tachibana inherited the mysterious power from her mother, and her power had been activated. Shohei Hirai had been affected and was changed into that strange form. He was then forced into attacking Peach Sensei, who also possessed the same mysterious power. After Hirai was defeated, the next person who would attack would naturally be Ryo herself. That is to say, Seiji had guessed that Ryo Tachibana would attack Mayuzumi Amami, just like how Shohei Hirai had. And if his inference was on the mark, how should they respond? Seiji had discussed it with everyone and crafted the plan that they put into motion, with everything happening as they had planned it. They remained vigilant and made their preparations as they intentionally moved to a hotel that was close to Genhana High School. The moment that Ryo appeared, Mai would be in charge of slowing her down, while Seiji would take the chance to lure Mayuzumi to the school grounds. When Ryo came chasing after them, Seiji would be in charge of protecting Mayuzumi while Mai fought with Ryo and diverted her attention. Shika Kagura would ambush Ryo from behind and take her down without harming her life. If Ryo's strength was too powerful, then they would have to ask Natsuya Yorihana to come help them as well. Natsuya was still recuperating from her previous duel. Seiji really didn't want to ask so much of her. Luckily, everything went according to plan, and, in the end, they didn't need to rely on the student council president. Mai approached the now unconscious Ryo and cast a spell on her to seal her powers. Can that child return to normal? Mayuzumi asked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, please listen and understand these words. Chapter 295, please listen and understand these words. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. I don't know, Seiji answered. It depends on the situation. After a momentary silence, Mayuzumi looked up at Seiji's face. Thank you so much for protecting me, Haruta-kun, she said, bowing respectfully. Sensei. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what would have happened. I'll remember this debt I owe you for the rest of my life, the manga author told him in a serious voice. Please raise your head, Sensei, Seiji said softly. I've received your gratitude. I actually didn't do all that much. Hojo-senpai, President Yorihana, and Shika-chan were the ones who contributed the greatest. Of course everyone else is deserving of thanks as well, but the one I should thank most is still you. Mayuzumi lifted her head and something flashed in her eyes. It's truly wonderful that I was able to get to know you, Haruta-kun. You're a truly cool boy. Her face was tinged with red as she expressed the words in her heart. Upon receiving such honest and direct praise from the beautiful manga author, Seiji's face started to redden as well, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Meanwhile, on the other side of things. Mommy. A weak voice muttered. Of course, it was Ryo Tachibana. She didn't open her eyes. Instead, she was muttering to herself as if she were still in a dream. Mai, who was still in the process of sealing Ryo's powers, furrowed her brows upon hearing this. Shika, who was still standing beside Mai, unsheathed her demon blade Muramasa again. Mommy, it hurts. I'm so scared. The little girl slowly raised her hands towards the sky, as if she wanted to grab something. At the same time, tears also started coming out of her eyes. Mommy, please wake up, The black mist suddenly surged out explosively again. The world before Shika and Mai was instantly wreathed in darkness, and they heard a clamor as if countless people were making noise. To them, it felt as if something enormous and fearsome had suddenly come into existence. Both of them reflexively tried to escape. While doing so, they were attacked. They could neither see nor hear anything. They could only instinctively counterattack in the direction that the attack came from, but after doing so, they were attacked even more aggressively than before. They both instinctively attacked back as they escaped. However, this darkness seemed to have no end, or perhaps it should be said that they had lost their sense of direction and didn't know how to escape. Seiji saw the black mist suddenly erupt in their area and hurriedly observed the situation with astral vision again. He saw many ethereal figures popping in and out of the black mist, as well as Shika and Mai fighting against each other. One was wielding the demon blade while the other was attacking with both a handgun and a short sword as they fiercely clashed. What's going on? Seiji was astonished by the situation. Those ethereal figures were undead spirits. They were what possessed Shohei Hirai. Why did they suddenly appear? Were Shika and Mai possessed by them? A painful groan suddenly sounded beside him. When Seiji reflexively turned to look, he saw Mayuzumi clutching her head and kneeling on the ground. Light gray mist was seeping out from her body. No, don't. She said, obviously in great discomfort. Stop. When Mayuzumi suddenly shouted, Seiji instantly felt as if something had exploded within his brain. His head rung with an enormous sound, and he saw a chaotic scene, countless colors, endless darkness, and an infinite amount of figures. It seemed like a short yet also long time to him. Whoosh! He made a strange sound as he exhaled forcefully, and his vision recovered to normal. His head ached, and he felt rather dizzy. His body felt rather light. Sensei! He saw that Mayuzumi had collapsed on the ground. When he looked over to the others, he saw that the black mist and undead spirits had all disappeared. Shika and Mai had also collapsed on the ground. Shika-chan! Senpai! Seiji shouted loudly. Then, he saw that both of them started moving. Shika Kagura grasped her demon blade tightly to support her body and barely managed to stand up again. Mai clutched her head as she stood up rather shakily. Both of them seemed like they didn't know what had just happened, but they had now regained their senses. Seiji heaved a sigh of relief before inspecting Mayuzumi's condition. Her forehead was burning up, she had a fever. Why is she like this? Just what exactly happened? Seiji recalled the earlier situation. The black mist came from Ryo, but Sensei stopped her? He was unsure. Seiji picked Mayuzumi up and carried her in his arms as he walked towards Shika and Mai. Brother? Junior. Are you two alright? Seiji asked. Shika and Mai both indicated that they were lightly injured, but it wasn't anything serious. Seiji told them about what he had just witnessed, that the two of them had been fighting each other. Both girls were astonished to hear this. I was under the impression that I was fighting against demons, Mai said in a shocked voice. Same here, Shika agreed. A brief period of silence fell between them. Mai sighed. It managed to confuse both of us, her power is rather frightening. Shika nodded with a grim expression on her face. Seiji also sighed. Luckily, you're all okay. He then explained what happened afterwards. I think that Sensei might have stopped something worse from happening, but I'm not sure just what happened. We'll have to ask the president to come and check the situation. Mai nodded in agreement and glanced over at Ryo, who was still lying collapsed on the ground. Whatever explosive power that Ryo Tachibana had used just now was out of the scope of Mai's powers, she couldn't control it. Mai took out her cell phone and called Natsuya. When the student council president heard the maid's summary of the situation, she said that she would come over immediately. After conducting a detailed inspection and observation of both Ryo and Mayuzumi, Natsuya sighed and said, "They've been connected together. It's a connection that can't be seen on the surface, as it's in the soul layers. It's just like what I did to Hirano-kun and Kagura-san last time. Amami-san and Ryo Tachibana are currently in a similar state. And based on Hirano-kun's description of the event, the most likely scenario is that Amami-san made a connection with Tachibana and prevented her from losing control. So, what that means is that Amami-san's consciousness is probably within Ryo Tachibana's soul. In order for Amami-san to wake up, we must have her consciousness return to her body, and in order to do that, we must first locate her consciousness within Tachibana's soul. And right now, Ryo Tachibana's soul is currently filled with this mysterious power that's been activated. Casting spells in such a condition will be an unknown for me, but if we don't locate Amami-san's consciousness, judging by her current condition, she might not live to next morning." A cold night breeze blew past everyone. Seiji frowned upon hearing this. "This is all unknown. Does this mean that you won't be able to guarantee even your own safety, President?" "Indeed," Natsuya replied. "Is there a method to keep yourself safe while casting a spell to venture within Ryo Tachibana's soul?" "There is," Natsuya replied. "What is it?" Seiji asked. Natsuya averted her gaze. "I don't want to say it. It's actually the same method as last time, isn't it? Someone must act as the intermediary to enter the soul and conduct an investigation." Seiji's eyes flashed with light. "In such a scenario, President, you would only have to observe from the side and you could avoid any danger in time." The President remained silent. "You don't want to say it, because you don't want me to think of and request to use this method again." Seiji smiled. "Thanks for your concern, President. But I've already guessed it for myself now, and I want to use this method again. I request that you use this method to cast a spell to enable me to enter Ryo Tachibana's soul and save Peach-sensei." "Stop being stupid," Natsuya said sharply, looking back towards Seiji. "This time, the risk is on a completely different scale from before. It's the unknown. Please listen and understand these words. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 296, A Little Girl's Soul Shouldn't Be Like This. Chapter 296, A Little Girl's Soul Shouldn't Be Like This. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. "I understand quite clearly," Seiji said calmly. "What you mean is that I might die, or even meet a fate more terrifying than death. But that's also only a possibility. The fact of the matter is that Ryo Tachibana is still alive, and she hasn't transformed into a monster or anything like that. Sensei is also alive as well, although she's burning up with fever. Even if this power has activated itself, it didn't immediately kill them, which proves that it isn't something incredibly dangerous. I'm really strong in the soul realms. You know this as well, President. Before, you told me that I'm very talented in this area and suitable for this type of task. Not only did I perform better than you expected that time, didn't I also block an unexpected ambush? I believe that I'll be fine. If I really do meet with a dangerous situation, President, you'll definitely be able to cancel the soul spell in time. When you think about it closely, it's actually pretty safe." Seiji flashed a brilliant smile. "Safe? The hell?" Natsuya retorted forcefully. She really felt like shouting as loudly as possible just now. Her face was crimson and her emotions were in turmoil as she stared at the handsome boy before her. Idiot, 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 even though he's handsome and cool, he's still basically an idiot. Those were the scion's current thoughts. However, her body completely betrayed her words and thinking. Her heartbeat rapidly increased, and she found it difficult to suppress herself as Seiji was just too cool right now. He was courageous, resolute, and fearless. Those were all qualities that she found attractive. However, Natsuya wasn't the only person attracted by those qualities. Shika Kagura was looking at her adopted brother with sparkling eyes, and Mai was also looking at this idiot junior of hers with a gentle expression. Saki, who had arrived here together with Natsuya, didn't entirely understand the content of what was said, but she understood that Seigo Harano was willing to risk his life in order to save Mayuzumi, which moved her immensely. Another night breeze blew past them. However, this time, none of them felt that it was chilly. "Please, President," Seiji implored, looking into Natsuya's eyes. His look, his tone, it's just like cheating. The student council president was unable to refuse. She sighed deeply. All right. They were currently gathered at the president's mansion, in the room which she used for casting soul spells. "Brother, you absolutely have to be careful," Shika warned. "Junior, I believe that you can do it." Mai smiled. "Harano. I leave Mayuzumi up to you." Saki bowed deeply. "Please raise your head, Editor Yoshizawa." Seiji smiled. "Leave everything to me." And then, he went to the chair and laid upon it. Ryo Tachibana was to his left, Mayuzumi was to his right, and he held on to both ladies' hands. He relaxed his body and closed his eyes. Natsuya began casting her spell. She shook her bells and uttered an incantation. Seiji's consciousness gradually became hazy. "Harano-kun." Seiji suddenly opened his eyes when he heard someone calling him. He discovered that he was currently high in the sky, and falling downwards at a rapid speed. All he could see was a dark haze with many shadowy figures flashing and dancing within it. He began imagining. "Come, Iron Man's armor, ... After a bright flash, he was encased in a mighty-looking golden-red armor. He covered his face with a golden mask, and flames shot out from his armored feet and hands, stopping him from falling any further. This was a special situation where he could meet with danger the very instant he entered Ryo's soul realm, which was why Natsuya cast a spell on him from the beginning. This way, he could use his imagination to create whatever he wanted in the soul realm to protect himself. Suddenly, a few black shadows shot towards Seiji. Seiji stopped emitting flames from his hands. Instead, he transformed them into lasers which vaporized the dark shadows. Looking up, he saw an endless stream of dark shadows rush towards him. He imagined that he was covered by a laser barrier, and this automatically vaporized all the approaching shadows. "Harano-kun, are you alright?" Natsuya asked. "I'm fine, the situation is stable for now," Seiji replied. He then went on to explain the situation. "I'm going to head down to check things out." He lowered the intensity of the flames coming from his feet and slowed his speed as he descended to the ground. Moments later, he exited the haze, and his vision finally returned. What he saw was a city. Seiji stopped in midair. His eyes were globes as he attempted to make sense of the scene beneath him. Below him was an incredibly strange city that couldn't exist in real life. Wood and concrete, modern and ancient, regal and broken down, every type of building material and style was present. Some structures were laid out in a neat and orderly fashion, while others were chaotically spread out. A few were even stacked on top of each other in a gross violation of the laws of physics. Countless black and gray shadows roamed around the city, yet there were also figures that seemed like normal humans walking around. The streets held a bewildering mixture of cars, horse-drawn carriages, and miscellaneous animals. In addition to this, there were a few strange, indescribable entities strolling about as well. Clack clack clack. Seiji heard something approach and turned around to see a monorail pass by. He was dazed as he watched this long monorail pass him by. He could see figures of humans as well as strange shapes within the monorail. After the monorail faded off into the distance, he looked up at the sky and saw various flying creatures and objects flying everywhere under the dark clouds. Blimps, airplanes, hot air balloons, dragons, demons, shadows, figures on magic carpets, figures on brooms. Whoosh! A somewhat stereotypical UFO whizzed past him. There were a large number of zombie-like creatures laying on top of it. Seiji's mind was occupied by one overwhelming thought: this is incredibly strange. A little girl's soul shouldn't be like this. The only explanation for this was the mysterious power. He told everything that he witnessed to the president. Natsuya was surprised to hear this. "I didn't expect it to be like this," she said. "It's truly abnormal. At least it doesn't seem highly dangerous for the time being, which is good. Just proceed carefully, Harano-kun, try your best not to incite those strange things." "Can I try communicating with those figures that look like humans?" Seiji asked. "I think it's best not to. Our goal is to find Amami-san's consciousness, and anything that might cause us trouble should be avoided." Natsuya paused for a moment. "But that's just my opinion, and you're the one taking actions there, so you should decide the best course of action by yourself. Communicating with those people might even help you to find out relevant information, if those people are truly able to communicate at all." Seiji understood. "I got it. Everything here was unknown, and even the president didn't know what he should do." Seiji looked around this enormous city. Finding Peach-sensei's consciousness in such a large area would be incredibly difficult. Although talking with people here might incur some risk, as long as he could obtain some information, he decided to give it a try. Seiji descended to the ground. He avoided the chaotic-seeming places and landed on a relatively orderly roadside. "Should I cancel my armor transformation?" he asked himself. "There are so many strange things going on around here. I probably shouldn't." And so, Seiji still wore the Iron Man suit while he spoke to a person passing by. "Hello, I'd like to ask." He greeted a jacketed man that walked past him. However, the man seemed as if he didn't hear Seiji. He continued onwards without even slowing down. "Excuse me," Seiji called loudly. Seiji chased after the man and blocked his way. The jacketed man crashed into his hand and stopped. "Sorry," Seiji started, "but I have a question I'd like to ask." Seiji talked to the man, but the man didn't react or move at all. There was no change in the man's expression, and he kept looking straight ahead of him. Seiji waved his hand in front of the man's face. No reaction. Seiji placed his hand on the man's shoulder. Still no reaction. Seiji let go and unblocked the man's way. The man started walking again and continued onwards as if nothing whatsoever had happened. Seiji watched him leave and blinked in surprise. "Is he an NPC?" he muttered. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 297, I've already stayed here for more than 5 months. Chapter 297, I've already stayed here for more than 5 months. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. After the jacketed man left, Seiji attempted to interact with other humans as well as non-humans. No matter what he did or said in front of everything and everyone, they all had zero reaction and continued to do whatever they were doing. Seiji was now certain that all of them were similar to NPCs. NPC stood for non-player character. These characters were common in just about every game. Seiji had played various open-world RPG games in his past life, such as Assassin's Creed, The Witcher, and so on. There were large amounts of realistic NPCs in those games that walked, talked, and performed various actions. But no matter how realistic they were still only fake humans that would act according to their programmed actions, just like puppets or humanoid androids that were capable of moving on their own. All the living creatures in this city were like NPCs. Although Seiji hadn't explored the entire city, he believed that this was likely to be the case. He didn't try anything too extreme as a test, for example breaking the scenery, because he didn't know what would happen. If he was viewed as an enemy invader and every creature here ganged up on him, that would be bad. This wasn't a game, after all. He couldn't find out any information, so how was he supposed to find Sensei's consciousness? Seiji thought about it, and tried imagining a dog that would be able to track Sensei down. This tactic failed. He tried imagining being able to cast a spell that would directly help him see Sensei's location. This also failed. He tried to imagine a spell that would allow him to view the entire city. Another failure. Everything he tried ended up failing. Was he really going to have to search through this entire city by himself? He racked his brains for a solution. If Sensei's consciousness was still awake, then... Seiji thought of another method, so he decided to fly into the sky and imagine a large cannon. Fire. The cannon shot out a burst of light that exploded into brilliant, long-lasting fireworks. Seiji observed all the living creatures' reactions. There was no reaction from anything, which was very good for him. He continued flying above the city and shot fireworks everywhere. If Mayuzumi's consciousness was still awake, then she would surely notice him upon seeing these fireworks. Seiji also imagined a holographic projector and made it continuously project his image in the sky. The enormous hologram version of himself flew back and forth above the city, and it caused Seiji to feel rather embarrassed. After doing this for a while, he suddenly saw a small firework shoot up from a part of the city. Seiji instantly flew in that direction. He arrived at an apartment. Standing in front of the apartment on the street was Sensei. Seiji flew in Mayuzumi's direction. The manga author stood there dazed as she watched the golden red iron-armored figure descend from the sky and land next to her. Seiji opened up the mask to reveal his face. I finally found you, Sensei. Hirano-kun, how did you? I imagined this iron suit of armor. How is it? Pretty cool, right? Seiji made what he imagined to be a cool-looking pose. It is pretty cool. Mayuzumi blinked. But what I wanted to ask was, why I'm here, right? Seiji chuckled. Of course, I'm here to find you, Hirano-kun. Mayuzumi's eyes sparkled. We can't waste any time here. You'll learn the situation anyways once you wake up in real life. We should leave this place immediately. Seiji paused here for a moment. President, did you hear me earlier? I found Sensei. There was no response. President. Seiji felt an ominous premonition. He shouted for Natsuya several more times, but received no response at all. Did something happen? Is it that my voice can't reach her? Or did something happen in the outside world? Seiji's expression became serious. Mayuzumi watched him quietly. I apologize, Sensei, maybe something has happened, Seiji explained. It should be fine after we wait for a while. My apologies, Hirano-kun. You've been trapped here as well because of me, Mayuzumi said, sighing. It's just a small problem. I've already located you, and as long as the president can get in contact with me again, she can wake both of us up. Seiji smiled reassuringly. No need to worry. The president is quite strong. She'll definitely be able to handle things. Mayuzumi remained silent and lowered her head slightly. By the way, did you meet with anything here in this world? Seiji asked her out of concern. No. I wasn't harmed, Mayuzumi answered softly. It's just... Hirano-kun, how much time has passed outside in the real world? Time? In the real world, from when I discovered that Sensei fainted to when I entered, I think it was slightly over 1 hour, Seiji replied. After all, the preparations for casting the spell to enter Ryo Tachibana's soul had taken some time. As I thought. Mayuzumi slowly lifted her head. Time here flows differently to time outside. I've already stayed here for over 5 months, Haruta-kun, she said in a grave tone, looking up into his eyes. Over 5 months? Seiji was astonished at this. Over 5 months. He inwardly repeated it one more time. Peach-sensei had a serious expression, and she obviously wasn't joking. Mayuzumi Amami had really stayed inside this soul world for over 5 months. Yet only an hour had passed in the real world. Seiji was rendered speechless. Excel World, Inception, Interstellar, and other such anime and movies flashed through his mind. Time flowing at different rates was a common occurrence in many anime, manga, and movies. The Room of Spirit and Time from Dragon Ball was a classic example. Staying 1 year in that room would only cause 1 day to pass in the real world. And Sensei's experience was even more exaggerated. The time ratio wasn't 1 day to 1 year, she'd spent almost half a year in the world while a mere hour had passed in the real world. Seiji fell silent. He didn't know what to say anymore, and could only look at Mayuzumi blankly. Mayuzumi also looked back at him. After a while, she retracted her gaze. "Follow me," the manga author said, walking into the apartment. Seiji followed after her. He cancelled the iron armor transformation as he entered the apartment. They took the elevator to an upper floor. After exiting the elevator, they started walking down the corridor. A middle-aged woman walked up to them and warmly greeted Mayuzumi when she saw her. Seiji's gaze focused on the woman. Although the middle-aged woman had greeted the manga author warmly, she hadn't even spared him a glance. Mayuzumi also responded to the woman as if she were talking to an ordinary neighbor. Afterwards, the woman walked off. Seiji followed Mayuzumi to her apartment. The inside of the room was unfamiliar to him. "This is the Tachibana residence," Mayuzumi explained. "This is where Ryo Tachibana and her parents lived." Ryo. She's currently at school, her father is overseas on an extended long-term business trip, and her mother is me, but... Seiji was astonished for the umpteenth time upon hearing this. "She's treating me as her mother," Mayuzumi said, sighing. "If I deny it, she'll start crying and make everything around here turn really frightening." "I can understand. I have a similar experience." Seiji recalled meeting the younger version of Shika. This was Ryo Tachibana's soul. She had the power to influence the entire environment here, not to mention there was also some mysterious power present. Mayuzumi would be completely unable to defy Ryo. "In the past 5 months, I've always been living together with her. That child, it's as if she's living in a dream, and she can't sense anything abnormal here. I accompany her and follow her by doing anything she wants, and I haven't been harmed, but still. At first, I still wondered what I should do, and tried various things, but none of it worked. And finally, I began getting used to it." Mayuzumi looked towards Seiji again. "When you appeared, at first I thought that I was finally hallucinating, and didn't react at all. Thank you for coming to find me, and I'm so sorry that you've also been trapped here. Even though maybe I shouldn't be saying this at such a time, but I'm really happy." A faint smile spread across the manga author's face. "I'm truly happy to see you again." Crystal clear tears began to roll down from her eyes. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 298, Do your best to get along well with him. Chapter 298, Do your best to get along well with him. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Sensei. Seiji was moved to his core. He wanted to say something but felt that words were insufficient to describe how moved he was. Instead, he chose to walk over to Mayuzumi and hug her. Haruta-kun. Mayuzumi was obviously surprised by his sudden action. And then, she slowly closed her eyes and hugged the boy back. After a few moments, she began crying. Wah, wah, wah. She had been stuck here for over 5 months. Even she herself was unable to put her torturous experience into words. At this moment, Seiji had finally appeared to save her, and it was Mayuzumi's first opportunity to vent her emotions since she'd arrived in the soul world. Wah. Fear, pain, loneliness, discomfort, various emotions finally broke through her numbed emotions and poured out together with her tears. You've been so strong, sensei. Mayuzumi, Seiji thought solemnly. He hugged her tightly and allowed her tears to dampen his shirt. A long time later, Mayuzumi finally stopped crying and let go of him. She smiled at Seiji despite her reddened eyes. Seiji also smiled back at her. What were they supposed to do next? The first thing that came to mind was to wait. Wait and believe that Natsuya Yorihana would be able to take care of the problem on her side and contact Seiji again, no matter what the problem was. Seiji trusted the president. But how long would they have to wait? 1 hour in reality was equal to almost half a year here. With that ratio, even if it took only 10 minutes to deal with whatever problem that cropped up, they would have to wait for nearly 1 month in the soul world. Optimistically thinking about it, it might take less than 10 minutes. But pessimistically, it would take half a year or even a full year. Seiji felt that it was best not to run down this avenue of thought anymore. The most important task they had was finding a way of convincing Ryo Tachibana to accept the truth. They had to tell her that her mother had already passed away, and that Mayuzumi Amami was someone else. They had to help her to truly accept that her mother was no longer in this world, so that she would release Mayuzumi. This was something that Mayuzumi had tried already. However, she'd failed. If he tried again, would he be able to succeed? This question is meaningless, as I have yet to try my absolute best. He felt that it was pointless to wait without doing anything. Although it was possible that the president would contact him before he could convince Ryo and they would succeed in breaking free, making an effort to do something was always better than standing around and doing nothing. Perhaps the president would be able to contact him after he convinced Ryo. That was why he absolutely had to convince Ryo. And if he couldn't convince her, and they waited for too long, what else could they do? Kill Ryo Tachibana? No. No matter if it was even possible or not, she was only an elementary school girl. She was just a girl that had lost both of her parents in a traffic accident. Everything was due to that accident, Hinako Haza's death, and the mysterious power that she had accidentally summoned 10 years ago. Ryo Tachibana was innocent. In fact, she was a victim as well. To kill such a young and innocent girl. Seiji was unable to do such a thing. So, if it came to it, he would choose to load. Unless things came to a dead end, he decided to try his very best to do what he should do. Sensei, let's discuss Ryo Tachibana. Seiji said after he had finished contemplating. Ryo Tachibana returned home. She was rather surprised to see a rather handsome older boy relaxing on her sofa at home. Who is he, she thought to herself. Hello, little sister Tachibana. Seiji smiled at her. Do you still remember me? Hello, big brother. Ryo blinked questioningly. Who are you? She didn't remember him, just as Peach Sensei had told him. Ryo had forgotten meeting Peach Sensei and him at the school festival. It seems that you don't remember. Well, there's no helping it, since we only met once. It was when you went to go play at Genhana High School's festival together with your uncle. Seiji continued to smile. My uncle? Ryo echoed, confused. I haven't played together with my uncle in a really long time. She had forgotten an entire year's worth of memories together with Shahei Hirai. In her mind, her parents had never died, and similarly, she had never been adopted by her uncle. That's why you wouldn't remember me, it's been so long. Seiji maintained his smile as his eyes flashed. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Seigo Harano. I'm your mother's friend. Mother's friend? At this moment, Mayuzumi entered the living room. Mom! Ryo called excitedly. Welcome home, Ryo, Mayuzumi said warmly. This big brother says that he's your friend, Mom. Yes, he is. Mayuzumi smiled as she glanced at Seiji. He's your mother's good friend. Due to some issues, he's going to start living here from today onwards. Get along well with him, Ryo. Live here. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. That's right. Sorry to bother you with this temporary stay. Seiji chuckled. I won't live here for free. I'll help your mother out with the chores, and I can even help you with your homework or play games together with you. I don't need you to help me. Nor do I need you to play with me. The little girl automatically rejected him. No need to say that, your mother told us to get along. Let's be friends, Ryo-chan. Don't call me Ryo-chan, the little girl said, snorting. How about little sister Tachibana? That's no good either. Sister Ryo. So disgusting. Little sister Ryo. Even worse. The little girl kept up a stream of forceful retorts. Seiji enjoyed his playful talk with Ryo and cleverly manipulated the topic of conversation so that she imperceptibly started to lose her feelings of rejection towards him. Mayuzumi smiled as she watched all this. Actually, she was quite nervous inside, because if Ryo didn't accept him, then. Fortunately, what she worried about didn't come to happen. Although Ryo didn't seem too happy, she accepted this sudden strange big brother and agreed to allow him to live in her home. That night, Mayuzumi and Seiji cooked a huge feast together. During dinner, Seiji used appropriate conversation topics to have a fun discussion with the family and told them all sorts of interesting stories. Ryo felt that this dinner was a lot livelier than usual, and her mother also smiled a lot more as well. She had lots of fun. This big brother didn't seem bad to her at all. Later, when she was doing her homework, this big brother really did come and help her. Under his instruction, she completed all the questions easily, even the ones she felt were difficult. Homework was over with so much faster than was typical. Afterwards, they played games together. Ryo played together with him on a team against the computer. They had lots of fun and beat a level that she could never beat by herself before. She got to see a new level and boss monster. After they lost to the new boss monster, the big brother taught her about what went wrong and created a new strategy. After they challenged the boss again, they succeeded in defeating it. Ryo felt like she was having the time of her life. In the past, when she played together with her mother, they weren't so successful in their games. When this big brother said that it was getting late and that it was time to sleep, she didn't even want to go to bed and wanted to play a little longer with him. Let's play tomorrow. Although I want to play the next level together with Ryo-chan as well, sleeping too late will be bad for your body, the big brother said, smiling. Especially since Ryo-chan is currently growing, only by sleeping properly can you grow from a child beauty to an adult beauty. The child beauty Ryo felt rather embarrassed to hear this, and her face started heating up. Good night, Ryo-chan. Good night, brother Harano. This was the first time she directly addressed him by his name. When he heard this, his handsome smile seemed to become even brighter. Ryo became even more embarrassed and daintily ran off. Seiji's smile slowly faded as he watched her leave. He felt that his first night had been rather successful. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 299, Could Her True Wish Actually Be? Chapter 299, Could Her True Wish Actually Be? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Yep, this incident arose from the story of 100 Demons game, which is based on the Night of 100 Demons, so maybe it's not an appropriate suggestion. Despite this, I think transforming into Blue Lantern Ghost is a way for you to confront your fears directly. Seiji rubbed his chin. Sensei, you know about Blue Lantern Ghost, right? I do, Mayuzumi replied. It's the lantern that's used in ancient times when playing the Story of 100 Demons game, right? That's right. Lanterns with blue covers can transform into this type of demon. Some say that they're tiny demons who carry lanterns. Others believe they're young women who like to listen to ghost stories, or female demons who collect ghost stories. In short, there are many different views about this. At any rate, it's a demon with no set appearance. Seiji's eyes flashed with a strange light. I personally believe that Blue Lantern Ghost is a beautiful female demon and one of the strongest among all demons. That's because she was born from gathering 100 ghost stories. If you think about it, isn't that equal to the Night of 100 Demons? Just this one demon is equal to 100 demons, so of course she's incredibly strong. Sensei is a beautiful manga author, which could be reworded as a beautiful woman who continually tells stories. Although you don't tell ghost stories, modern-day fantasy manga and anime probably seem similar to ghost stories for ancient people, so it could sort of count as tales of the abnormal. A beautiful woman who tells tales of the abnormal receives powerful strength from the Story of 100 Demons ritual. If you view it like this, isn't this almost exactly like Blue Lantern Ghost? You could definitely transform into a powerful, beautiful demon. Mayuzumi was rendered speechless by all this. Cough cough, excuse me for getting somewhat carried away. Seiji did his best to retract his excitement. Please don't mind me and treat that as a joke. My thought process suddenly exploded on me, so I apologize. The manga author chuckled. Blue Lantern Ghost, a powerful female demon. Honestly, Haruta-kun? Technically, telling her to transform into a demon was rather rude, but she didn't dislike it. A beautiful and powerful female demon. If I can really transform into something like this, perhaps I'll be able to truly conquer my fear. Mayuzumi thought of it like this. The third day in Ryo's soul. After Ryo went to school, Seiji took Mayuzumi outside to go meet with the angel-winged Seiji and the others. And then everyone had fun chatting and playing cards together. Whoops, Mayuzumi did as Seiji suggested and tried to influence them using her imagination. After a while, the angel-winged Seiji said, "I'm your companion, I'll fight for your sake." Seiji decided to create a wooden target dummy with his imagination and asked Mayuzumi to imagine that it was her enemy. Then, the angel-winged Seiji really took action and smashed the target dummy to pieces with a single punch, but after a few more tests, they confirmed that this indeed worked. Seiji and Mayuzumi were both in high spirits from this. By the end of this day, Mayuzumi successfully converted Seiji, Saki, Mai, and Hoshi to her cause. She now had a total of 4 characters willing to fight for her, and she even succeeded in increasing their combat strength. The situation was developing even better than they expected. The 4th day. Chiaki, Mika, Keiho, and Mayuzumi were also converted successfully. As planned, Mayuzumi divided them into 2 small teams of 4. Seiji acted as their opponent for a practice battle. And he was almost defeated. Together, these 2 small teams had excellent combat strength, and he was unprepared for their combination attacks. He had to get serious in order to gain the upper hand. Seiji gave Mayuzumi a big thumbs up after the practice fight. This is great. Let's continue adding companions and creating combat teams. The manga author revealed a delighted smile. The 5th and 6th day passed, time marched on just like this. Mayuzumi converted more and more NPCs every day and continued to increase the strength of her army. On the other side, Ryo grew closer and closer to Seiji and grew to like him more and more. Every day they would do homework and play games together. Every weekend they would go out to have fun. Together they toured the streets, visited the amusement park, went camping, and explored the aquarium. Seiji was happy to see the little girl having fun. Disregarding the nature of their situation, it was actually pretty fun living together with Mayuzumi and Ryo. It was also an experience that gave him some benefits. After all, since they were living together, he saw the beautiful manga author in so many different ways. He got to see her while she was cooking, immediately after she finished showering, and when she woke up. On a few occasions, he saw her making silly mistakes, and once he even saw her when she was in the middle of changing her clothes. Cough cough. At any rate, he would occasionally get lucky. Not to mention the gentlemanly benefits such as bathing or hanging panties and bras out to dry. He was truly grateful for these opportunities. After they felt that it would be okay, Seiji and Mayuzumi moved on to the next phase of their plan. I have some things to do, so I won't be coming back tonight. Ryo, stay at home and watch the house together with brother Harano. Ryo was dissatisfied with her mother's words, but after Seiji's gentle coaxing, she agreed. She didn't have any particular reaction to the fact that her mother was absent for the entire night. With Seiji accompanying her, the next morning arrived just as normal. This was a symbolic first step. Afterwards, Mayuzumi continued to leave the house for extended periods, slowly getting Ryo accustomed to the fact that her mother would not always be at home. The next step was to increase the time that Mayuzumi remained away from the house. At first, it was 2 days. Then, 3 days. During this, Seiji paid close attention to Ryo's condition. Whenever she began to show obvious signs of loneliness, he would come to her room before she fell asleep and tell her stories as a way of coaxing her. For example, the story of the Feather Cloak Girl. The plot was basically about how a boy found an extravagant feather cloak and later met a crying girl. When he asked what was wrong, he learned that she had lost her feather cloak. The boy returned the feather cloak he picked up to her, causing her to become overjoyed. After she thanked him, she put on the feather cloak and turned into a bird that flew away. Afterwards, the boy grew into an adult and met a beautiful woman. They fell in love with each other, got married, and gave birth to a cute baby girl. Later, the husband felt that his wife was keeping a secret from him. He secretly investigated and found that his wife was hiding an extravagant familiar feather cloak, which he took and confronted his wife with. However, his wife gave a deep sigh, put on the feather cloak, turned into a bird, and flew away. The husband greatly regretted his actions and fell ill as a result. In the end, he died of illness caused by depression. Their daughter was left all alone and continuously cried. Finally, their daughter saw a large bird bring a feather cloak to her, and she put it on. She also transformed into a bird and flew away with the large bird. It was a rather tragic bedtime story, but it was Ryo's favorite story. She had Mayuzumi tell it to her countless times already. Seiji surmised that the feathered woman's ethereal figure he saw in the real world was created from Ryo's image of her mother combined with the feather cloak woman from this story. This story probably represented one of Ryo's deepest memories of her mother Hinako Haza. He didn't know what the specific connection was. Mayuzumi had asked Ryo long ago why she liked this story so much. Her only answer was that she enjoyed listening to it. What part of it was enjoyable? Mayuzumi had asked. Ryo replied by saying that it was enjoyable because it was enjoyable. This was a complete child's answer. It didn't answer the question at all. Although Seiji knew that it was probably meaningless, he still tried asking again. Why do you like this tragic story? Because the mother came back and took her daughter to fly away with her. Ryo muttered. Then, she blinked and revealed a confused expression. What did I say just now, brother Harano? Seiji looked at her and blinked as well. You said that this story was enjoyable to listen to. Ryo Tachibana, could her true wish actually be? He inwardly sighed. He reached out his hand and patted the girl's head. Good night, Ryo-chan. The little girl didn't respond. It seemed that she had fallen asleep. Seiji got up and left. After he exited Ryo's room and closed the door, some light green feathers quietly appeared, floating in the air for a few brief seconds. After that, they disappeared just as quietly as they had appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, just thinking about it is scary. Chapter 300, Just thinking about it is scary. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Gradually, the memories trickled in. Mayuzumi recalled a multitude of broken, chaotic scenes. Endless darkness, a blood-red moon, a broken-down house, figures of maniacal shadows. She stayed alone in that nightmare, overcome by bone-piercing terror. It was bereft of everything but despair. Her overwhelming sense of fear made her hesitate, but as long as she could see that person and feel that he was by her side, he would give her the courage to recall those memories. And so, she tried her best to clearly remember those things. One day, when Rio was at school, she remembered them in their entirety. 10 years ago, Mayuzumi said abruptly, I also met with something similar to this. After the literature club president Hinako Haza blew out the last candle and something scary appeared, my consciousness was also trapped in a world. I think it was my own soul realm. That place was far scarier than this one, and I was also the only one there, so I was terrified. I stayed there for a very, very long time. I felt like I was going insane, perhaps I really did go insane. Mayuzumi lowered her head slightly. That must be the time when you fainted for a day, Seiji said gently after a moment's thought. Actually, you were unconscious for more than a day before you woke up. If we go by the time ratio in Rio's soul realm, then, you must have stayed there for at least 10 years. 10 years. In a terrifying world. By herself. Just thinking about it was scary. No, the word scary was insufficient to describe such an experience. Anyone would go insane. It was highly possible, perhaps even definite. You don't need to think too deeply about this, Seiji told her decisively. You just need to remember that you previously had such an experience, that's enough. Mayuzumi nodded. Yeah. By the way, why did you remember? Is it because we're in a similar environment now? I don't know, maybe so. Mayuzumi lifted her head. Now that I've recalled it, I finally understand that all my nightmares were actually my memories of being trapped in my own soul realm. After I woke up at that time, I forgot those memories, but they still remained, deep within my unconscious mind. My androphobia is actually because of this as well. While I was in college, I met with various bothersome things and didn't want to take a step outside my house, because many things would unconsciously awaken some of my memories and overlap those terrifying memories with reality. This caused my phobia. I'm not truly afraid of the men in real life. I'm afraid of those, maniacal, terrifying puppets in that frightening soul realm. I think that I was killed by those frightening puppets, many, many times. Stop thinking about it. Seiji berated in a loud voice. You only need to remember the basics. Mayuzumi stopped describing it to him. A moment of silence fell between them. It's good that we now know the source of your nightmares and phobia, Seiji said after some consideration. Although they stem from this mysterious power, the direct source of your pain isn't the mysterious power, but rather your own memories. We don't know how to dispel this mysterious power within you quite yet, but memories can be sealed with certain spells. After we wake up, I'll ask the president to cast a memory sealing spell on you. It will completely wipe your terrifying memories, which might be able to cure your nightmares and phobia. Seiji smiled reassuringly at her. Being stuck in here hasn't been without its benefits, sensei. Yeah. Mayuzumi smiled back at him. Then, Seiji's expression froze over as he thought of something. Sensei, about those memories, are you able to stop yourself from thinking about them any more deeply? Mayuzumi's expression also froze over. She knew what Seiji meant with this question. I don't know. Mayuzumi had suddenly recalled those memories on her own. She was uncertain if she could use her own willpower to stop those memories from coming back. She could only try. The situation took a turn for the worse. Peach-sensei was unable to stop her own memories from returning. Ever since that discussion she had with Seiji, she stopped intentionally thinking of those things, but those scenes and those sensations would still keep reappearing at an increasingly frequent pace. Seiji noticed that Mayuzumi's mental condition was deteriorating. He tried using his own ability of imagination in the soul realm to cast a memory sealing spell upon her, but failed. The situation kept worsening even further. Finally, Mayuzumi began having nightmares again. These nightmares were far worse than the ones she had in the real world. She felt as if she returned to that terrifying place in her dreams and was experiencing everything there all over again. I have to take action now, Seiji thought as he looked at Mayuzumi's pale face. If things continued like this, she would be forced to bear an increasingly heavy burden, which would only send the situation into a downward spiral. There was only one thing he could do. Although the preparations weren't entirely complete, they had to. Sensei, let's proceed with the final step of our plan. Ryo's mother had fallen ill. She was extremely worried when she saw that her mother's complexion worsened every day. She prayed for her mother to get better, but it didn't help. Then, her mother had to stay in the hospital. Ryo went to visit her mother every day. However, her mother's illness still didn't improve. Instead, her mother showed signs of weakening every day. Ryo began to fold paper origami cranes. Brother Harano accompanied her in folding them. She folded cranes and prayed every day. She folded a countless number of paper cranes. But why isn't Mother's illness getting any better? After one visit, Ryo threw a temper tantrum. She tore up an unfinished paper crane to pieces and randomly threw some already finished paper cranes as tears welled up in her eyes. Because it's a very serious illness, a calm voice told her. It came from Brother Harano. He picked up the paper cranes she threw on the ground and put them back on the table. Once someone gets a serious illness, it's quite difficult to cure. Why did Mom get such a serious illness? Ryo asked sharply. Brother Harano looked in her direction. The look in his eyes. Ryo felt that it was rather strange. It has to do with you, Ryo-chan, he told her in a serious tone. What? Ryo was confused by this. The fact that she has a serious illness actually has to do with you. You did something rather bad to her, which is one of the reasons why she fell ill. To Mom. Ryo was even more confused. She didn't understand what Brother Harano was saying at all. I didn't. No, you did. It's just that you forgot, or you're intentionally trying to forget. Seiji looked into the little girl's eyes. I'm not. Ryo shouted angrily. Brother Harano, you're lying. Her eyes turned blood red. The room instantly darkened, and gray-black shadowy figures appeared. Large mouths with sharp teeth suddenly opened up on the walls, and numerous eyeballs appeared on the ceiling. Cold black mist rose up from the floorboard. Seiji imagined a barrier which blocked the black mist that was attempting to curl itself around him and continued to look calmly at Ryo. I'm on your side, Ryo-chan, he told her gently. I don't want to lie to you, and I also want her to get better. I would like for you to get better as well. Throwing a temper tantrum won't accomplish anything. Let's calm down and talk properly. I'll listen to anything you have to say, and do what I can do for you, because I'm your friend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4. Chapter 301, Do you remember what your mother looks like? Chapter 301, Do you remember what your mother looks like? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. He had helped Ryo with her homework, played games together with her, and accompanied her outside. Seiji may have been partially acting when he spent so much time with Ryo, but he also truly wanted to help her out. Brother Harano. The red in Ryo's eyes slowly subsided after hearing his gentle and sincere persuasion. The shadowy figures vanished, the mouths and eyes disappeared, and the black mist dissipated as everything returned to normal. I don't know, Rio muttered. If you don't remember, then take your time. Seiji smiled faintly. By the way, are you hungry? How about I cook something delicious for you? Rio was rather confused. Why did Brother Harano say that to me? Did I really do something terrible to Mommy? She couldn't recall anything at all, but it didn't seem like Brother Harano was lying to her. He didn't say anything else in response to her denial. He treated her just as gently as always, he seemed sadder than usual. Time continued to pass by. Her mother's illness kept getting worse and worse, and apparently she would have to go overseas, to another country in order to receive treatment. The way Rio understood it, that was a very, very far away place. She didn't want this, and she wasn't willing to accept it. Her mother smiled gently in response to her willful selfishness. If Rio doesn't want me to leave, then I'll just stay here, her mother told her. But if you stay here, your illness won't be cured, and you'll end up dying, Brother Harano said. Death. Rio felt a chill from this. It was as if she was looking into a deep, icy cold, pitch-black abyss. In that abyss was something scary that she definitely didn't want to know about. Mommy will die? No. I don't want this. Her mother was still smiling gently and looking at her. However, Brother Harano was looking at her mother with an expression filled with sadness. Is it my fault? Am I in the wrong to not want Mommy to leave? Brother Harano, if Mommy goes overseas, will she be able to get better? I don't know, it's just that if she stays behind here, she definitely won't get better. Why were things like this? Rio felt like this was all so wrong. Even going overseas might not cure her mother, and staying behind meant that her mother definitely wouldn't get better. This was wrong. She felt discomfort and confusion. After they finished visiting her mother, left the hospital, and returned home, she was still in a state of confusion. Brother Harano finished cooking dinner for them. She had zero appetite. He didn't eat anything either and simply sat across from her, watching her in silence. Brother Harano. Yes? What should I do? That's something that you have to decide for yourself, Ryo-chan, Seiji told her gently. Perhaps it's a bit difficult for you, but since you've met with such a situation, you should face it head on. The little girl remains silent. Everyone is like this. After meeting with something painful, even if they don't want to, they still have to face and bear it before surpassing it. It's just like if you were walking on a road, if you suddenly fell into a pit and injured yourself, it would definitely hurt. But even if it hurts so much that you don't want to move, you can't stay down in the pit forever, that's no good. Telling yourself that you actually didn't fall down is no good either. Moving will hurt, but not moving at all will also be painful. And, as time passes, your situation will just become worse. You must climb out of the pit. If you can't do it by yourself, then you should call for help, and someone will come help you, such as me. Seiji looked directly into Ryo's eyes. I will help you. However, Ryo-chan, first you must recognize the situation and make a decision by yourself. Do you prefer to continue on in your state of pain, or bravely face the pain? Rio didn't answer him. That night, she didn't say another word. She only spoke again on the next day after visiting her mother in the hospital again. Mommy, you should go overseas for treatment. Is that all right? Only by going overseas will Mommy be able to get better, which is why. Rio sniffled. I'll do my best. Her mother had a gentle look in her eyes. Rio, you've matured. She smiled softly and gently as she patted the little girl's head. Rio glanced at Brother Harano beside her as she felt this warmth. She saw that he was also smiling faintly. You've become braver. That's excellent, Rio-chan, Seiji praised her sincerely. Rio was delighted to hear this. She felt that she had done the correct thing. Her mother had left. There would be a very long time where she wouldn't be able to see her mother, but that was fine. Brother Harano will accompany me all the way until Mommy returns. Mommy's illness will definitely get better. I'll fold paper cranes every day and pray for Mommy. Rio withstood her loneliness with those feelings within her. Time passed day by day. Many days ended up passing. Her mother stopped calling back home. Brother Harano almost never mentioned her mother. Whenever Rio asked him, she noticed that the sadness on his face seemed to grow heavier and heavier. She had an ominous premonition. She wanted to speak to her mother again. She wanted to see her mother again. But why can't I? Rio shouted out loudly after her request to call her mother was denied once again. Brother Harano didn't answer and simply looked at her in silence. I want to talk to Mommy. I haven't heard her voice in so long. I've endured for so long without Mommy, I always waited. But why? The little girl revealed a pained expression. Why can't I even talk to her? The surroundings changed again. Fearsome things appeared from every corner of the room, and black mist swirled around her. Seiji sighed. You do have reason to be angry, but this isn't right, Ryo-chan. As long as you don't act like this, I'll tell you everything that you want to know. Is that all right? Rio looked at him levelly. Everything around them gradually returned to normal. Let us sit down and have a good discussion. The two of them sat down in the living room. Ryo-chan, do you remember what your mother looks like? Brother Harano asked what Rio perceived to be a strange question. Of course I do. Then please try your best to remember as clearly as possible. The last time that you saw your mother, Hinako Tachibana, what did she look like? Seiji asked calmly, looking directly at Rio. The last time that she saw her mother. Rio tried to recall. Then, she noticed that something was wrong. The way her mother looked, she was unable to recall it. Why? Even though I've missed her so much and was able to remember her so clearly, Rio did her best to remember, but her mother's face remained hazy. Why is it like this? Why are things like this? Rio sunk into a state of confusion. Is it that you can't recall? Seiji asked softly. In that case, let me ask a different question. Do you still remember what your mother that lived here looked like? Rio felt that this was another strange question. Mommy that lived here is just Mommy. She's indeed who you call Mommy, but do you remember what her real appearance is? Real appearance. Rio reflexively tried thinking about it, but discovered that, once again, she couldn't remember. What's going on? Not only was she confused, she was now scared as well. Why? You can't remember again, right? Seiji kept looking at her. Brother Harano, Rio seemed like she was on the verge of tears, and fear showed in her eyes. Be courageous, Ryo-chan. I know that it's very painful, but just like before, you can surpass it, Seiji told her gently. Don't be defeated by pain and sadness, and face them properly so that you can see the truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302, You've been having a really long dream. Chapter 302, You've been having a really long dream. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Truth? What was the truth? Rio didn't understand. You can't remember the last time that you saw your real mother Hinako Tachibana because you intentionally forgot. You can't remember the real appearance of the mother that accompanied you here for so long because you never truly looked at her for who she was. Seiji talked to Rio using the gentlest yet serious tone he could. You're dreaming, Ryo-chan. This is your dream world, not reality. You've been having a really long dream. Rio didn't know what to say. She heard what Brother Harano said to her, but she didn't understand. I'm dreaming? How is that possible? In this dream, you believed that your mother Hanako Tachibana was still alive and treated another person as your mother. Even if she told things to you herself, you couldn't accept it. You treated her as your mother, but you didn't actually listen to her at all or see her for who she truly was. This was a terrible thing to do to her. This can't be, Rio thought. This can't be possible. Her name is actually Mayuzumi Amami. She was your mother's high school classmate. You forced her to act as your mother, which made her suffer. She didn't hate you for this. She just felt that having you continue like this wasn't good, so she hoped that you would be able to become braver and stronger, so that you didn't have to dream anymore, so that you could face reality. It's false. This is all a big lie. Seiji looked deeply at Rio, who was obviously confused. Look at me, he suddenly boomed. Rio trembled involuntarily, spooked by the abrupt noise. She focused her gaze on the boy in front of her again. Don't run away, because this is impossible to run away from. Don't avert your gaze, because you must look at it. Don't think that this is just a lie, because this is the truth. Seiji looked into Ryo's eyes and continued in a powerful voice, even though you are just a child, if you meet with something like this, you still need to face it head on. This is cruel. This is painful. However, it has to be this way, because there's no running away from the truth. Be brave, be strong, Rio. If possible, Seiji would have preferred to use white lies to fool her and let her know the truth once she was slightly older. But due to the mysterious power, this was no longer possible. I'm sorry. He apologized inwardly. I know that you don't want to accept or admit it, but you saw it for yourself, and you actually realize it as well. It's just that you've always been lying to and deceiving yourself. If things continue like this, your heart will eventually break. I want you to get better. I'd like to be able to play and laugh together with you in real life rather than living like this in a dream. Seiji tried his utmost to express his heartfelt feelings within his message. Brother Harano. Rio looked at him. She felt his heartfelt intentions. Listen well, Ryo-chan, Seiji said. The truth of the matter in real life is actually, your mother Hanako Tachibana has actually died already. Together with your father Kanzuya Tachibana, you were there at the scene. Ryo's mind went blank upon hearing this. Mommy is already dead? Together with Daddy? Impossible. However, some memories gradually resurfaced. Bloody streaks, broken car seats, a terrible stench, snacks scattered all over with blood trails on them. Wah! She was scared to the point where she suddenly screamed. That was because those memories were so clear, it was as if they had really happened. They had indeed happened. She didn't want to admit it, but that was what her memory was telling her. This was the truth. Rio. Her blood-streaked mother said, looking at her. I'm sorry. Her eyes lost the light of life. Mommy. There was nothing but icy darkness. In it, something tremendous and fearsome rushed over her. Boom. Seiji broke out of the apartment. He was forced to do so, as Rio had transformed into her dark form and integrated into the apartment. He wanted to say something more to her, but numerous monsters suddenly appeared, forcing him to escape. From outside, he could see that the entire apartment had turned into what resembled a monster nest. Many gigantic tentacles with eyes and sharp teeth were waving from the apartment building, and countless gray-black shadowy figures were flying out from there. The apartment's resident NPCs had also transformed into monstrous forms. Even his Iron Man armor could barely stand up to their attacks. Seiji immediately imagined himself in a huge robot that was equipped with a full array of Gatling guns and floating cannons, but it managed to impede the monster nest's attacks, but the effectiveness was limited. With the monster nest as the center, darkness rushed out in all directions. It turned everything it touched into something out of a Lovecraftian horror. Just looking at them would drain anyone's sanity meter at a rapid pace. Fortunately, Seiji had a resolute spirit, so his sanity value would drop rather slowly. He suddenly had the idea to imagine a filter. Seiji immediately installed a filter for anything too disgusting or horrifying in the robot's display screen. Hey, it seems even worse now that everything is only mosaics. He tried switching the filter to holy light mode, but to his chagrin, it almost blinded him. Then he tried switching to a beautifying mode like what many cell phone apps could do, he supposed that he could tolerate this. Let's go with this then. After Seiji took care of the matter of his vision, he was able to fight wholeheartedly. However, the rate of everything darkening was too quick. Enemy monsters were multiplying exponentially, and humongous monsters were beginning to appear as well. He really wanted to cast some sort of ultimate ability to clear everything away, but he was unable to use such high-level spells in the Soul Realm without Natsuya's support. Just as Seiji was beginning to get disadvantaged, along monorail, several gigantic airships, and approximately 10 strange-shaped flying dragons arrived. On the monorail, the airships, and the dragons were countless numbers of well-armed characters from Honey Candy Girl. Girls armed with swords, knives, guns, staves, claws, cannons, whips, axes, hammers, and spears. Well, there were only girls because Mayuzumi could only draw girl characters. There were also various ferociously impressive mythological creatures. As they approached, all these characters drew their weapons, jumped down onto the ground, and began attacking the monsters while making cool poses. This was an impressive sight to behold. It seemed just like a royal army. Haruta-kun. Mayuzumi waved from on top of the monorail to the huge robot. Sensei. Seiji had his robot wave back at her. Beside Mayuzumi was the angel-attired Seiji. He carried Mayuzumi in his arms as he flew down from the monorail and approached the robot. Seiji welcomed them into his robot's cockpit. Mayuzumi's complexion didn't seem so good. She had been suffering from nightmares all these days. Fortunately, she resisted to the best of her abilities. With her strong resolution, she was able to persist. Meanwhile, she continued to persuade NPCs to fight for her cause. With the number of Honey Candy Girl characters that she had gathered, it was basically an army. Amazing! This was Seiji's honest opinion. Rio is inside that apartment that's turned into a monster nest. We need to defeat the monster nest. We have to find her and be able to talk to her again. He immediately briefed the situation Mayuzumi. Sensei, try to use your imagination to prevent the darkness from spreading. If that's not possible, then just command your army to the best of your ability. Okay. Mayuzumi nodded in agreement. This was to be a battle. Their objective was to suppress Rio's dark form and do their best to convince her. The Honey Candy Girl army began their fierce offense. Every character had enormous strength and excellent cooperation, which further improved their combat strength. Seiji was astounded that Sensei had successfully trained them to such an extent. The monsters that were transformed by the darkness were instantly destroyed like they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Numerous ultimate abilities the likes of which were rarely seen in anime were continuously being cast, lighting up the sky with dazzling flashes. If only a picture could be taken of this scene, it would definitely seem like an epic scene of an army of heroes facing off against the minions of evil. Seiji wished that there was some background music playing for this scene. To Seiji's surprise, some heart-pounding music blared throughout the city due to his passing thought. Seiji wasn't sure if it was just a mistaken impression or not, but to him it seemed that the Honey Candy Girl characters' attacks grew even fiercer after the music started, as if they were affected. Even if it was just a mistaken impression, what they needed the most right now was momentum. At the climax of the music, Seiji had his robot shoot out a large number of missiles towards the monster nest, which destroyed countless numbers of monsters and tentacles with explosions, helping to push forward the line of combat. "Rio, we won't be losing this battle," he yelled spiritedly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 303, I just want to see mommy again. Chapter 303, I just want to see mommy again. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Rio was in a very cold, deep, and dark place. She felt as if she were in the bottom of a pit. Her body felt frozen and numb, but she could still feel pain inside her heart. She was unable to move. She didn't want to move. She didn't care. Let's just leave things like this. Rio stopped thinking, because she could only feel despair. Mommy won't be coming back anymore, nor will Daddy. I'll just sleep. I'll stay in my dream. I don't want to wake up. Longsword of the Remnant Flame. Seiji controlled his robot as it wielded a gigantic longsword. He stood at the very front of the combat line, killing many monsters at once with moves copied from anime. He even managed to slice off a corner of the monster nest apartment. The heavy weapon he created was nearly 100 meters long, and it could easily slice any battleship in half. Combined with his wide arsenal of anime techniques, almost anyone would tremble, wouldn't they? He just needed to use one ultimate ability to wipe out so many monsters. One use would simply cost 9,998. Cough cough, I should stop going off tangent. At this moment, with Seiji and the Honey Candy Girl Army's efforts, they had already pressed all the way to the front of the monster nest. Seiji continued to wield his anti-battleship blade as he led the charge at the monster nest. It seemed like they were right at their goal, but this would also be the most dangerous step. Mayuzumi failed to suppress the darkness from spreading. The darkness had spread to an incredibly large area already and kept increasing in size, with new types of monsters endlessly appearing. Their party was completely surrounded. A few swings of his blade destroyed a small portion of the monster nest. Then, Seiji turned around his mega blade and forcefully stuck it into the ground. Bang Kai! Senbun Zakura! Numerous huge blades popped out of the ground around the monster nest and then shattered and split into countless cherry blossom-shaped sword pieces that filled the air, causing huge damage to the monster nest. Destroy! Seiji pulled out his anti-battleship blade again and continued slicing at full force. Haruta-kun, Rio's still inside. Mayuzumi reminded. She won't be injured because she sealed herself already. She's completely shut off from the world. It was akin to using an AT field. A barrier of the heart, just what should he do to break past it? No matter what, he decided to first focus on getting her out. Many bright flashes appeared as various ultimate abilities were unleashed on the monster nest, causing massive destruction. These attacks came from the Honey Candy Girl Army. They were having difficulty dealing with the overwhelming swarm of enemy monsters, so how could they still have time to cast so many ultimate abilities? Seiji looked at Mayuzumi. Sensei. I didn't command them to do that. They did that on their own. Mayuzumi was similarly astonished. Seiji reflexively looked over at the Honey Candy Girl Army. The Honey Candy Girl Army didn't seem to be in chaos or disadvantaged after using so many ultimate abilities. Instead, they actually seemed more mobile than before, and many characters were also looking in their direction and smiling vividly. It felt like almost as if they weren't NPCs. It's as if something has been injected into them. Seiji suddenly had that thought. He looked over at the angel-attired Seiji next to him. This Seiji had a blank expression. But the very next moment, that Seiji actually looked back at him, and also smiled brilliantly at the real Seiji. Seiji and Mayuzumi were both astounded by this. But this smile lasted for only 1 second before Seiji's expression turned blank again. Hey, just what the hell is this? Seiji and Mayuzumi were now feeling somewhat frightened. Just what was this? However, it wasn't the time to investigate this matter. It doesn't matter what it is. They're on our side, so let's let's get Rio out first. Seiji took a look at the mostly demolished monster nest as he continued wielding his anti-battleship sword. Ora. Have you ever witnessed an anti-battleship blade being wielded like a kitchen knife? Seiji wielded his blade furiously as he completely demolished what remained of the monster nest, like slicing vegetables with a kitchen knife. Half buried under rubble, he finally saw what he was looking for. A pitch-black crystal. Right here. He had his tremendous robot fly over and grab the crystal and bring it before him. He could faintly see the little girl's figure within the crystal. Rio, wake up! Seiji shouted at the top of his lungs. The little girl within the crystal moved slightly. I told you before, staying at the bottom of a pit just because it hurts and you don't want to move won't accomplish anything. And what's even more unsightly and worse than not moving is sealing yourself off completely in an effort to escape from everything. This is incredibly foolish. Because your pain won't diminish, nor will it vanish, it will only remain in your heart and continue to increase. Rather than doing something so foolish, why don't you vent it out instead? Say something. Shout. Cry. Get angry. I told you that I'd listen to you. No matter what method you use to communicate with me, I'll listen. I'll do what I can for you. Come, Rio. Stop huddling in your blanket, and open your eyes. Come out. Seiji's shouts contained his heartfelt feelings, and they echoed throughout Rio's entire soul realm. The sincere feelings within his words were transmitted to the little girl's soul. Rio slowly opened her eyes. Brother Harano. Seiji immediately opened up the cockpit and jumped out to face the crystal when he heard her voice. I'm right here, Rio-chan. He smiled gently and reached out his hand. Come out now. Rio remained silent. Although you met with something incredibly unfortunate and extremely painful, the world isn't as cruel as you think, Seiji said, looking straight at her. In reality, you still have your uncle, and your friends, your life is just beginning, and there are still so many wonderful things that you haven't experienced yet. That's why you shouldn't seal yourself off. Don't hide in the bottom of the pit, bravely walk forth, and go experience those wonderful things and lead a blessed life. That's what your mother and father hope for as well. Rio's entire soul realm fell silent. It was true silence. The darkness stopped spreading, all the monsters froze in their tracks, and even the Honey Candy Girl army temporarily ceased battling. A nervous Mayuzumi observed this from the robot cockpit in silence. Seiji's hand remained extended to Rio as he looked at her. Rio was also looking at him. Thank you, Brother Harano. She said in a soft voice. What you say is probably correct. But I have no more strength left. My heart hurts, and I feel so tired. I can't move, I don't want to move, I just want to keep sleeping, to sink downwards. Her eyes began to droop as she spoke. Rio. I'm sorry. Brother Harano. I just want to see mommy again. Tears poured out from the little girl's eyes. She completely shut her eyes. Rio. Seiji wanted to say something else when he suddenly heard a strange noise from above. It sounded like countless bats, bees, and various other types of insects were flying above. He reflexively lifted his head to see what it was. Seiji saw that the sky, which had always been covered in dark clouds, was now filled with an incredible amount of gray-black shadows. The shadows now covered the sky. The sky couldn't even be seen anymore due to the sheer number of shadows in the sky. Seiji felt that anyone with trypophobia would instantly faint at this sight. Seiji and Mayuzumi were both rendered speechless by the sight. They saw that a large portion of the shadows started gathering together rapidly and twisting together, transforming into what appeared to be a gigantic female head. The body, feathers, and claws soon followed suit. Two humongous clawed hands formed underneath the feathered shadow and began to reach down towards Seiji. Seiji's first reaction upon seeing these disgusting and abnormal claws reach for him was to jump back in his cockpit and have his robot hold on tightly to Ryo's crystal. He focused fully on dodging the grasping claws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304, Anyone that acts to save someone is a hero. Chapter 304, Anyone that acts to save someone is a hero. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Seiji shot the claw with his floating cannons while retreating backwards. When the cannon shots hit the claw, they knocked away many shadowy figures, but the huge claw's speed didn't slow down one bit. Many shadowy figures also flew down from the gigantic feathered woman. Some were incorporated into the claw, while others flew directly towards Seiji's robot, just like a swarm of bugs. The robot was slowed down by the countless number of shadows. The black claw caught up with Seiji's robot. Seiji did his best to counterattack and shot out a barrage of missiles which whizzed towards the claw. Almost all the missiles exploded against it. However, it was ineffective, and the huge claw grasped the robot. Seiji's robot was instantly crushed to tiny pieces and exploded into golden light. Seiji tried imagining something else again but discovered that he wasn't able to create anything. His ability to create things in the soul realm using his imagination was gone. Was it that Natsuya's spell giving him this power had finally expired? Or was there some other reason? At this moment, what entered his vision was Mayuzumi and Angel Seiji as well as the black crystal. He witnessed the crystal containing Ryo being sucked into the claw. He saw countless gray-black shadows swarming towards him and Mayuzumi. There was no way to resist. He could only. Suddenly there was a flash of light. Angel Seiji released a strong yet gentle white light that instantly destroyed the numerous shadows that surrounded them. Then, he picked up Mayuzumi and carried her in his arms before flying to Seiji and also grabbing onto him. Whoosh! In that instant, Seiji felt as if he were transforming into a streak of light. Everything around him turned white. When his vision recovered, he discovered that he was on top of a high tower, far away from the giant claw. He looked around in astonishment. He saw that Angel Seiji was smiling widely. Who are you? Mayuzumi was the one who asked that question to Angel Seiji. Angel Seiji responded by saying, "Long time no see, classmate Amami-san. I'm Hinako Tachibana, you may know me by the name of Hinako Haza." Haza. President Haza. Mayuzumi's eyes widened in surprise. What a nostalgic title. I haven't seen you after we graduated from high school, so I never expected that we would meet again like this. Angel Seiji, no, Hinako Haza smiled. President, how are you? I was called back by my daughter, my silly daughter. Hinako sighed as she looked into the distance at the gigantic female monster shadow. During this time, I've always been watching Ryo and you guys. I wanted to talk to you, but I was unable to. Until this moment, Ryo, she. Let's not talk about this now. There's not enough time. At this rate, Ryo will die. I need your help, Amami-san. Hinako looked back towards Mayuzumi and made a sincere request. President. Mayuzumi blinked before she looked towards Seiji. Seiji, who was similarly astonished, knew what Sensei wanted to ask him. Is she trustworthy? Is this the real Hinako Haza? She's already died for over 1 year already, why is she? No matter what, the fact that she had just helped them was undisputable. Seiji had just been about to load, but he decided to gamble one more time before resorting to loading. Although I don't know what you really are, that thing there is indeed too strong, and we can't do anything about it anymore. If you have a way to overturn the situation, please go ahead and use it. Seiji said to Hanako before glancing in Mayuzumi's direction. Mayuzumi understood the implicit meaning behind his glance. She turned to Hanako and nodded. Thank you, Hanako said gratefully. Amami-san, please open up your soul and don't resist. Allow me to temporarily enter your body. All right. President. Seiji then witnessed a white light shoot out of Angel Seiji. A white, half-translucent female figure walked out of Angel Seiji and into the manga author's body. An expression of slight discomfort flitted across Mayuzumi's face but faded quickly. All right, let's go. Okay, President. Mayuzumi appeared to be talking to herself, but due to the different tone of the two short sentences, Seiji was able to determine that it was actually two different people speaking. Does this count as them having combined? Just as Seiji was thinking this, Mayuzumi Hanako, jumped up and started flying. Then, there was a pale blue flash. The light transformed into beautiful cyan flames which enveloped her entire body, making it seem as if she were wearing an extravagant ceremonial dress. The light cyan flames spread out behind her like long wavy hair. That wasn't all. The remaining flames gathered into numerous cyan-colored lanterns. A pale blue flame flickered within each lantern as they floated around her. Seiji was stunned at this sight. This was Blue Lantern Ghost. More accurately speaking, this was the Blue Lantern Ghost that Mayuzumi had designed for herself to transform into. But her previous attempts to transform had failed. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to transform herself into what she imagined, so she gave up in the end. Seiji didn't expect that it could still be accomplished. The transformed Mayuzumi Hanako shot through the air towards the tremendous female monster and instantly pierced through the teeming masses of shadows. The shadows attempted to swarm her, but they evaporated before they could even approach her body. After Mayuzumi Hanako got closer to the giant female shadow, Mayuzumi Hanako waved her hand and caused the lanterns around her to shoot out blinding white light which illuminated the shadowy figure. The huge shadow started to melt like snow that had just come in contact with fire. It also made a clamorous sound that somewhat resembled a howl. It swung viciously at Mayuzumi Hanako with its huge claw. She attempted to dodge, but the claw too fast and caught up with her. Mayuzumi Hanako used the numerous lanterns as a shield. Boom. Star. There was an earth-shattering impact, and a tremendous amount of cyan-colored flames exploded. The huge claw collapsed and broke into pieces. Mayuzumi Hanako was sent flying away by the impact. Although it seemed like a loss for both sides on the surface, the endless amounts of gray-black shadows soon started to repair the claw. The other claw streaked through the air towards Mayuzumi Hanako. After another huge impact, Mayuzumi Hanako was sent flying again. She rolled on the ground several times before steadying her body. Sensei. Seiji was quite anxious as he watched this. He no longer had any power in the soul realm and was unable to fight anymore. If only they had more power. Wait, they do have more power. The Honey Candy Girl army flew to the battle. He didn't know if they decided to join the battle of their own volition or if there was some other reason, but at any rate, all the Honey Candy Girl characters were gathered together. The heroic army began another wave of attacks against the forces of evil. Watching their flexible movements and extravagant abilities, as well as their excellent teamwork, which would be difficult for any real human to pull off, they seemed like the most veteran of warriors. Seiji refused to believe that these characters were still only NPCs. Something must have entered them and is powering them up. Just like how Hanako entered Mayuzumi's body. So, what exactly are they now? I don't know. There are too many things that I don't know. But there's one thing I know for sure. We must win. Seiji roared at the top of his lungs. If he was no longer able to battle, then he would cheer them on. No matter who or what you are. Anyone that acts to save someone is a hero. Don't lose, heroes. Ryo Tachibana was a little brat who was extremely difficult to deal with. She was foolish enough to be so depressed and despairing to the point of wanting to die. To be honest, Seiji almost felt tempted to not care about her anymore. But she was only a child, a little girl who was deeply lost in her pain and sadness. Her parents had died right before her eyes, so it was understandable that she'd slipped into depression. It wasn't unreasonable that Ryo was a little selfish and willful, right? Seiji wanted to help her. Seiji wanted her to be able to live well in the future. Which was why. Shatter her despair. Make her understand that apart from unreasonable bad things, there are also unreasonable good things in this world. Seiji shouted, venting the sentiments from the bottom of his soul. His shout seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. That was because. Stop shouting so loudly. It's too noisy, Harano-kun. Natsuya Yorihana's voice finally responded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305, I Love You, Mommy. Chapter 305, I Love You, Mommy. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Heir. President. It's me. I finally managed to re-establish contact with you. What's going on, Dot? Perfect timing. Amazing timing. Seiji grew excited. It's the critical point of the battle here. Hurry up and cast a spell so I can use my imagination here again. The stronger the better. A mage who was out of mana would only be able to watch the enemy hordes and stand by idly. How would he feel if a mana replenisher suddenly appeared beside him? Like he was about to ascend to heaven. Oh, okay. Natsuya immediately cast the spell for him again. Ha ha ha. I've been revived. Seiji instantly imagined himself clothed in the Sagittarius gold cloth, which was so bright to the point of being blinding. Thank you. President, I love you. The student council president could only make a dazed sound when she heard such a sudden love confession, but. Burn! I'm filled with passion. Seiji rushed towards the battlefield as he flew up again. He transformed into a golden comet and left a trail behind him as he pierced through the group of shadows, destroying every shadow in his way. Sensei, I'm here. He flew to Mayuzumi Hinako's side. Haruta-kun. I've already re-established contact with the student council president, Seiji said in a joyous tone. After this battle, we can finally go home. Wake up. He glanced towards the huge female monster shadow, which consisted of a countless number of smaller shadows. Don't think that having numbers means strength. In front of the strongest saint warrior, numbers are meaningless. He made a pose and clenched his fist, which then began to glow. He gathered the power of the cosmos and sent out an attack at faster than light speed. Pegasus Meteor Fist. In that instant, countless beams of light appeared. An uncountable number of fists and attacks connected with the huge female monster shadow. Boom. Star. The huge shadow collapsed, and the sky and earth trembled. A black crystal was revealed, and it was tugged upwards by some type of power. Seiji chased after the black crystal, but countless shadows blocked his way. Don't get in my way. I shall shatter all unreasonable bad things as well as the dark despair that makes you want to seal yourself away. Imagine Breaker. Seiji yelled, reaching out with his right hand. He destroyed every shadow that came into contact with him and caught up with the black crystal. He touched the black crystal with his right hand and destroyed it. Come here, you troublesome little brat. He grabbed Ryo Tachibana and hugged her close to him. The endless amounts of shadows furiously threw themselves at him. Seiji protected Ryo using his body and hurriedly descended. After using so many ultimate abilities, his power had weakened. He was now in a tough spot from being attacked by so many shadows. Haruta-kun. Mayuzumi Hinako activated all of her lanterns. Every lantern released an incredibly strong white light, and powerful cyan flames burned through a large number of shadows to protect Seiji as he descended. However, it still wasn't enough. The Honey Candy Girl army raised their swords, guns, staves, and various weapons in unison and simultaneously cast another wave of ultimate abilities which filled the sky with light, destroying another large group of shadows. However, it still wasn't enough. Who else is there? Angel Seiji flew over and rushed to Seiji's side rapidly. He unfurled all his angel wings, and they emitted a gentle yet blinding white light. Seiji looked towards Angel Seiji and saw that Angel Seiji was smiling in a gentle, friendly manner. He saw Angel Seiji open his mouth. He seemed to be saying something, but Seiji was unable to hear him clearly. Then, Angel Seiji's expression froze over. His body turned into rays of white light, which added to the already blinding radiance. This light was so strong that it lit up the entire sky. Even the unfathomable layers of dark clouds in the sky retreated somewhat, and deep within the clouds the sky rumbled and trembled, as if a god were roaring angrily. "Who are you?" Seiji asked Angel Seiji. There was no response. The Angel Seiji turned snow white and translucent before he shattered into pieces and disappeared in midair. Nothing remained of him. Seiji could only faintly see the disappearing traces of a white figure. The Honey Candy Girl army caught up with Seiji and lent him their support. Seiji also joined Mayuzumi Hinako and landed on the ground. A white female figure walked out of Mayuzumi's body and quickly materialized into a solid form. The form was a beautiful, gentle-looking woman who had long light green hair, Hinako Tachibana. Rio. She hugged her daughter. The little girl opened her eyes and saw her mother's form. Mommy? Rio's eyes widened in surprise before they quickly became tear-filled. Mommy! She hugged her mother and cried as hard as she possibly could. Seiji watched this scene in silence. Mayuzumi's eyes were now moist and glistening. "Don't cry, Rio," Hinako said gently. "Mommy received help from many good people in order to be able to meet you like this. I don't have very much time, so I need to tell you a few things while I can." Rio was unable to stop sobbing, but she did her best to reduce the volume of her sobs. "Mommy," she said in a trembling voice, "I missed you so much, Mommy also really missed you, and wants to continue being with you and living together. But that's not possible anymore. Mommy is already dead. I can't accompany you like before. I can't talk to you anymore or hug you anymore, but as long as you still remember Mommy, I'll forever be in your heart. Rio, you need to eat properly, wear your clothes properly, learn and exercise properly, sleep properly, grow up properly, find someone you like, and lead a happy life. When you're in pain, you must be brave. When you're in discomfort, you must be resolute. When you meet with a setback, you must be spirited. When you meet with something you can't deal with, ask for help from your friends and relatives. Tears dripped down from Hinako's eyes, but she continued, Rio, Mommy really wants to keep accompanying you and tell you so many things, as well as teach you and do so many things together with you. I want to help you and protect you and always take care of you. But that won't be possible anymore. You must stand up and walk this path by yourself. Mommy will love you forever. After she said this, her body started to fade into dots of white light. Mommy! Mommy! Rio started crying uncontrollably again as she tightly grabbed onto her mother. Don't go, don't leave me. I want to be together with Mommy. I don't want anything else. I want to go together with Mommy. Stop being selfish, someone suddenly shouted. It was Seiji. He glared furiously at the little girl. Didn't you hear anything that your mother told you? He demanded. She did her best to make a final farewell to you and hoped that you could become stronger. Is this how you pay her back? Don't say something so foolish like you want to go together with her. Don't be in such a hurry to die. Your life is just beginning, he shouted in a loud voice. Brother Harano. Rio was shocked by his behavior. Seiji crouched down and put his hand on her shoulder. That's enough now. Do you want your mother to be anxious even in the afterlife and always worry about you? He looked deeply into the little girl's eyes. Let her go, Rio-chan. Could you let your mother depart in peace, alright? Rio's face was filled with tears. She finally understood. Mommy. Hinako's figure was now half transparent. She looked towards her daughter and smiled gently while tears rolled down her face. Rio had a rather pained expression on her face as she looked towards her mother. However, she slowly, gradually let go of her hands, her whole body trembling. Mommy, I will become braver. I'll eat properly, wear my clothes properly, learn, and exercise. I will try my best to grow up healthily. Which is why, don't worry. I. The little girl sniffled her nose loudly. I love you, Mommy. Hinako also had tears streaming down her face. She smiled gently and softly as she watched her daughter. She said something. Seiji knew what she was going to say. Mayuzumi also knew what she was going to say. Rio knew what it was going to be as well. Goodbye. Hinako's entire body now transformed into specks of light and disappeared into the air. Goodbye, Mommy, wah. In the end, Rio still ended up crying, and it may have been a little unsightly, but it was doubtlessly the most sincere farewell of all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306, You've had a really long dream, so it's time to wake up. Chapter 306, You've had a really long dream, so it's time to wake up. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. The battle concluded. The remaining shadows all flew up to the clouds, and the Honey Candy Girl army descended from the skies and stopped fighting. The dark clouds parted to reveal the sunlight, a beautiful pillar that pierced through the clouds. The light illuminated the city, quickly scattering the lingering darkness. But the city wasn't restored to its original form. Instead, it started collapsing. It was time for the dream to end. Seiji and Mayuzumi weren't in a hurry to leave. Instead, they accompanied Rio and waited for her to stop crying and calm down. Brother Harano. Let me introduce you, Rio-chan, Seiji said. This is Mayuzumi Amami. For all this time, you've been treating her as your mother, you should say something to her. Rio looked towards Mayuzumi. Sorry. I've given you so much trouble. The little girl bowed and apologized. It's all right. Mayuzumi smiled gently and crouched down in front of Rio. Rio, you gave your mother a proper farewell. You're really strong. The little girl had an expression of sadness, but she didn't cry again. Mayuzumi patted her gently on the head. This child's given you so much trouble, and you're going to let her off so easily, sensei. Seiji sighed. Forget it. Since sensei isn't going to make a big deal out of it, I won't say anything else either. Rio-chan, you did a very good job in saying farewell to your mother, he told her seriously. Brother Harano. Rio looked towards him. You've had a really long dream, so it's time to wake up now. Seiji smiled. Let's meet each other again in reality. The sunlight reached the area where they were standing, and all three of them were covered by bright light. Seiji opened his eyes. Brother, he heard Shika-chan call. Mayuzumi, he also heard editor Yoshizawa's voice. He looked to his right side and saw that the manga author had opened her eyes. They exchanged glances and both of them smiled. Then, Seiji looked to his left. He saw that Rio was slowly opening her eyes as well. The little girl looked confused when she saw the scene in this room. Welcome back, Ryo-chan, Seiji said. The last clear memory that Ryo Tachibana had in the real world was visiting her parents' graves with her uncle Shohei Hirai, and then going to sleep later that night. It seemed that while she was sleeping, or perhaps while she was dreaming, the mysterious power within her was somehow activated. It transformed Shohei Hirai, who was living with her, to transform into that puppet-like state and attack Mayuzumi. Ryo also had some hazy memories of searching many places for her mother and then finding her. Fine then, simply speaking, Ryo Tachibana was sleepwalking. She sleepwalked and located Mayuzumi, who had the same mysterious power as she did, which caused this entire incident. As for this power, the little girl didn't know anything about it. As for why she possessed it, or how she activated it, she knew nothing. After all, she was only a young child. She forgot most of the dreamlike experiences she had in her soul realm. She could only remember the basics of daily life there, as well as the most important things. It was the same for Seiji and Mayuzumi. After they woke up, their memories of what happened in the soul realm were somewhat hazy. Natsuya and the others were astonished to learn just how long the three of them had spent in Ryo's soul realm. After the connection to Seiji was cut off, everyone was incredibly worried. However, Natsuya was able to ascertain that nothing was wrong with Seiji's condition, and she didn't know what would happen if she decided to cut off the spell sending him to the soul realm. When comparing their options of either maintaining or cancelling the spell that sent Seiji to the soul realm, everyone trusted in Seiji's abilities, and so they decided to not cancel the spell, focusing on re-establishing contact with him instead. In the end, their decision had been correct. However, what they never expected was that Seiji, Mayuzumi, and Ryo had spent such a long time in Ryo's soul realm. I've heard that the greatest masters of soul spells can cast spells that change the passage of time within the soul realm. The student council president sighed. It seems that this mysterious power has a similar effect. This effect, if it was used properly, it could have many advantages, but the flip side was, Seiji felt that he was lucky how the time ratio was still acceptable to him. If it had been even larger, such as 1 minute outside equaling 1 year inside, that would have been. At any rate, it was fine since it was all over with. After all this effort by everyone, not only did they help Ryo and Mayuzumi to wake up again, they also discovered the true reason for Mayuzumi's nightmares and androphobia. The terrifying nightmares Mayuzumi experienced within her own soul realm 10 years ago had left her with deep mental scars. It was caused by some effect of the mysterious power within her. While they still didn't know what to do with the mysterious power, they could completely seal her related memories, which would likely cure her nightmares and androphobia. Natsuya mentioned that she could try it. After hearing your experiences, I think that the critical factor in activating this mysterious power is the mental state of the person acting as the host to this power, basically emotions, feelings, willpower, and so on. After Ryo Tachibana went to visit her parents' graves, she strongly desired to see her dead mother again, which activated the power within her and caused this incident. In her soul realm, whenever she strongly denied something, everything would transform into darker, more sinister versions, and when she stopped denying and sank into despair instead, a huge wave of undead spirits appeared. While the exact logic behind this power is still unclear, there's still a clear connection. This power will act according to the holder's emotions. From this, I can conclude that as long as the person remains calm and controls their own emotions, this power won't be activated. This means that as long as Amami-san maintains her normal composure, and allows me to cast my spell on her, I should be able to successfully seal her memories. This was something that should be done as quickly as possible. Mayuzumi had already suffered so long in the soul realm due to all her nightmares. She had only made it through thanks to her strong will. While she was sick in the soul realm, what she showed Ryo wasn't entirely acting. It was necessary to seal those frightening nightmares as soon as they could. Before that, there was one final matter, the biggest issue and the largest mystery of all. What was that Hinako Tachibana? Was she really Ryo Tachibana's mother, the soul that had already died 1 year ago? Or was it just a very realistic phantasm imitation? Seiji and Mayuzumi, who had both personally witnessed and interacted with her, believed it to be the former. If that was indeed the truth, then it led to a startling revelation. It meant that the mysterious power possessed the powerful ability to summon the dead. This was on another scale entirely from something like summoning a heroic spirit. After all, heroic spirits were existences born from humanity's collective understanding of the concept of a person in the past, not an actual dead person's soul. It was also different from summoning a soul of the dead that had remained in this world after death. That was either a person's soul or a part of their soul that had remained in this world for certain reasons and merely summoned by a spell. The mysterious power had managed to summon a formerly living soul who had already departed from this world. What did this mean? This meant that the mysterious power had completely shattered the barrier between life and death. This was a serious matter. Although it seemed simple and wasn't a big deal in some anime stories, summoning, in pure world reincarnation in Naruto being a classic example, it was actually a frightening power. A dead person could come back to life with this power. This meant that death could be vanquished and opened up the possibility of resurrection. Could there even be immortality? If so, it would definitely make many people go crazy with desire for this power. Even if it was only a possibility, fearsome battles would occur over it. There was no need to think deeper about it. The seriousness of the matter was evident to anyone who still had a normal working mind, even if they gave it little attention. This definitely can't be revealed to anyone, Natsuya said to everyone present in a grave voice. Shika, Mai, and Saki were all worthy of their trust. The biggest uncertain factor was Ryo Tachibana, who was still only an elementary school student. Ryo-chan, you can't tell anyone about this because it's an important secret. There may be scary consequences if you tell others, Seiji said in a serious tone. You can't even tell your uncle about it. There's nothing good that can happen if he knows about it. It may even put him in danger. You don't need to worry about how to explain to your uncle about what happened today. I'll help you with that. I just need you to promise me to keep this a secret. There was actually another method as well, to seal Ryo's memories about all this. But that meant that she would forget about meeting her mother and saying farewell. That would be bad, and Seiji didn't want to do that. Keeping a secret was important, but the connection between mother and daughter was also very important. Ryo looked at Seiji's face. Okay. Brother Harano, I promise you. She nodded and responded in a serious voice as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, Let me temporarily take care of her. Chapter 307, Let me temporarily take care of her. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Apart from Hinako Tachibana, another rather eye-catching issue was the Honey Candy Girl Army. Seiji suspected that something had possessed them from within. Hinako claimed to have received help from many good people. Were those good people she referred to other dead souls just like her? If that was really the case, apart from the fact that this mysterious power was incredible, it was quite moving. For so many now deceased souls to fight for the sake of a mother and daughter, this was something which would move anyone. They were all heroes. At least that was what Seiji believed. He would remember that battle forever, especially the scene where Angel Seiji self-destructed and sacrificed himself. Angel Seiji said something at that time which she didn't hear clearly. He felt this was truly regrettable. Just who were they? And what was the world of the dead like? Seiji was quite curious, but he decided not to think too much about this topic. The next morning, Seiji and Shika took Ryo to the hospital where Shohei Hirai was recuperating. Mayuzumi and Saki returned to Mayuzumi's apartment. Mai also accompanied them just in case. Although this incident was likely over with, it was always better to be cautious. There was still one mystery left, after all. Who exactly defeated Shohei Hirai? Judging from what they knew now, perhaps that person really was just a passerby with a sense of justice. However, other possibilities existed as well. Seiji, Shika, and Ryo hailed a taxi to the hospital that Mai had told them about. They located Shohei Hirai's hospital room and saw that he had already woken up. "Uncle," Ryo called happily. "Ryo." Hirai had a relieved expression when he saw his niece. Then, he turned around to look at the two people beside her. "You were with Amami-san." He recognized Seiji. "Hello, Hirai-san." Seiji looked back at him. "My name is Seigo Harano. I'm Mayuzumi Amami's friend and a high school student at Genhana High School." "Hello. Why is Ryo together with you?" Hirai seemed bewildered by this. "Before I explain, I'd like to ask you something first, Hirai-san. Do you remember what happened to you recently?" Hirai furrowed his brows. "I can't remember. I've been trying to recall what happened to me ever since I woke up, but I have no idea why I'm so heavily injured and lying in a hospital bed. I don't know if I was caught up in a car accident or something similar. The last thing that I can remember is that I was sleeping on my bed at home. Then, I can't remember anything after that, most likely because I got injured. I really wanted to know what happened. I was also really worried about Ryo, but you guys arrived." He looked straight at Seiji. "Do you know what happened?" Seiji observed him closely and felt that he wasn't lying. "I don't know how you got injured to this extent either. In fact, I was going to ask you about this as well. But I do know what you did before you were injured and just what happened to you. When I tell you, you may find it difficult to believe, but it's all true." Then, Seiji approached the hospital bed and gave Hirai a basic rundown of what had happened to him. Shohei Hirai was astonished to learn that his niece was a spiritual ability user who lost control of her powers, causing him to ambush and attack Mayuzumi Amami. "What the hell is this? It must be made up." That was his first impression. His face completely revealed his thoughts. "As expected, it's difficult for you to believe. Unfortunately, I don't have any hard evidence that you did what I just said you did, but I can immediately prove that there are spiritual ability users in this world." Seiji took out a coin from his wallet and showed it to Hirai. "Look closely. This is just an ordinary coin. There are no strings or any other mechanisms manipulating it." Then, he casually tossed the coin away, before activating telekinesis. The coin flew in an arc and was about to land on the ground when it suddenly turned around in midair and flew to Seiji's hand. Hirai's eyes widened in surprise at this. "This is a spiritual power, and I'm a spiritual ability user." "I was the one who stopped you from harming Mayuzumi Amami," Seiji informed him calmly. "This must be nothing more than some stage magic, although I don't know the trick behind what you just did." Hirai was still doubtful. "If you could move, I'd take you to an appropriate place and show you something more ridiculous, like punching through a wall with my bare fist." Seiji shrugged nonchalantly. "By the way, that's exactly what you did before under the influence of Ryo's power. The hole in Amami-sensei's home still hasn't been fixed yet. Should I call her and ask for a picture to show you?" Hirai was rendered speechless. Seiji really did take out his cell phone and called Mayuzumi Amami. He put the call on speakerphone so Hirai could hear as well. The call connected. "Sensei, I'm currently here in front of Shohei Hirai." He explained the situation and asked for a picture of the hole in the wall. Mayuzumi agreed to send him the picture. "Would you like to talk to Sensei?" Seiji asked, offering Hirai his cell phone. After some hesitation, Hirai took the cell phone. "Amami-san." "Hirai-san," a female voice said from the other side. "You must be confused right now, but please believe me. Everything that this boy is telling you is true." Hirai remained silent. Then he hung up the call and handed the phone back to Seiji. Moments later, Seiji received a picture from Mayuzumi and opened it to show Hirai. "Hirai-san, I know that it's difficult for you to accept, but this is indeed the truth. There's no need to deceive you. I'm not trying to get money from you or make you join some strange cult, as these are simply the facts, he told Hirai honestly. This is how the situation unfolded. You were obviously being controlled by something and attacked Amami-sensei. I just happened to be present, so I stopped you. Afterwards, you ran off, and I had Amami-sensei hire a professional to investigate you. The result was that we discovered you were seriously injured and hospitalized. In order to find out the truth, that professional went to your residence and found that your niece, Rio, had vanished. We guessed that Rio had something to do with this incident. Afterwards, Rio attacked Amami-sensei, again in an abnormal state. We prevented her from harming Sensei and came up with a method to help her return to normal. As for why all these things happened, we're not very clear on that either. I came here in order to tell you what happened. I also wanted to know who it was that injured you to such an extent, but it seems that you don't know the answer to that. I still have one more question. What do you intend to do with Ryo-chan, since you're too heavily injured to take care of her? Hirai remained silent for a long while before he looked towards his niece. Uncle, I'm sorry. The little girl lowered her head. Hirai looked at Rio for a while. I still don't quite believe all this, he muttered, but if it's real, the only relative who can take care of Rio now is my father, Rio's grandfather. But he's already quite old, and even taking care of a normal child would be difficult for him. If Rio really is a spiritual ability user, then... Seiji furrowed his brows. The hospital room was silent for a moment. Rio's head lowered even more. I understand. Seiji broke the silence and patted the little girl's head. Rio perked up as she felt Seiji's hand. Allow me to temporarily take care of Ryo-chan. Hirai looked back toward Seiji. Hirai-san, just rest and work on recovering from your injuries. After you can get up and move again, we can have another discussion about the damage you caused during your attack. I'll talk to Amami-sensei about it and have her explain things to the police. Don't worry, you won't have to take responsibility for the damages. Hirai remained silent. He gave Seiji a deep look that spoke volumes. Seiji smiled. Relax, I'll take good care of Ryo-chan. Actually, in her dream world, he had taken care of her for a long time already. In order to retrieve Ryo's clothes and other personal belongings, he asked Hirai to loan him the key to their residence. After considering Seiji's request in silence, Hirai handed the key to him. Seiji left his cell phone number with Hirai. He also cautioned Hirai in his serious voice to not tell anyone about the contents of their conversation. Otherwise, trouble may come looking for him. Hirai nodded slightly and agreed to this. Seiji expressed that he hoped Hirai would make a full recovery soon before he took Shika and Rio with him and left the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Rio started tearing up. Uncle hates me now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308, This Home Welcomes You. Chapter 308, This Home Welcomes You. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. He doesn't hate you, he's just finding everything difficult to accept, Seiji told her. At the very least, judging from his tone, there's no indication that he hates you, or even that there's any disgust. Your uncle is just confused, and he needs some time to comprehend this matter. What if Uncle doesn't want me anymore? Rio sniffled. Seiji crouched down in front of Rio and looked straight into her eyes. With how cute you are, how could he possibly not want you anymore, Ryo-chan? He wiped away her tears with his hand. I believe that can't be the case, but if it really happens, Ryo-chan, why don't you just come live in my home? Brother Harano. I told you before that I would help you. Although that was in your dream, that promise still stands in the real world as well. Seiji smiled gently. And didn't you promise your mother that you would be braver? So don't always cry, and be more spirited, alright? Okay. Rio nodded. Her cheeks reddened slightly when she saw his gentle smile. Brother Harano, thank you. No need to be so polite, Rio-chan. Taking care of an elementary school girl wasn't as easy as it seemed, not to mention the fact that she possessed a mysterious power. Seiji admitted to himself that he might have been too impulsive in the heat of the moment. But taking into account Rio's situation, he felt that he couldn't just watch from the sidelines. There was still plenty of space in his new apartment for an extra child to live with them, but the problem was Shika's ability, the Reaper's Curse. Would the solution be forcing Shika to move out? No. Seiji would never do such a thing. They would all live together. As long as Rio didn't talk to or come into contact with Shika, she would probably remain unaffected. Shika, not only did I get you involved in this, we even added a child to our home. I'm sorry. Seiji and Shika were currently in the living room of Shohei Hirai's residence, waiting for Rio to finish packing up the things she wanted to take. Meanwhile, Seiji apologized to his adopted younger sister. I'm happy to have been of help to brother. The black-haired girl smiled faintly. And taking care of Rio Tachibana, this is something that brother would do, and there's nothing wrong about it. Shika-chan. Seiji was moved by his adopted sister's understanding. To be honest, Shika Kagura was somewhat dissatisfied. She felt that her adopted brother suddenly deciding to take care of an elementary school girl was a bit overboard. She felt that he was undertaking a responsibility that he shouldn't have. However, she knew that Seiji Haruta was just such a person. Precisely because he was such a person, Shika herself was able to become his adopted younger sister and live together with him. Rio Tachibana was indeed an unfortunate child who was in a somewhat similar circumstance to her previous self. Shika was also worried about Rio. Brother, is it really alright for her live together with me? How about I move out? Shika offered in a soft voice. No. I won't have you move out, you definitely can't do that. Seiji said seriously. Although there is some risk, as long as we all pay attention, nothing major should happen, so there's no need to mind too much. And even if something really does happen, it can definitely be taken care of, for sure. Seiji's tone was resolute to the point where it was impossible to doubt him. Shika felt a warm feeling in her heart and didn't say anything else about this matter. After Rio finished packing her things, Seiji formally introduced Shika to Rio. You'll meet with misfortune, but there's no need to be afraid. Just be careful not to talk to her or touch her. Oh. Rio blinked as she looked at the black-haired girl. Shika smiled at Rio. Rio's eyes widened upon seeing Shika's smile. So pretty. Such a beautiful big sister, not being able to talk to her is really. The little girl felt it was truly regrettable. Not even one sentence, she asked. It's not absolute, but if you talk to her, you need to mentally prepare yourself, as something unfortunate may occur to you, Seiji explained. Unfortunate things? Of course Rio didn't want that to happen, but she also really wanted to speak to the beautiful big sister. Brother Harano, aren't you afraid of meeting with unfortunate things? I have a special ability that protects me from that happening. Oh. Rio thought about it. Then, is it alright if I talk to you, and you help me talk to Big Sister Kagura? I suppose so. Then, Brother Harano, come over here. At Rio's indication, Seiji sat beside her and tilted his head so that she could whisper into his ear. He felt her hot breath tickle his ears as she spoke. Hello, Big Sister Kagura, Seiji said. You're so pretty, especially when you smile. It was honest, direct praise. Shika smiled upon hearing Seiji tell her that. Rio was dazed by Shika's beautiful smile once more. Even Seiji was somewhat dazzled by her smile. Then, Shika sat on Seiji's other side and indicated for him to move his ear closer to her mouth. Thank you. You're also quite cute yourself, little sister Tachibana. He acted as a messenger for Shika as well. I'd like to be able to speak to Big Sister directly, but I'm afraid of meeting with unfortunate things. Is it very difficult for Big Sister to have such an ability? This was from Rio. It's quite difficult, but I don't feel so anymore, because I met this person. He transmitted this message from Shika while simultaneously pointing at himself. Shika had actually said Brother Seigo, but Seiji felt it would be too awkward to say that out loud. He was quite embarrassed by it. This person has the ability to not be affected by you. That's awesome. If only I had such an ability as well. From Rio. He does have nice abilities, but what's even better is his heart. He cares for me and took me in, just like how he's treating you now. From Shika. Seiji got even more embarrassed. So Big Sister Kagura is just like me. How long have you lived together with him? Not long, but it'll be very long in the future. I have nowhere else to go and will always stay together with him. If Uncle doesn't want me anymore, can I do this as well? Always stay together with him. I probably shouldn't have transmitted this sentence. Seiji came to that realization only after saying it out loud. He was just about to say something to Rio when Shika indicated for his ear again. Of course, didn't he say that it was fine already? That's why you don't need to worry about having no place to go. This home welcomes you, little sister Tachibana. Rio looked towards Shika's face. Shika looked back at Rio and smiled faintly. Rio responded with a cute smile. She didn't have Seiji say the next sentence, instead, she said it herself. Thank you, Big Sister Kagura. After communicating through Seiji, Rio Tachibana and Shika Kagura officially became familiar with each other. Seiji felt gratified at their conversation, and then he thought about how they were going to need to use this method in the future to communicate as well. Seiji felt rather itchy inside. It was a subtle sensation. Was he going to get addicted to this embarrassing play? It doesn't matter even if I get addicted, right? No. I should be thinking about how to cultivate and get stronger, so that I can find a method to deal with Shika's Reaper's curse problem from the foundation. He criticized himself. Afterwards, the three of them hauled Rio's luggage and left her residence. They returned to the hospital and gave the key back to Hirai. Why are you willing to take care of Rio? Hirai asked, looking at Seiji. Because I think Rio-chan is a good girl, Seiji responded. Hirai looked at him for a while before turning to look at his niece. Rio, do you think it's alright to be together with this person? I think it's okay. Rio responded weakly. Hirai looked at her for a while before retracting his gaze. Then, let's just temporarily do this for now. Seigo Harano-san. I'll be leaving Rio in your care. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309, then. Let's just sleep together. Chapter 309, then. Let's just sleep together. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. As I said, I'll take good care of her, Seiji promised. Leave her to me, Hirai-san. The three of them left the hospital after saying goodbye to Hirai and took a taxi back to the Uehara apartment complex. Seiji brought Rio inside. This is our home. Unfortunately, it's not as spacious as your uncle's residence. The little girl didn't seem to be dissatisfied with the apartment. She merely looked around curiously. We can clean up the study a little bit and it can become your room. Or, Seiji added as an afterthought, you can live together with me in my room, it's pretty big. Rio's eyes flashed with a strange light when she heard this. Seiji then showed her the study. There's not much furniture here, and I need to go buy another bed, or perhaps we could move the one in your uncle's residence here. What about Brother Harano's room? The little girl asked after seeing the study. Seiji blinked at this. It's over here. Do you really want to live in my room? He really did say the second half of that sentence casually without thinking about it. I'd like to see it first. All right, Seiji said, taking her to see his room. Seiji didn't have many things in his room, which helped in making it seem spacious. There was also a large window, so the room was quite bright. It seemed far more comfortable than the study that was just a tiny room. I want to live here, Rio said decisively. I don't want to live in that small room. I want to live here in this big room together with brother. Really? Seiji thought. Are you sure? Yep. Rio nodded before she looked towards the large bed in Seiji's room. If I sleep together with brother, I won't even need a new bed. She even wants to sleep together with me. Seiji was rather stunned by this. For an elementary school girl of her age, shouldn't she object to sleeping together with a high school boy? Although that bed's large enough for two, do you really want to do this, Rio-chan? Yep, I think it's fine like this. Don't you want to, Brother Harano? Asked the little girl, her eyes sparkling and her face flushed with a tinge of red. Seiji felt like he had been struck by a heavy cannon shot from the lowly. So cute. Of course I wouldn't be unwilling. I just mean that you don't need to force yourself, you can sleep by yourself. He felt it would be awkward if he confessed that he had just mentioned it casually. It seemed to him like he had fallen into a pit trap dug by himself. I don't think I'm forcing myself at all. Rio looked down at her feet bashfully. Seems pretty nice to be able to sleep together with brother. Seiji was struck by yet another heavy cannonball. Where was the medic? Oh. I see. Seiji scratched his face awkwardly. Then, let's just sleep together. She was just a child. Sleeping together with her wasn't a big deal. She would likely want to sleep by herself after a while. Shing. Seiji suddenly heard a sound that resembled the unsheathing of a sword. His expression froze as he turned around and saw Shika Kagura standing behind him with an expressionless face. When did she get there? The black-haired girl's hands were behind her back, Demon Blade Muramasa was there as well, and Seiji was unable to see if it had been unsheathed or not. Shika-chan. Seiji's expression remained frozen solid. Shika glanced at Rio, then she focused on her adopted older brother's face for a good while, giving him a deep look. Then, she turned around and left. What did that mean? Seiji broke into cold sweat. Did she or didn't she unsheath her sword just now? Was it just his mistaken impression? He was rather scared. Afterwards, he helped carry in and organize all of Rio's luggage, making her move unofficial. Then, Seiji called Peach-sensei to tell her about the results. You're going to take care of Rio, won't that be inconvenient for you? Mayuzumi asked after hearing about the situation. How about I take care of her instead? That's not good, sensei. We don't know what might happen if you and Rio live together, Seiji explained. It's better that I take care of her. If Rio loses control of her power again, Shika-chan and I should be able to suppress her. Mayuzumi fell silent for a moment. You're right, she said, sighing deeply. The root cause of the incident, the mysterious power, was still there, and there was no known way to dispel it. Solely based on this, the incident wasn't entirely over, because they didn't know what would happen in the future. It was also unknown just who had defeated Shohei Hirai and injured him so badly. It would be best if it was done by a passerby with a sense of justice, but there was no way to confirm this either, so it was also a cause for concern. They could only leave things as they were. No matter what, life had to go on. Sensei, how's your phobia? Seiji tried asking. Last night, Natsuya helped to seal Mayuzumi's memories. Afterwards, Mayuzumi stopped having nightmares, which was evidence that this tactic had been effective. It's already improved greatly, Mayuzumi told him. When I went home, I intentionally took a bus, and, although I'm still a little nervous, it feels much better than before. That's great, then. Seiji was delighted to hear this news. In that case, it's probably only a matter of time before your phobia is completely cured. Yes, it would seem so. Mayuzumi smiled and said, Haruta-kun, there are no words that can express my gratitude. I might have to trouble you in the future as well. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. If there's ever any time when you think I can help you out, please let me know. Even though I might not be able to do anything. Seiji fell silent for a moment before he smiled as well. Sensei, I'll remember what you said just now. A mega-popular beautiful manga author is quite a useful friend to have. When I need your help, I'll ask without hesitating, so prepare yourself. Oh. Mayuzumi responded dazedly upon hearing him suddenly speak in such a tone. Don't regret saying this in the future. As an icy-cold man, I won't accept regret or objections. Wah-aha. Seiji laughed maniacally like the epitome of a villain. Then, he hung up the call just like that. Mayuzumi's expression remained confused for a good while as she looked at her cell phone, before she finally chuckled. Honestly. After school, Mika and Chiaki both visited Seiji's apartment. They were here to listen to his story. Seiji told them about everything that happened yesterday. He recounted the battle at Amami-sensei's house and the undead spirits possessing Shohei Hirai. He then explained how they hired Maihoju and solved the mystery of the story of 100 Demons game from 10 years ago and linked it to the nightmares, the mysterious power, and the inheritance passed down from mother to daughter. Then he retold the battle at school and his experience in the Soul Realm. Mika and Chiaki wallowed in a state of constant astonishment as they attentively listened to his tale. The two of them received the greatest shock when they heard how Seiji had entered the Soul Realm and searched for Amami-sensei everywhere in the strange, fictional city where time passed at a different rate compared to reality. They were especially amazed when they learned that Mayuzumi had spent almost half a year inside there by herself. To act as someone else's dead mother in that fictional, dreamlike place for almost half a year, they found it difficult to imagine what that would be like. Then, Seiji told them about how his connection to President Urahana was cut off, leaving him trapped within the Soul Realm as well. Their eyes widened to saucers at this part. He told them about summoning the Honey Candy Girl army and attempting to convince Ryo to let go, as well as the long, intense battle that he fought in. After that, he recounted how he had successfully convinced Ryo to come out, allowing them to return to reality. Seiji intentionally skipped over the part about Hinako Tachibana's appearance. He felt that it would be best if as few people as possible knew about the dead being resurrected. He also told them about his meeting with Shohei Hirai and their discussion. He mentioned how they weren't able to solve the mystery of who had subdued and thrashed Hirai and that he had promised to take care of Ryo Tachibana, concluding the story. Mika and Chiaki were speechless for a long while. This basically seemed like a huge movie. A battle involving a mystical element, as well as suspense, other various exciting elements, and even horror. There was a beginning, story development, a plot twist, and a climax. The setup was clear and complete. If it were to be worked upon, it didn't even require any touching up. It was basically a movie plot. The story seemed that majestic to them. They looked at Seiji with complex expressions on their faces. They wanted to say so much, but didn't know what to say, because they didn't know where to begin. Everyone remained silent for a while. So, Chiaki said, finally breaking the silence, the result in the end is, you now have another younger sister, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, The Accused Defense is Meaningless. Chapter 310, The accused defense is meaningless. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. No, Seiji replied. I'm just temporarily taking care of her. So that means you now have a temporary younger sister. She's not my younger sister. Then, a daughter? That's even further off the mark. She's just a child that's temporarily living here. There's no other meaning behind it. But you're treating her as a younger sister, aren't you? Heir? I suppose you could say that. Then she's a younger sister. There was a sharp glint in Chiaki's eyes. She pointed at Seiji in a pose that seemed to come straight out of Phoenix Wright and said, "You perverted lullicon." Objection. I'm definitely not a pervert, I'm just a pure siscon. Seiji did his best to clear his name. Fooling an elementary school girl into coming here and becoming your younger sister is clearly a pervert's action. Objection. I didn't fool her at all, I brought her here through intimate friendship. The accused's defense is meaningless. Judge Mika, what do you say? I agree with Prosecutor Chiaki's viewpoint. The accused, please make a more meaningful statement, or show some evidence to prove your point, Mika said expressionlessly. Wah! Ryo-chan can be my witness, . A minor that's at the center of this might currently be under a certain someone's undue influence, so she can't be a witness for you. Why is it like this? Seiji acted as if he had received a heavy impact. Our side is easily able to summon witnesses. Chiaki revealed a smug expression. Judge Mika, please allow my first witness to enter. I allow your witness to enter. Come, my witness, Kagura-san. Shika really did walk into the room and sat down on the tatami. Seiji was surprised for a moment at this. Shika-chan. He murmured. Please introduce yourself, prosecutor's witness, Mika said to Shika. I am the accused adopted younger sister, Shika Kagura, the black-haired beauty said calmly. No way, you're playing along with them as well. Seiji was rather stunned now. Kagura-san, do you feel that the accused words just now are true? Chiaki asked. They were not, Shika said, scrutinizing her adopted older brother's face closely. Hey, what's going on now? Seiji was stunned even more. Oh? Which part was he lying about? Chiaki smiled faintly, and Seiji saw a dark shadow flicker across her face. Mika also had a faint black aura around her. The sentence, I'm definitely not a pervert, Shika said. Why do you say that this sentence is a lie? Chiaki asked. Because he intended to sleep together with the little girl that he just brought home. Everyone heard her calm voice clearly. Mika and Chiaki were both rendered speechless. Seiji completely froze over. He didn't know what his expression looked like anymore, nor did he dare to check what the prosecutor and judge's expressions were like. He felt as if he really were a suspect on a defense stand. This experience was way too realistic for him. Seiji. A low voice called. He was about to be judged. So, being judged actually feels like this. Just as Seiji decided to escape from reality, he was saved by a young girl's voice. Brother Harano, what are you all doing? The little girl asked, walking out of the study. There was an inquisitive look on her face as she swept over everyone with her eyes. After some introductions, Ryo became acquainted with Mika and Chiaki. The atmosphere eased up. Or perhaps it should say that the atmosphere changed entirely. Seiji felt as if the atmosphere where he was just about to be judged earlier had disappeared completely. Somehow it had transformed into something beautiful and peaceful. However, when Ryo admitted that she had promised to sleep together with him, the atmosphere instantly changed back again. Little sister Tachibana, even if you're only an elementary school girl, it's not good for you to be sleeping together with a boy, Chiaki said grinning widely. She then shot Seiji a sharp gaze, and added, he might touch you in strange places, you know. Shtick, a sharp arrow pierced Seiji's chest. Yeah, boys are all messy when they're asleep. He'll interfere with your own sleep, Mika added. Oh. Brother Harano, are you really like this? Rio asked. Seiji broke out into a cold sweat when faced with the sharp eyes of the prosecutor, judge, and witness. He ended up averting his gaze. I don't know. Perhaps. I really might do something I don't know about while I'm asleep. This is a lie. I'm perfectly normal while I'm asleep. At least that was what Seiji believed. But due to the sense of pressure he felt from the three girls, he can only say what he did just now. Rio blinked at this. Then, I'll try sleeping together with Brother Harano for one night first, and if Brother really does move around too much at night, I'll just sleep by myself in the future. Try sleeping together with him for one night first. Both Mika and Chiaki's expressions froze over slightly at this. Little sister Tachibana, why do you insist on sleeping together with him? Are you afraid to sleep by yourself? I'm not afraid, I just want to be together with Brother Harano. The little girl's face reddened slightly after she said this. Mika and Chiaki were rendered speechless. Then, they both viciously glared at the perverted Siscon in front of them. Ah, the sky sure is beautiful. Seiji looked outside the window in an attempt to escape from reality. Mika and Chiaki felt awkward about continuing this any further after seeing Ryo's attitude. To be honest, they knew that with Seiji's moral character, he definitely wasn't the type to do anything to a lowly like Ryo. But they still felt uncomfortable and displeased inside. As for just why they were displeased, only they knew. After chatting for a while longer, the two of them said goodbye and left. After that was dinner time. Seiji and Shika worked together to cook an abundant dinner in order to welcome Ryo to move in together with them. Ryo felt that the food was quite delicious. She ate from many dishes and even had an extra bowl of rice. After dinner, Seiji did the same thing that he did in the Soul Realm and played video games together with Ryo. Of course, the game system and games were borrowed from Hirai's residence. Just like in the Soul Realm, Ryo had lots of fun while playing. It finally reached bedtime. If I do anything at all to Ryo-chan, will a demon blade come slicing at me in the middle of the night? Seiji couldn't help but think that when he saw Shika's expression as she said good night to him. He definitely wouldn't do anything to Ryo. He definitely wouldn't. So, Shika-chan, you don't need to guard our bed all night, you know. He was unable to say this out loud in the end. Ryo-chan in her pajamas was of course incredibly cute. Seeing this incredibly cute little girl get on his bed and lay beside her, Seiji found that his heart wasn't as calm as he had expected. There were three advantages to Lolas: they were light, soft, and easy to push. Hey! Stop. Seiji brought out the method of reciting as many digits of pi as he could recall that he hadn't used for so long in order to speedily calm himself down. No matter how moved he was by the scene of a lowly in his bed, no matter how strong the cannon fire he was under, he absolutely had to protect his line of defense. He absolutely had to withstand everything. Understood. Sergeant Haruta swears that he shall accomplish this mission. Good night, Ryo-chan. Good night, Brother Harano. They turned off the lights and closed their eyes. Before long, Seiji felt Ryo getting closer to him and hugging his arm. It was a warm and soft feeling. He could also faintly smell a nice aroma. Calm down, relax, she's just a young child. Seiji maintained his sense of logic and reason. He gradually fell asleep. He heard the sound of crying. It was as he expected. Seiji inwardly sighed. Ryo-chan was crying. This was only natural. She had said farewell forever to her mother, and was now living in an unfamiliar place. As a child, she would definitely feel sad and anxious. She needed someone to accompany her. This was the very reason that Seiji had agreed to sleep together with her in the first place. He didn't say anything as he listened to her cry. He merely reached out with his hand that she wasn't holding on to and gently patted her on the head. If you want to cry, then cry to your heart's content. I shall accompany you for this long, long night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Chapter 311, Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. The crying continued for a while. Seiji retracted his hand, turned over, and enveloped Ryo's warm and soft little body in his embrace. Ryo felt warmth and comfort from his firm chest muscles. Her crying gradually died down and eventually stopped. The two of them slowly fell asleep in the silence. Feeling that something was abnormal, Seiji opened his eyes. He noticed that the light was on, the sky was light in his room, felt somewhat strange. He was astonished when he recognized where he was. This was Ryo's bedroom from her soul realm. What the hell? It's here again. Why are things like this? I don't have that same mysterious power as her and Mayuzumi, nor did Natsuya cast a spell on me this time. Will even sleeping together with Ryo-chan pull me into her soul realm again? Various thoughts flashed through Seiji's mind. He got out of bed and walked out the bedroom. There was nobody in the living room. Ryo-chan, where are you? He called. He searched the residence for Ryo but couldn't find her. He attempted to leave the residence but was unable to open the door. He was similarly unable to open the window. When he tried to forcefully break the window, the glass absorbed his blow without even cracking. The scene outside the window was a normal blue sky. However, he couldn't see anything moving or living at all. He felt as if he were looking at a very realistic scenery painting. He was unable to find Ryo or leave this place. Nor did he know what was going on. How am I supposed to wake up and leave this place? Seiji sat on the sofa and contemplated this question, using his palms to prop up his chin. Then, an idea came to him, and he decided to try it. He found a foldable ladder in the storage room and placed it in front of the sofa. He climbed to the top of the ladder, and then jumped off backwards from the top at an angle so that he would land on the sofa on his back. Plop! Seiji closed his eyes as he fell down onto the sofa, giving his body a jolt. When he reopened his eyes, he saw only darkness. He was now sleeping in his own bed again, with Ryo-chan in his arms. He had woken up successfully. Seiji heard before that intentionally falling down from a height was the best way to wake up from a lucid dream, and this actually worked. If it worked, did it mean that entering that room was similar to having a lucid dream? Seiji looked towards Ryo-chan again. The little girl's breathing was calm. She seemed to be in a normal sleep, with nothing unusual about her condition. Seiji considered everything that had happened briefly before he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He remained asleep until he detected something abnormal again. Seiji opened his eyes once more. He had returned to Ryo's room in her soul realm. He walked out of the bedroom and saw the ladder still placed in the living room. Nothing changed about the condition. Is it because Ryo-chan's been asleep for all this time? If she wakes up and then goes to sleep again, will the condition in this room be reset? Or will it become some other dimensional space? Seiji was now intrigued. Since he now knew how to wake up and exit this space, he started to wonder if this space could come in useful somehow. When he attempted to open his system, Seiji's eyes instantly lit up. He was able to use his system. All his options to train and increase his stats as well as grind for points were selectable, including the ability to cultivate his spiritual power. This was unlike his previous experience in Ryo's soul realm. In that city, everything was grayed out, now everything was selectable. He didn't know why this was, but it meant that he could cultivate in the room. He didn't know what the time ratio here was. If it was still the same as before, with 1 hour in reality being half a year inside here, wouldn't this basically be a super version of the room of time and spirit? Seiji felt that this was rather unlikely. The current situation was obviously different from his previous experience in Ryo's soul realm, so he suspected that the time ratio was probably different as well. In fact, if it wasn't different, then his options would likely still be grayed out. Seiji had a feeling that his conjecture wasn't far from the truth. At any rate, he decided to give things a try. And so, Seiji began cultivating in this place. After a while, Seiji's cell phone alarm rang, startling him awake. It's light outside. The time that he spent in that place seemed equal to the time that passed in the real world. As he expected, the time ratio had changed. It was now basically 1:1. He wasn't fatigued at all from cultivating while sleeping. As for his mental spirit, that felt unaffected as well. Time-wise, it was the equivalent of pulling an all-nighter to cultivate, but in actuality, he had cultivated all night while still maintaining the benefits of having rested well all night. Seiji looked towards Ryo. The little girl was still asleep, so Seiji gently woke her up. Mew. The lowly slowly opened her eyes and blinked when she saw him. Good morning, Ryo-chan. Good morning, Brother Harano, she said rather groggily. Seiji patted her head. Did you sleep well last night? Yes. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? No. Ryo smiled adorably at him. Brother Harano, you didn't move at all and slept so solidly. I want to keep sleeping together with brother from now on. Sure, as long as want. Seiji smiled as he looked at her. What he experienced hadn't caused any negative effects to Ryo-chan, at least on the first night. Being able to cultivate all night was a good thing, but he would give it up if there were any negative side effects for Ryo-chan. It seemed that this wasn't the case, at least for the time being, so Seiji was relieved. He got out of bed and drew back the curtains. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating everything. Today was a bright and sunny day. Seiji walked Ryo to her elementary school. After Seiji ensured Ryo arrived safely at her school, he took a bus to Genhana High School and barely managed to step into the classroom right before the bell rang. Today was the first day of the high school final exams. Seiji glanced over the questions after he received the test. He found that the questions were quite easy for him, as he had expected. He immediately began filling out his answers. Time passed, and the final exams for today came to a conclusion. After the teachers collected the tests, everyone instantly started chattering and sighing. How'd you do, Lolicon? Seigo, Chiaki asked with a chuckle. Seiji was rendered speechless for a moment. I think I did a pretty good job. He gave up on saying anything about what she just called him. He felt that there couldn't possibly be a good end for him if everyone in the classroom heard that term. How about you, Chiaki? I think I did all right. However, the tomboy shifted her gaze to her friend. It doesn't look so good for Mika. Seiji looked over at Mika as well and saw that the pigtailed girl had collapsed listlessly on her desk. An expression like that makes it seem like she has nothing left to live for. But really? She even participated in our group study sessions with the drama club. The two of them walked up to her. Mika, how'd you do? Seiji asked. Not good, Mika said softly. I didn't know how to answer so many questions. You should at least be able to pass, right? Wah! Seiji didn't know what to say anymore after seeing her expression. The questions this time were difficult, but it's all right, Mika, Chiaki comforted. Chiaki. I bet that there are many people that aren't going to pass and will have to take makeup exams. You won't have to worry about being alone, Chiaki added with a grin. That's what you were talking about. With enough students taking makeup exams, it won't be any different from going to school on a normal day. I'm not reassured by that at all. If you're walking on the road with a book bag during school vacation, bystanders will think that you're an excellent, hard-working student and respect you, but that won't happen at all. Even if that's true, I don't want to experience it. Seiji looked towards Keiho, who had also revised with the drama club study group, while Mika was energetically retorting against Chiaki's jokes. He saw that Keiho was sitting in her seat with a listless look in her eyes. She seemed to be as pale as a ghost. The study group seems to have been ineffective. In his heart, Seiji smiled wryly. As his thoughts went back to the study group, he couldn't help but recall that student named Hiroshi Fuma, along with his younger sister Eri Fuma. How was the Fuma family doing now? TL note, for the readers who haven't seen my new novel yet, please check it out here, let me know what you think, and give it your power stones if you enjoy the story. https://www.webnovel.com/book/10330951406005605605/chronicles-of-the-weakest-win-mage right bracket. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, of course, it was amazing. Chapter 312, of course, it was amazing. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. During lunch break, Chiaki shot him a condescending look. How did it feel to sleep together with a tender and sweet loli? I knew that you would ask this question. Seiji sighed before changing his expression to a serious one. Of course it was amazing. He flashed them a big thumbs up as he praised the experience. Slap, slap. He was slapped on both his left and right cheek. My hand involuntarily moved by itself. Same for me. I only noticed that I had slapped after I already finished. Chiaki and Mika both acted as if what they had done was inconceivable. Seiji was rendered speechless. I already expected to be slapped when I said that, at least by Mika. Chiaki, you don't have the right to lecture me, I'd think. Haven't you tasted many tender and sweet lolis yourself? He looked at her with that query in his eyes. I've never slept together with any elementary school boys, the tomboy replied. Seiji was unable to find any comebacks to this. After all, what they did was indeed different. I really didn't do anything, Seiji said, sighing. Of course I wouldn't have done anything either. We merely slept together. If I did anything on top of that, Shika-chan would probably be the first to kill me. You're right about that. Kagura-san had such a serious expression in her eyes. Chiaki took a bite of her lunch. With her keeping a tight guard on you, I suppose I can relax. You should trust in my moral character more. Your moral character was placed into doubt right from the moment you agreed to sleep together with an elementary school girl. Shtick, Seiji took a direct arrow shot to his forehead. She's only a child, and besides, she'll probably want to sleep by herself after a while, Seiji said, sighing once again. And in the end, she won't live with me forever. That's what you say. Chiaki gave him a meaningful look. But even if she's only a child, she's still a girl. And what does that mean? Nothing in particular. Chiaki continued eating her lunch. A moment of silence fell between them. How's Amami-sensei doing now? Mika asked. Pretty good, Seiji answered. After her terrifying memories were sealed, she stopped having nightmares. Her androphobia has greatly improved as well, and it seems likely that she'll be completely cured soon. That's wonderful. Sensei suffered so much. I hope that she gets well soon. Yep. We still don't know how to dispel the mysterious power that caused all this, but when there's a will, there's a way. Seiji said resolutely. That mysterious power, just what could it be? I don't know. Since we don't know, we just call it the mysterious power. But the president did mention something. Seiji looked towards Mika. She said that it resembled your mysterious spiritual creature. Eh? Mika was surprised to hear this. Like Mashiro-chan, she asked with a dazed expression. Seiji nodded. Yep, the president said that they feel similar in the way they work. Of course, it's obviously not the same thing as Mashiro-chan. But since the president intuits that they're similar, then could Mashiro-chan actually have some sort of secret connection to this mysterious power? And if there is a connection, then Sakura-san who gave Mika Mashiro-chan might know something about it. Also, having Mashiro-chan come into contact with Sensei or Ryo-chan might cause something to occur if that's the case. Mika didn't respond to this. I'm not asking for you to take Mashiro-chan out for an experiment. You just need to pay attention to the fact that this could be possible, Seiji told her. It's best if we could meet Sakura-san and ask her about this, but she hasn't been showing up recently. If she does appear before you, remember to ask her about it, Mika. The pig-tailed girl nodded. The president infers that the mysterious power is activated or affected by the holder's strong emotions or willpower. I agree with her inference. Another way of putting it is that as long as Sensei and Ryo-chan remain calm during their daily lives, they'll be able to live just like normal without any problems. Sensei is a mature adult with a strong resolution. She shouldn't have any problems because she can consciously control herself. As for Ryo-chan, she's still just a child and might not be able to control herself as well. If another accident occurs, Shika-chan and I should be able to suppress her. After some time passes and her condition stabilizes, everything should be fine. Another moment of silence fell between them. I'm pretty curious about how you guys spent so long in the soul realm, Chiaki said abruptly. Can I ask what it felt like? Now that I think back on it, everything's rather hazy. It's just like how you wake up after a dream. I can only remember the most important things in moments. Seiji rubbed his chin. As for what I felt at the time, it was just like daily life, except for the fact that I knew it was all fake. It was a rather subtle feeling. Oh. Chiaki thought about something that caused an ambiguous smile to pop up on her face. Then, some good things must have happened while you were cohabiting with Amami-sensei? I wasn't cohabiting with her, I was simply living together. Don't mind the small details. Hey now, something must have happened, so share it with us. It's absolutely crucial to use the right word. Even if it's only a dream. Seiji continued to act serious about the correct word to use. Fine then, let's just call it living together. Share your benefits with us, handsome. Don't you say that nothing actually happened. Chiaki acted as if she were a perverted male. I did enjoy some benefits, since Sensei's figure was actually even better than it appeared on the outside, such as slap, slap. My hand moved again, but this time it was intentional. Mika swept over them with cold eyes. Please don't discuss such a topic during lunch. Yes, ma'am. Chiaki rubbed her head. In that case, Seigo, let's discuss this topic in more detail later over the phone. It's not alright to discuss it later either. Lunch passed by with fun times for all just like this. Only when they returned to the classroom did Seiji recall to ask Chiaki about Hiroshi Fuma. Fuma-san? I haven't seen him come to the study group in the 2 days that you were gone. Nor did I hear anything about him. Chiaki blinked in surprise. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Is something the matter? Not much, just that. Seiji told her about how Hiroshi was almost hit by a car and that he saved Hiroshi and took him home. He decided to keep the incident involving Eri private for the time being. I feel like something's off about his condition, which is why I'm a bit concerned. Oh, do you need me to ask about him for you? You don't need to make such an effort. It's fine as long as you haven't heard any rumors. It'll be fine if there are no rumors, there's no need to worry too much. That was what Seiji believed. More final exams were waiting for them in the afternoon. The sounds of sighing were even louder after the exams concluded compared to this morning. It's all over. Mika, who had collapsed on her desk again, now had an even higher level expression as if her whole life had been a waste. Seiji could almost see the manga-like scene of her soul escaping from her mouth. It did feel a bit more difficult than this morning, Chiaki said. I think I might have difficulty getting 80 points. Yes, it was a bit more difficult, Seiji agreed. The questions were certainly trickier. Well, he still didn't feel like they were anything much, but it was evident from everyone else's reactions that perhaps they didn't do as well. It seems that you're going to have makeup exams, Mika. Chiaki had a sympathetic expression. I don't want to. The pig-tailed girl muttered. Before the test results are out, there's still no saying, Seiji told her. Getting depressed now won't be useful at all. Be spirited, and don't think too much into it. Do your best on the remaining subjects. If you really must think about it, you should at least think instead about what you want to do after the tests during winter vacation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, Ice and Fire Sensei, have you ever used yourself as the model for any of your drawings? Chapter 313, Ice and Fire Sensei, have you ever used yourself as the model for any of your drawings? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Winter vacation was rather short. It was mostly a break for the students to celebrate the new year. It might be more appropriate to call it the New Year's vacation. Winter vacation, what can I even do? Mika grumbled. It's just going to be celebrating the new year. Seiji smiled upon hearing this. Apart from the new year, there's also another important event. You definitely shouldn't take that event lightly. Mika's heart was moved when she saw his expression. Apart from the new year being celebrated over winter vacation, there was one other important holiday known as the Winter Snow Festival. The Winter Snow Festival was a holiday exclusive to this world. In name, it was supposed to be for appreciating the snow, but in actuality it was a holiday where young people, mainly young couples, would engage in special activities. Fine then, the special activities were actually dates, first kisses, renting a hotel room, the first experience, and so on. It was just like a version of Valentine's Day. But in some ways, it was even more open than Valentine's Day. What does he intend to do during the Winter Snow Festival? The pig-tailed girl's heart started beating quicker. This was a topic that was very close to her heart. During the holy battle of winter, I absolutely must receive the abundant prizes of victory. Seiji exclaimed with a clenched fist and bright eyes. Eh? Mika could only make a foolish dazed sound. The holy battle of winter? This term seemed somewhat familiar, it was almost as if she had heard it from him before. Oh, so you're talking about that. Chiaki blinked in realization. I know about it, although I've never visited it before, the Otaku Doujinshi Convention, right? That's right. It's only held twice a year, once during summer and once during winter, and it's the largest doujinshi convention of all. Seiji explained animatedly. Since there's so much hard work and preparation involved in this doujinshi convention, it's also known as the Holy Battle. Mika didn't even know what to say anymore. She now recalled that Seiji had mentioned the phrase Holy Battle of Winter when he first told her that he intended to make a game. When is it exactly? Mika asked. It starts next Saturday and lasts for 3 days, Seiji answered. I'm going to attend for all 3 days and buy everything that I like. Perhaps there will even be products there that will be useful when we make our game, simply as reference material, not plagiarism. Would you guys like to go together with me? We intend to sell our game at next year's summer convention. I think it would be a good idea to go see what type of place it is. Chiaki looked towards Mika. I'd like to go check it out. How about you, Mika? I'll go as well. Mika felt rather disappointed inside when she realized Seiji wasn't referring to the Winter Snow Festival. As for this doujinshi convention thing, since it was an event that Seiji placed such importance on, it was only natural that she would go along and check it out. And so, the three of them agreed to go to the convention together next Saturday. Later that night, Seiji logged on to his chatting application and summoned his knights to their chat group. Hisashi, Yukari, Ryan and Katomi, Hoshi, Chiaki, and Mika all logged on and arrived. Everyone gathered. I now declare the second meeting of the Knights of the Round Table. He sent a solemn emoticon. There's an important topic to discuss, reconsidering the basic scenario of the game script. Why are we reconsidering it, my lord? Hisashi asked. Because after careful consideration, I feel that our original storyline will be quite difficult to write into an excellent dating sim, so it'll be ineffective, Seiji answered. The storyline is interesting, without a doubt, but as I consider it, the more I think it's novel material instead of dating sim material. Its main points are too different from the way a dating sim works, so there's too little synergy. He explained what his thoughts regarding the game's storyline. That's why I believe we should discuss the game's storyline together and create a new one. Originally, the storyline came from me, Sweet Pig Knight, and Knight of Ice and Fire. Now, we have over doubled the original number of members, so I believe that we should have a new discussion which will help us to create an even better storyline. Now, let us state our ideas in order. While each knight is giving his or her opinion, the other knights may also request to speak up as well. Sweet Pig Knight, you're up first. Hisashi remains silent for a moment. A better, more suitable story for a dating sim. This humble one doesn't have any ideas at the moment, he confessed. As for me, as long as the main topic is about a boy in female clothing, I can accept anything. Although it's also okay to incorporate other interesting topics as well, I would still like to use my favorite topic for the first game I create. My lord, how do you plan on changing the storyline? Do you wish to change the topic entirely and start afresh or create side plots within the main plot? I'd like to take everyone's ideas into consideration before adding my own thoughts, Seiji replied, but this is just my personal opinion. I would like to keep a trap as the main character and still find a voice actress for each female character's route and write the routes appropriately. For example, Phantom Knight can be the female lead's voice actress, and I'll also use her as the original character model. Taking her ideas into consideration, I'll write an appropriate female lead's route based on her own personal life story. Everyone was rendered speechless by Seiji's passionate internet speech. So you mean to say that you'll write a story about me for my route? Chiaki asked. Yep, Seiji responded. I believe that this method will both assist me in writing an excellent story as well as help you, a voice actress, act the part of the character convincingly. This is awesome. Chiaki sent a delighted and excited emoticon. I like this idea. Just imagining what story our king will write based on my life makes me excited. I'd definitely be able to do an excellent job at being the voice actress for a story based on myself. I'd be at 100%, no, 120% of my usual level, or even higher. Chiaki sent several more excited emoticons in a row. I think it's excellent as well, Yukari added. With our king saying that he'll base the female lead's route on the voice actress, I'm also a little tempted to voice act as well. Can I be a voice actress while simultaneously being the artist for this game? Hisashi sent a shocked emoticon. You're actually female, Ice and Fire Sensei? I am. You should have noticed long ago, Sweet Pig Knight, so stop pretending. I did faintly perceive it, but I didn't think it was actually true. My shock isn't faked at all. Hisashi sent a series of shocked emoticons. For a professional master-level arrow artist like Romance of Ice and Fire to actually be female. This is a huge scoop. If you dare to tell anyone, I'll kill you. Air. If Ice and Fire Sensei doesn't wish for it to be known, this humble one shan't mention it to anyone. However, there is one question I'm really curious about. What? Ice and Fire Sensei, have you ever used yourself as the model for any of your drawings? That's sexual harassment, you pervert. I can't control this humble one's overwhelming curiosity. Milord wishes to know the answer to this question as well, right? Or, have you asked it already? Of course I haven't asked such a question. Seiji said angrily. Don't get me involved somehow in this. Yukari sent a shy expression. If Milord wishes to know, I can tell you in secret. Why is there such a large difference in treatment? Sweet Pig cried. Because our king is incredibly handsome. Wah! As I expected, that was the answer. Damn you, this cruel world. Hisashi sent a given up on the world emoticon. Enough, we should be discussing the game. Let's stop getting off topic. Seiji sent a stern emoticon. Milord, Yukari said seriously, I apply for the position of voice actress in addition to being the artist, so please write a story for me as well. Milord, we would like to make the same request, Ryan and Katomi said immediately after. Hisashi was astounded once again. Silver Knight is a girl as well. Can I also be a voice actress? Hoshi asked. The Knight of Light is also, wait a moment, aren't you a boy? I can act as a girl, since I'm already the character model for the trap. Hoshi sent a sweet smile emoticon. Act as a girl. Seiji snorted furiously. Like hell you will. Please, stop making things more chaotic. Their lively roundtable discussion continued for a good while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, The Female Cast has been completed. Chapter 314, The Female Cast has been completed. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Knight of Ice and Fire and Silver Knight have both applied to be voice actresses, won't this be too much work for you too? Seiji asked after he finally managed to get Hoshi and Hisashi to stop fooling around. Since you're also acting as our artist and music composer respectively, I think it's too much to ask you to be voice actresses as well. Perhaps, Yukari said, but I want to do this. Since I've already joined in, then I should do what I think would best add to this game instead of caring about my losses, don't you think? Of course, making my request is one thing, and whether or not you approve it is another. If Milord feels that it's inappropriate, I shall accept it as well. I agree with Knight of Ice and Fire, Ryan and Katomi said. Everything should be decided by Milord. Seiji fell silent for a moment and contemplated the matter. Sweet Pig Knight, what do you think? It could be a problem if any of you are overburdened, Hisashi responded, but I agree with Ice and Fire Sensei. They should do as they feel best, rather than being concerned about their losses. So you approve of their request? I have no objections. Seiji fell silent again for a while. You're all absolutely certain that you can work as voice actresses on top of your other job? He asked solemnly. I'm not certain, but I'll try my best. Yukari promised. Same for me, Ryan and Katomi said. Alright, so we now have 3 voice actresses for 3 female characters, Phantom Knight, Knight of Ice and Fire, and Silver Knight. Seiji came to this decision. You should make it 4, Chiaki said. If the other 2 can be accepted as voice actresses in addition to their original positions, then I believe that Blue Sky Apprentice Knight should be accepted as well. That's reasonable. Then, shall we formally initiate Blue Sky as an official knight? There were no objections. And so, Mika became an official member of their group. Now that we have voice actresses for 4 female characters, this humble one is of the opinion that with just one more, we'll complete our female cast. Hisashi said. And this humble one just happens to have someone to recommend. The person that you're recommending, could she be? It seems that our king instantly saw through me. That's right. I'm about to recommend my younger sister who fills me with pride. Hisashi sent a brilliantly shining emoticon. Yukari's curiosity was piqued. Sweet Pig Knight has a younger sister? What kind of person is she? She's a great beauty. Milord knows her in real life. As for her beauty and talent, not only am I proud of her as her older brother, even Milord recognizes her beauty and talent. Yes, indeed, Seiji admitted. Ki Jumanji was indeed a beauty who had both looks and brains. But is she really willing to do this? I've already asked her. I wouldn't have recommended her if she wasn't willing. Milord, what's your opinion on having her as the fifth female character? I think that it's fine. Then let's invite her immediately. Hisashi instantly sent Seiji Kid's internet ID for the chatting application. Seiji added the ID merry-go-round to their chatting group. Good evening, everyone. I'm delighted to be able to join you all. I shall do my best to do my part as well. Kid greeted them politely with a smiling emoticon. Everyone else greeted her as well, and explained their group's purpose and setting to her before they resumed their conversation. Back to the main topic, as for our game scenario, are we going to use my idea of writing the female characters route based on our voice actresses? Seiji asked. Does anyone have any other ideas? I think that using Milord's idea is fine, I have no other ideas. Yukari sent an emoticon of approval. Chiaki, Mika, and Ryan and Katomi sent the exact same emoticon. Kid asked about the specifics of the story, and Hisashi gave her a basic outline. After she understood, she agreed as well. Okay then, let's go for this as the basic plot, and then write the overarching scenario, Seiji said. In that case, I'm going to need to have a personal discussion with each of our voice actresses, and before that, what's everyone's opinion the main theme, a boy disguising himself as a girl in order to secretly enter a renowned girls' high school? Everyone unanimously agreed on this theme. Then it's settled. This concludes the second meeting of the Knights of the Round Table. Seiji rose from his computer seat after ending the group chat. He intended to get himself a cup of tea. He saw that Shika was quietly sitting at the table, sipping at some tea. Seiji sat down beside her, poured himself some tea, and took a sip. Shika-chan, do you have any good ideas about what to write next? I do have some I think are good, but brother, aren't you currently working on your game's storyline? Shika looked towards him curiously. I do have to write that, but it doesn't mean that I can't work on both at the same time. Seiji smiled. I don't have any intentions of writing a new work after finishing the game's storyline. I want to continue writing together with you to the end. Brother Seiji. Tell me about the ideas that you think are good. Is it a second volume of Brother Monogatari, or a new story? Shika's eyes lit up. I have ideas for both. She went back to her room and retrieved her notebook. Seiji looked at the ideas that she pointed out to him. Compared to the rough ideas she had when he first asked her to come up with story ideas, these were much better planned out and mature. The main plot point in the second volume of Brother Monogatari was Red Frost Leaves. The storyline would still be about an investigation of some mysterious magical item, discovering the truth, and resolving the incident. The style of the first volume would remain unchanged. There would be a mysterious atmosphere for the setting, with romance and tragedy injected into it as well. The adopted older brother and adopted younger sister's backgrounds and true relationship are expanded upon, and more mystery and suspense is added to their relationship. And Seiji believed that the greatest selling point of Brother Monogatari's second volume was that one of the female side characters from the first volume revealed her true identity as an exorcist. She got into intense conflicts with the main sibling characters. At first, the adopted younger sister believed that as an exorcist, the other girl wanted to eliminate her adopted older brother who was possessed by a demonic spirit. However, she later discovers that this isn't the case. This exorcist girl's real goal is to steal the demonic spirit so that it would possess her instead. She wanted to become undying so that she could be more powerful. A demonic spirit was doing the job of an exorcist, while an exorcist was attempting to transform into a demon. It was a strange reversal of roles. After finding out the truth behind the red frost leaves, the adopted older brother is on the verge of facing off against the culprit when the exorcist appears and voluntarily asks the culprit for some red frost leaves. Her goal was still the same, to become more powerful. Is it alright if you're no longer a human after you become more powerful? The older brother asks. Humanity. I wanted to discard it since long ago, the exorcist replies. The female exorcist had an obsession with the concept of getting stronger. After remaining silent for a while, the adopted older brother decides to attack the culprit first in order to destroy the red frost leaves. The exorcist attacks the main character in order to prevent him from doing so. After a fierce battle, the adopted older brother defeats the main culprit but is unable to destroy all the red frost leaves, and the female exorcist escapes with a portion of the red frost leaves. Afterwards, when she reappears at school, everyone else still sees her as a normal, rather beautiful girl. But in the adopted younger sister's eyes, she has already transformed into a monster. As fellow demon comrades, let's get along well with each other, the former exorcist says to the adopted older brother, smiling. Why is it that you're willing to sacrifice so much for the sake of power, he asks. In order to become justice, comes the answer. Seiji felt that this female side character was quite charismatic. It was difficult to say whether she was on the side of good or evil, or whether she was an ally or an enemy. Although the main characters learn her true identity and goals, there was still a mysterious air around her, which matched the overall atmosphere of the story. By the way, this character's setting, he felt a subtle sense of déjà vu. Shika-chan, did you base this female exorcist on a real person? He asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, I have 10,000 little sisters. Chapter 315, I have 10,000 little sisters. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Yes, Shika said. I based her on Yukari Asamiya, Seiji was rendered speechless. Fine then, so that's how it is. In his honest opinion, they did seem to resemble each other, but if he couldn't say exactly how. I think that you've created an excellent character. She's not at the point where she overshadows the two main characters, but she leaves people with a deep impression. Excellent job creating her. Seiji gave Shika his honest praise. Afterwards, he gave Shika his opinions on the small detailed portions of her story outline. Shika wrote down every single one of his opinions and told him that she would work on editing her story. After that, Seiji looked over her ideas for new books. They all seemed like nice ideas. The one that attracted Seiji's attention the most, or perhaps it should be said that the one he wanted to comment on the most, was called I Have 10,000 Little Sisters. This story took place in a world where demons, not humans, ruled the world. The male lead was a tall and handsome boy whose goal was to become a warrior and fight against these demons, a demon slayer, so to speak. However, his talent was rather lacking, and he could only make up for things with hard work. The female lead was his beautiful and gentle adopted younger sister. She wanted to become a demon slayer together with her adopted older brother and had outstanding talent. One day, the female lead received a special summon from the Demon Slayer Association. They wanted her to join a special mission. She embarked on this mission after saying goodbye to the male lead. The male lead was quite worried about and missed her. He kept feeling anxious. Then, he heard the news that the Demon Slayer Association had undertaken another campaign to slay the Demon King. The Demon King was the leader of all demons. He was the strongest, most fearsome demon of all. Slaying him would definitely help turn the tide in favor of humanity. The Demon Slayer Association had undertaken several major campaigns in the past, but all ended up failing with heavy losses. The male lead's father, as well as both of the female lead's parents, had perished in the previous campaign. This time, most people believed that the campaign against the Demon King would fail once more. However, it succeeded. The Demon Slayer Association's strongest squad, composed of elites, attacked the Demon King's main base. Meanwhile, the human armies attracted the attention of the demon armies, enabling the elite squad to slay the Demon King. Everyone in the world was shocked and ecstatic. They all celebrated this grand victory. The male lead was also overjoyed to the point of breaking out in tears. Just like everyone else, he was curious to know who the heroes that slew the Demon King were. The Demon Slayer Association broadcasted a media announcement in front of the entire world's cameras, praising the elite squad's heroes for their achievements as well as making note of their sacrifices. Then, the association had all the elite squad's members take off their helmets and reveal their true appearances. Everyone in the world was shocked. The male lead was the most shocked out of everyone. That was because everyone in the hero squad was identical, they all had his adopted younger sister's face. The head of the Demon Slayer Association personally explained the truth to the media. Apparently, the special mission that the female lead joined was dubbed the One-Person Army. It was an ambitious plan to clone one person tens of thousands of times, activating the full potential of every clone, and creating a mega army that had flawless teamwork. This transformation was irreversible. Every single clone left alive after the battle had less than 5 years of lifespan remaining. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. A reporter asked the clones why they were willing to volunteer for this process. The female lead answered by saying that it was for her family. The clones' true and sincere expressions moved the world. Everyone started clapping, with their thunderous applause shaking the skies. Only the male lead kneeled on the ground and cried loudly. He swore that he would definitely save his adopted younger sisters, and definitely not allow them to die in the near future. And so, the story began. Yep, all of the above was just the prologue. The main phase of the story started when the male lead reunited with his adopted younger sisters. He worked together with the association's research division in order to search for ways to increase his adopted sister's lifespan. Soon, the research division discovered that the girl's love for the male lead was able to improve their body's conditions. And so, the male lead was given the divine task of flirting with his roughly 10,000 adopted sisters all at once. And so, a shameless romantic comedy began. He really wanted to comment on this story. However, he couldn't deny that this ridiculous plot was quite appealing. To flirt with 10,000 of his sisters at the same time, just hearing this topic would make anyone think what the hell, but also be interested at the same time. Seiji recalled all the Masaka clones from a certain magical index. But even though the author of that story was incredibly skilled at coming up with ridiculous plotlines, he doubted that Index's author would dare to have Kamiju Toma flirt with 10,000 Masakas at the same time. Shika's story basically the same cliches as all romantic comedy stories, but the setting where the female lead was actually 10,000 versions of the same girl changed everything to become out of the ordinary. There were so many strange and subtle things about the story that would make the readers ache to comment upon. At the very least, Seiji couldn't help but mentally comment on it. Would Shika really be able to continue writing the ridiculous plot required for this story? It would be challenging for anyone's imagination. And just how did Shika come up with it in the first place? He asked Shika about this. I just thought of it casually, she replied, averting her gaze. There's no particular meaning behind it, it's just. I suddenly felt like this story would be rather interesting and wrote an outline for it. After I finished the outline, I felt like it was pretty good, so I showed it to you, brother. The product of a flash of inspiration? That was natural. Seiji nodded in understanding. If you continue writing this story, do you think that you can finish it? He asked. Shika fell silent for a moment and blushed. I think that I wouldn't be able to. It was as he expected. Ah, regrettable. This is a nice template, but it does seem difficult to continue writing about it. After all, having 10,000 love interests is a little too much. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. If you really want to write about it, perhaps it would have to be limited to only one volume or just a few volumes. They decided to save the idea for a possible story later in the future. There was no need to write every single good idea into a story immediately. He discussed Shika's other story ideas with her as well. In the end, they decided to first focus on the second volume of Brother Monogatari. After his talk with Shika, he went to sleep with Ryo-chan. This time, the little girl instantly buried her head into his chest. Both of them gradually fell asleep after saying good night to each other. Seiji re-entered Ryo's room in her soul realm. He stood up from the bed there and walked to the living room to inspect the changes. This place seems to have restored itself to its original appearance, Seiji mumbled. The objects he'd moved previously had returned to their original positions. The paper he'd intentionally ripped up was whole again, and the cup that he'd intentionally shattered was restored. Everything was restored, including the notes that he had written last time. Basically, it was a reset. Every time that Ryo-chan sleeps, this dimensional space will be refreshed, and everything within it reset. Perhaps the resetting could also be time-based. I don't know if there's a price she has to pay for resetting this room. To err on the side of caution, I shouldn't make any major changes or do any destruction to this space. Seiji set that rule for himself. Then, he began cultivating. As time passed, Seiji's progress bar was filled, and he paid the points required to learn Mana Bullet. Due to the rule he set for himself, he decided against testing his new spell in this dimensional space. He decided to visit the president's residence at school tomorrow and practice in her underground practice field. Seiji checked his system and noticed that nothing new had appeared. This was the first time that nothing had appeared after he'd learned a new spell. There was still some time before morning, so Seiji continued to cultivate. He began to practice Spirit Shield. After learning some offensive magic, he thought it would be wise to learn defensive magic. No matter what, he had to focus on improving his strength. The second day of final exams. Things were better for Mika today. At the very least, she was confident that she'd pass today's exams. I hope that it's not a mistaken impression, Chiaki said, chuckling. Don't jinx me like that. Mika retorted. During lunch break, Seiji received a phone call from editor Yoshizawa. I sent you an email containing your draft with editing suggestions included as well as a final contract to your email address. Read over the contract conditions carefully. If there are no problems, then just print it out like last time and mail it back to our editing department. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, This is Gender Equality. Chapter 316, This is Gender Equality. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Alright, Seiji said. Thank you, Editor Yoshizawa. I should be the one thanking you, Harano, Saki replied. Mayuzumi hasn't had any nightmares for the past few days, and her androphobia is well on track to being cured now. It's all thanks to you. I'm truly grateful for what you've done. Editor Yoshizawa. In the future, if there's anything I can help you with, please let me know, Saki said solemnly. I'll do everything within my power to assist you, no matter if it's related to your story, or to something else. Editor Yoshizawa, you said something almost identical to Peach-sensei, Seiji said, chuckling. I only did what I should have for sensei. There's no need to be so polite with me, but still, please take good care of me in the future. Yes, likewise. Please take good care of me, Harano. Haruta-kun, Saki said, smiling to herself. Saki ended the phone call. Seiji told Mika and Chiaki that Brother Monogatari was approved for publication and he had received a formal contract, and both of them congratulated him. I think this book of yours is incredibly fun to read. I've already read it 3 times. Chiaki smiled. It'll definitely become a bestseller. I feel like that as well, Mika added. It's a wonderfully written story. Both of them had already read the draft that Seiji sent them multiple times. I have more confidence after hearing your reviews, Seiji said with a smile. Shika-chan is currently hard at work thinking of the storyline for the 2nd volume of Brother Monogatari. I intend to write the light novel and work on the game storyline simultaneously. Will you be able to cope? Chiaki asked. Of course, neither is on a tight deadline. It'll be simple enough to do both. Seiji paused for a moment. And as for the game storyline, I need to discuss that with you before anyone, Chiaki. Do you have any thoughts regarding the female lead's route? Chiaki looked towards Seiji and grinned. First, I'd like to ask you something. What are you intending to write about me? I'm not going to write about you. I'm just using you as inspiration. Seiji rubbed his chin. First, I need to establish a theme for the female lead. I have a few thoughts on this. We could go for drama club ace, rich girl, very popular, bright and starry, elegant, or something else of your choosing. The basic route could go something like this: the male and female lead meet, and they interact with each other from day to day. I could then create a catalyst, which leads to them falling in love, then show daily life after the first date. After that, an obstacle to their love would crop up, and after a struggle, the main characters overcome their love obstacle, and they live happily ever after. I'd like your opinion on the specifics, though. I see. Chiaki nodded in understanding. Can I give you any opinion that I want? Yes, I'll take whatever you say into consideration and do my best to write it in. However, I can't promise that I'll use everything exactly as you say it. Chiaki rubbed her chin, a sly smile spreading across her face. My first opinion is about the male lead. He needs to be tall and handsome. Even if he's dressed like a girl, he needs to seem like one of those girls who appear powerful and spirited, not the weak type who need protecting. Also, he needs to be a skilled fighter, filled with a sense of justice, open and direct, and have otaku hobbies. Seiji was rendered speechless. That's right, I'm talking about you. The tomboy pointed directly at him. I want the male lead to be just like you, Seiji, and the more similar he is to you the better. Why? Seiji asked hoarsely. For fairness. Chiaki responded, acting as if she were on the side of logic and reason. Since you're using me as the female lead, then the male lead should be the same as you. This is gender equality. Gender equality, that's not what it means. Seiji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is it that necessary to have equality in this aspect? The storyline should be written so that it's interesting. I think that this is rather interesting, perhaps it's even the most interesting storyline possible. Mika agrees with my opinion, right? The pigtailed girl hurriedly nodded. I agree with Chiaki. I think her idea is excellent. Mika blushed slightly. And now, it's the combined opinion of 2 of your voice actresses. That should be quite weighty. Chiaki flashed a brilliant smile. Seiji didn't know what to say to this. All right. I'll consider it carefully. He decided to give it some thought. And also, I have an opinion about or I should say the female lead's identity, the tomboy continued. She should be childhood friends with the male lead. Their parents agreed to their engagement long ago, and everyone else thinks they're a perfect match. Mika was now the one who was rendered speechless. After all, I'm the female lead, so shouldn't the female lead receive all these grand advantages? Chiaki continued to smile brilliantly. Of course, these advantages don't mean that the story needs to be smooth sailing for the female lead, otherwise it'll be too boring. You should also add a few tragic elements, her family collapsing, secretly being abused by her stepmother, or being forced by her father into a political marriage. As for the ending, It should be something along the lines of the female lead was forced by her family to marry another man, and the male lead rushed to the site of the marriage and made a huge scene, taking away the female lead. Chiaki posed like she was a teenage girl who addicted to such stories. For the ending, the two of them elope to a faraway place, marry, and have a wonderful life. What do you think? A classic story, Seiji reviewed. This is okay. But I want something that stands out more. Alright, let's change it so that the female lead is sold by her parents to the mafia to pay off their debt, and the mafia tries to force her into making pornos. How about that? Why is it suddenly getting R-rated? And the first porn video that the mafia wants the female lead to produce is about, and it's even the hardcore stuff. The male lead in female clothing rushes over to the scene just in time to stop them, and says in a cool voice, "Let me replace her." Cool. The hell? This is completely going down the wrong track. What was the dating sim supposed to be if the male lead in female clothing replaced the female lead in a hardcore porn video? Rather than being creative, wasn't this just a hardcore sex scene? Not to mention it would be BL. Seiji energetically commented on this both mentally and out loud. Chiaki kept giggling uncontrollably. I'd really like to see it, the male lead being a ***D. That's enough out of you. Seiji shouted. Do you have a grudge against the male lead? I want to see it as well. Mika added. That's enough out of both of you. Is it true after all that all girls are into BL? Well, that was enough with the jokes. Seiji and Chiaki went back to discussing things seriously, but neither had any particular flashes of inspiration, so they ended the lunch break just like that. After the end of the finals on the second day, Seiji split up from Chiaki and Mika and headed towards the president's residence. He intended to try out the power of his new spell, Mana Bullet. He opened the door with the key that Natsuya had given him and went to the secret underground practice field. When he arrived at the area with many targets, he couldn't help but remember the time when they tested Mashiro's power. He looked around and turned on the nearby computer. However, unlike Natsuya, he didn't know how to control the targets with the computer. I might as well call Natsuya and ask her which computer program it is. Natsuya answered the call and told him what he wanted to know. He immediately used the program and brought out a circular target. He pointed his hand directly at the target. Mana Bullet. In his astral vision, a white mass of energy rapidly increased in size within the palm of his hand. It soon reached the size of a baseball, before it started glowing and flew out from his hand. Crack. Star. It hit the target with the sharp, whip-like sound of something blunt and heavy colliding with an object fast and hard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, she wants him to accompany her at the Winter Snow Festival. Chapter 317, she wants him to accompany her at the Winter Snow Festival. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. How powerful was my attack? Seiji looked at the computer screen. There were some numbers on the screen, but he didn't really understand them. Well, the main thing was that he didn't know what standard was being used. Basically, he lacked anything to compare the numbers to. Seiji thought about it for a moment and memorized the main number before resetting the program. He walked back to the practice field and aimed a strong punch at the practice target. He didn't use the body strengthening technique for this punch. He estimated that it was a punch which would probably knock out an average adult. He returned and checked the monitor again, comparing the number on the screen to the earlier number. He now had a better understanding of Mana Bullet's strength. That baseball-sized Mana Bullet had roughly 10 times the destructive force of his normal punch. Basically, if he hit any ordinary human with Mana Bullet, that person would 100% die. It was quite powerful. Testing it out was indeed useful. Seiji continued to experiment. He increased and decreased the size of his mana bullet and recorded the necessary information such as how much mana was used each time and the difference in power, so that he could use mana bullet appropriately in future situations. Gradually, casting mana bullet became increasingly difficult. Seiji stopped his experiments. He had expended too much mana. His tests had proved him with useful insight into his power. He left the practice field and returned to the living room. Natsuya Yorihana was sipping tea at wooden table. She had been waiting for him. "President, you've returned." The scion smiled at him. "Yes, I've returned." Seiji felt her smile seemed somewhat strange. "I heard that you've adopted Ryo Tachibana." "No, not adopted, I'm just temporarily taking care of her. This is the second one after Kagura-san. It's just temporary." "It's the same with Rana. I feel like your attitude is rather." "Haruta-kun, could it be that you especially prefer younger girls?" Natsuya maintained that subtle smile of hers, but Seiji saw an abnormal light flash in her eyes. Seiji was rendered speechless. "Are you a lolicon?" He felt as if he could imagine being asked such a direct question. If he didn't do a good job answering this question, there would be serious consequences. "I don't have such a preference," he denied in a serious voice. "I'm normal, I like all beautiful and cute girls." Natsuya didn't respond to his answer for a while. "I figured as much." She finally retracted her gaze and continued sipping her tea. A moment of silence fell between them. Just as Seiji wanted to say goodbye and escape, Natsuya put down her teacup and fixed him with her stare. "Didn't you forget about something, Haruta-kun?" she asked softly. Seiji was mystified by this question. "Forget?" He suddenly recalled something as he observed her expression. "President, you're talking about the promise to do something for you, Earlier, when he requested the student council president to help Peach Sensei, he had promised to do something for her in exchange for her assistance. Natsuya nodded. "That's right. I'm sorry, I almost forgot." Seiji scratched his face awkwardly. Since he had spent too much time in the soul realm, and there were various things to deal with after he woke up, he had almost forgotten about his promise until Natsuya's reminder. "President, what would you like for me to do?" Natsuya's eyes flashed with an indescribable light as she continued to look at him. Seiji recalled how she said at the time that it was something that only you can do. When he remembered her flirtatious tone at the time and being stared at by such a beauty, Seiji couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken. The Winter Snow Festival. On the day of the Winter Snow Festival, do you have plans? The Winter Snow Festival, I don't have any plans. Then, I want you to accompany me. Seiji blinked in surprise. On the day of the Winter Snow Festival, accompany me for the entire day. This is what I want you to do. The president elucidated this as clearly as possible. Accompany her for the entire day? Was this a date? And on the Winter Snow Festival. Seiji knew that in this world the Winter Snow Festival was an upgraded version of Valentine's Day. The president wants to have a date with me on this day. Seiji was astonished to hear this. However, Natsuya, who was sitting before him, had quite a calm expression. It was as if she had just asked him something incredibly normal. "Is there a problem, Haruta-kun?" she asked him, her eyes piercing his. "No problem at all." Seiji could feel her strong will and retracted all doubts from his mind. Obviously, she would know the meaning of the Winter Snow Festival, but she was acting so calm about it. Could it be that she merely wanted someone to accompany her for the duration of the holiday? For lovers, the Winter Snow Festival was a special holiday. However, they weren't lovers, so he figured he shouldn't think too much into it. "It's fine if there are no problems," Natsuya said lightly. "That settles things, then. Let's talk about it again when it's time, Haruta-kun." Seiji smiled. "All right, sure thing, President. Afterwards, he said goodbye and left. After he left, the president poured some more tea for herself, but her hand was shaking. Her face flushed red, she was trembling, and her eyes were teary. Ah! What did I say? Ah! She roughly put down the teapot, and then began rolling around on the sofa in a manner that seemed the complete opposite of her typical, refined, scion-like behavior. I actually asked him to accompany me on the Winter Snow Festival. Isn't this a date? And on the Winter Snow Festival. Wah! This is so awkward. I'm so embarrassed. I want to go hide in a hole somewhere. Natsuya didn't know what she had been possessed by to ask him something like that. That wasn't what she wanted from him at all. I just wanted him to directly call my name. She wanted him to stop calling her president, and to call her Natsuya instead. This was all she had wanted. Then, why didn't she ask that of him just now? She actually requested something even more embarrassing of him. We aren't lovers, so what's with having a date with him for the Winter Snow Festival? Natsuya continued to pound the innocent sofa with her fists. Why did I say something like that? What was I thinking just now? She didn't know what she was thinking, nor did she know why she did something that she wasn't intending to do. How scary. The scion couldn't control her emotions as she kept thinking back to what just happened. The situation which would ruin the impression she gave others continued for quite a while. If Seiji saw her right now. No, if any student from Genhana High School witnessed the student council president right now, they would surely be astonished. The beautiful, elegant, strict scion and student council president was actually. This scene of her rolling around on and smacking the sofa was quite impactful. Finally, Natsuya barely managed to calm herself down and stopped her out-of-character actions. However, the redness on her face hadn't faded yet. What should I do? She had already done it. There was no use crying over spilled milk. Luckily, she managed to use her strong willpower to maintain her image just now. It seemed to her that he didn't think too much of it. But he must have been inwardly astonished. He definitely must have. He probably didn't think that I'm a casual girl, but he must have wondered. It was just that he trusted me, so he didn't think too much or ask too much about it. Luckily, he didn't ask. Natsuya felt that was very fortunate indeed. If Seiji had wondered what she wanted, or asked her directly about it, she probably wouldn't have been able to maintain her image any longer. And now, she definitely couldn't tell him the truth that she had made that request of him without even thinking about it. She could only act to the end. And have a date with him during the Winter Snow Festival. No. It's not a date. I'm just having him accompany me. Various scenes flashed through her mind, and Natsuya's face suddenly started burning up again. She immediately vocalized her inner thoughts to the empty air. Actually, a date would be pretty nice as well. But even deeper in her heart, a tiny voice whispered, pretty nice, that's not it. It's too quick for me. The president's shouts of embarrassment echoed throughout her residence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, Are You My Master? Chapter 318, Are You My Master? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. After picking up Ryo from elementary school, Seiji bumped into Kid in front of his apartment. Oh my, this must be your new little sister, Hirano-kun. The blonde health teacher's eyes lit up upon seeing the little girl. She had already heard that there was now a new person living together with Seiji. Kid didn't know the specifics, she only knew that Seiji had been busy doing something for the past few days. When he appeared again, he brought back a little girl who would temporarily be living with him. Seiji did the introductions for Kid and Ryo. Hello, Jumanji Nizan, the little girl greeted politely. Please take good care of me. So cute. Kid crouched to meet Ryo's eyes and smiled. Hello, Tachibana-chan. Let us get along well in the future. Kied's eyes flashed as she turned back to Seiji. Harano-kun, where did you find yourself such a cute little sister? I'm sorry, Seiji said, chuckling, but that's a trade secret. I'll pay you, so can you sell me this trade secret? Or, you could even sell Tachibana-chan to me. I'm sorry, but neither is okay, especially the second. How stingy, Harano-kun. Is stingy really the right word? Tachibana-chan, don't live together with this stingy big brother anymore. How about coming to live together with me? Kied asked with a wide grin. Ryo didn't know how to respond to Kied's question in tone. She turned around to look at Seiji. Seiji assumed a severe expression. Please don't try to kidnap the cute child from my family, Jumanji-sensei. I'm not kidnapping, I'm just inviting her. But, for my actions to be described like that. Kied rose to her feet, a helpless, disappointed expression on her face. Seiji exchanged glances with Kied, then they both laughed. Do you need any help taking care of this child? She asked seriously. No, not for the time being. If I can be of any assistance, feel free to call me any time, Kied said before looking back at Ryo. When you have free time, can I come find you to play, Tachibana-chan? Sure, Ryo stammered, making the blonde teacher reveal a gentle smile. Seiji brought Ryo inside the apartment. He then left it to print out, sign, and mail his book contract. It was now certain that Brother Monogatari would be published. But first, he would still need to edit his final draft according to editor Yoshizawa's suggestions. Later that night, Seiji carefully edited his draft and gave it a final inspection before emailing the finished version to editor Yoshizawa. He also mentioned in the email that he had mailed out the signed contract. Then, he stretched, intending to relax for a while, but his chatting application rang, notifying him of a new message. Seiji raised his brows when he saw who it was from. He immediately opened the conversation window. Hey, hero from another world. The message was from cat-loving flying fish, his younger sister, Hana Haruta. Hey there, Angel and Innie, Seiji responded. Don't call me an angel, How about Witch Net instead? That feels somewhat strange as well, so don't call me that either. Alright then, I'll just call you Cutie Cat. Meow to hell. They had fun joking around for a little while. Hero, do you have any plans for the upcoming holy battle? Of course. Rushing together with my companions to the battlefield, fighting heroically, collecting the reward loot of combat. You should come with us, little sis. I'm currently being sealed and can't move. You can break free from that seal anytime you want. No, I don't want to go outside. Then you won't be able to participate in the holy battle or obtain the spoils of victory. How regrettable. No, I can participate. In your dream? Of course not. Hannah sent a cool-looking emoticon. I have a perfect plan, and I've already prepared all the necessary equipment. Now, I just lack a familiar. Are you going to perform a summoning? Seiji sent an emoticon of a summoner uttering an incantation and performing a ritual. I've already summoned my familiar, it's you. But I didn't hear any summoning incantations, nor did I sign any contract. Hannah immediately sent him a video that automatically began playing. In the video, a beautiful witch in pitch-black ceremonial clothing was reciting an incantation with her melodious voice. With some grand background music, the witch drew an extravagant spell formation, and then stuck her magic wand into the ground, opened her arms, and called, "Come." My familiar, making her ample breasts jiggle. Colorful words shook in his conversation window. Seiji sighed, surprisingly impressed. Then, he responded, "This hero from another world has answered your summons." Are you my master? That's right. The contract has been sealed, and I shall fight for your cause. Excellent. Hannah sent him an expression of satisfaction. By the way, just what exactly do you want to do? Make you live stream the event. What? I've already prepared a full set of top-tier live streaming equipment, so just wear these, start live streaming when you participate in the holy battle, and listen to my orders. Hannah explained her perfect plan using only a single sentence. Seiji was rendered speechless. This is indeed a method that can allow you to participate without taking a single step outside. What a smart idea to come up with, my master, but this top-tier equipment must be really expensive. Is it really alright to buy a full set and send it to me? I'm rich. Fine then, his younger sister was rich. If you don't have any problems with it, and that's what you want to do, then it's fine with me. Seiji agreed to livestream for her at the Otaku Doujinshi convention. Just like he promised her before, if he had the chance, he would stream again, just for her only. Give me your address. I need to mail the equipment I purchased to you. Seiji gave Hannah his current address, and she wrote it down. Hannah was currently smiling delightedly. Participating together in battle with him, joining the Doujinshi convention with him in this form made her quite happy. Although it was through a livestream, his livestream was only for her, and her alone. To her, was no different to the two of them going outside together. Wait a moment. Hannah suddenly recalled Seiji's earlier words. You said together with my companions. Are you intending to go together with some friends? She asked. Yes, Seiji said, I've already agreed to go together with two of my friends. Male or female? Female. Both female? Both female. Are they beautiful? I think they're both quite beautiful. Hannah was rendered speechless. She was overcome by a huge influx of complex emotions, and soon they formed into a single sentence: winners in life should go explode and die. Then, she sent an exploding emoticon, as well as a funny face emoticon, and logged off. Seiji was left staring at his computer screen, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The final exams had ended. No matter how everyone did, at least they were finally over. The homeroom teacher reminded the students about the things they were supposed to do over winter break, and then the students were freed. It's the Winter Snow Festival in just a few days. Seigo, do you have any plans? Chiaki asked. I'm going to accompany President Yorihana, was his answer. Chiaki and Mika were shocked and confused to hear this. They had never expected to hear this answer, so they were completely astounded. Did you say President Yorihana? Natsuya Yorihana? Chiaki asked with wide eyes. Seiji nodded and told them about the request Natsuya made yesterday. She probably just wants me to casually accompany her to have a little fun, basically the same as hanging out together with classmates, that's what I think. Chiaki and Mika were both temporarily rendered speechless. The same as simply hanging out together with classmates? They instinctively refused to believe that was possible. This was Natsuya Yorihana, a person who every single student at Genhana High School knew. Had this lady scion ever had a record of hanging out and having fun together with an ordinary student? Never. Not even once. Her behavior wasn't arrogant, and she had a friendly attitude, but actually, as the scion of a rich and powerful family, she wasn't easy to approach or get close to. Apart from Hitaka Shuho, was there even a single other person that was rather intimate with her? The answer was that there wasn't anyone. At least, nobody knew of anyone who was. Natsuya Yorihana was a high-up, isolated existence who nobody could reach. Even if she didn't give others this impression, this was actually the case. And now, she had actually requested a boy to accompany her for an entire day on a holiday like the Winter Snow Festival. This wasn't even at the news of major gossip, it was a torrential flood. If news of this spread out, the entirety of Genhana High School would be astonished. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, The opponent's level has surpassed all limits. Chapter 319, The opponent's level has surpassed all limits. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Chiaki and Mika were wiped away by this torrential flood, and it took a long while for them to finally recover their senses. Both had already returned to their respective homes by the time they regained control over their minds. They simultaneously tried calling each other at the same time. It took several tries before they succeeded in contacting each other. Chiaki. Mika. Both of them fell silent for a while and then sighed. This should be that, Mika said. Yep, no matter how you look at it, it has to be that, Chiaki said. Otherwise, with the way Natsuya Yorahana is. Although I don't know her very well, I can only understand it as her having those types of intentions. An invitation during the Winter Snow Festival, if she didn't have those types of intentions towards Seiji, then this isolated, untouchable scion definitely wouldn't ask such a thing because she wasn't a flirtatious, casual, or unthinking type of girl. Although Seiji said that she appeared quite calm when she invited him, Chiaki and Mika were both girls. Even if they didn't personally see Natsuya at that time, they were both 100% certain that Natsuya must have been acting. Even normal girls would pretend to be proper, not to mention Natsuya, a scion. Seiji probably had the ability to see through things, but he chose to believe in her surface appearance. This was either dullness or gentleness. After all, Natsuya was a proper lady scion. At any rate, this was a rather bad situation. No, it wasn't even at the level of bad anymore. Compared to normal girls, Natsuya Yorahana was on a completely different level. If she got serious. Mika, although I really don't want to say something like this. I can't think of any way to fight back, Chiaki said, sighing. President Natsuya Yorahana, although she may not be as similar to Seiji as Yukari Asamiya is, they seem to be quite compatible, especially in regards to their family backgrounds, not to mention that she's also a yin-yang master. Her conditions simply match too well with him. And if Seiji gets together with her, they'd be a better match in physical appearances than even him and Asamiya, not to mention even their names. At any rate, they're extremely compatible all around. That's right, they were easily able to imagine Seiji and Natsuya together. Young Master Seiji and the scion Natsuya, both of them wearing extravagant clothing, dancing elegantly to classical music in a grand hall, looking at each other all lovey-dovey. This seemed too realistic, so they couldn't even stop themselves from imagining along these lines. Mika was frustrated to the point of rolling around on her bed. Chiaki silently sipped some tea. I just recalled something. The first time that Seiji met the president, she said that she had almost become Seiji's fiancée. Long in the past. Mika sighed after she finally stopped rolling on her bed. Oh, a family-arranged marriage, is it? It seems to be quite common for families in high society. Chiaki mulled it over. If the Haruta family and Yorahana family still maintained good relationships despite the cancelled engagement, then there won't be any obstacles to Seiji and Natsuya being together. In fact, it may even be great news for both of their families. Wah! Mika let out another wail of frustration. The opponent's level has surpassed all limits, and we can't fight her, so we can only give up. Although I say this, Chiaki paused and smiled mysteriously. Something like romance isn't determined simply by compatibility. Perhaps there's still room to struggle. Mika remained silent. After a period of silence, she weakly asked, Hey, Chiaki, currently, what exactly do you think of Seiji? Chiaki also fell silent for a moment. Her eyes flashed with a warm light as she recalled the night when she drank together with Seiji. I like him, she admitted. As for how much I like him, I would say that it's at the level where I would unhesitatingly agree if he asked to have sex with me. But I don't want to become his one and only. Mika was confused to hear this. Should I say that I don't have such a desire, or is it that I think it'll be too much of a burden? I myself don't know that clearly either. Chiaki took another sip of her tea. Mika, Chiaki continued, you know already that I'm the casual type. For me to hoard a boy like Seiji all to myself is far too difficult for me, both objectively and subjectively speaking. If I make an incredible effort, perhaps I could succeed, but I don't want things to be that way. I just want to have a relaxing relationship with Seiji, much like how things are now. I'll occasionally be intimate with him, and when the timing's appropriate, have his child, and then I'll raise the child up by myself. Chiaki, this. Mika's eyes widened in surprise. Yep, to put it clearly, I don't want to be his wife, I'd prefer to be his mistress. Chiaki said directly. Mika was rendered speechless. Chiaki actually wants to be a mistress. This is... She didn't even know what to think anymore. The reason why I objected so much to Yukari Asamiya getting closer to Seiji was because I felt that a girl like her would be extremely possessive of her boyfriend. If she got together with Seiji, then I'd have zero chance, Chiaki continued. And as for why I've always supported you, one reason is that you're my good friend, and another reason is that, if it's you, you should be able to accept me being Seiji's mistress, hey. What's with your hey? Mika retorted reflexively. I can't accept something like that at all. Something like a mistress. Then, you'd be willing to watch your good friend remain alone forever, without a lover to take care of her, and die of loneliness? What, this wouldn't happen. Chiaki, you wouldn't be alone, . Why wouldn't I be? Although I have many people I get along well with, there aren't many I'm truly close to, especially boys, Chiaki said in a serious tone. Before I met Seiji, although I didn't object to boys, I never expected that I would end up liking a boy, and now, I can't even imagine liking a boy other than him anymore. The only boy I'll ever like in my life is Seiji. I think that this is highly possible. Why is it like this? Mika mumbled. I'm not intentionally making trouble for you, I'm just voicing my true thoughts. Try thinking about it from your angle, Mika. Could you imagine yourself liking a boy other than Seiji? Mika was rendered speechless. She indeed felt like it was impossible to imagine. A boy even better than Seiji. She felt like that wasn't possible at all. Even if there was a boy like that, and even if she met that boy, would she be able to fall in love with him just like how she fell in love with Seiji? Mika recalled the scene from long ago when Seiji had protected her from the blonde bully. Impossible. That scene couldn't possibly be reenacted again, so there was no way that she would fall in love with someone else the same way. Chiaki probably had similar feelings to her. Perhaps this feeling wasn't reasonable, and perhaps it would change in the future, but right now, it indeed existed and didn't seem like it would change. I apologize if I made things unpleasant, Mika. But this is what I really think, Chiaki explained. What about you, Mika? What do you think right now? I want to be together with Seiji. In what type of fashion? I don't know. She had thought it would be in a normal fashion, the normal type of couple that everyone knew about. But after hearing her good friend's words, Mika was uncertain about her feelings anymore. Having him to herself was quite difficult. If even an excellent girl like Chiaki is convinced of this, then what about me? First there was Yukari Asamiya, and now President Natsuya Yorihana. Mika thought about the beautiful scion who she idolized even now. It was her who had helped her so much in the past in the matter of the blonde bully. Mika didn't even know how she was supposed to compete against her, or perhaps it should be said that she didn't even want to compete against her. Then, what should I do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, Can Only Wallow in Loneliness. Chapter 320, Can Only Wallow in Loneliness. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Mika fell silent for a long while. She couldn't make sense of her own feelings or just what she should do. I recommend that you discuss things with Yukari Asamiya, Chiaki said, breaking the silence. Asamiyo-san. Mika mumbled thoughtfully. I was intending to tell her about this as an apology for what I did to her before. But considering things more closely, it might be better for you to be the one to tell her. Do you think that Asamiya-san will have any ideas? I don't know, I have no clue how she will react. I just feel like she'll do something about it because she's not the type who can wait around and do nothing. Chiaki paused for a moment. Since she's a weaker version of Seiji or perhaps even a female version of Seiji. I'm quite curious what she'll do after learning about this. In a way, this situation is actually quite interesting. Mika was rendered speechless. Anyways, go ahead and tell her about this. No matter how the discussion goes, just make sure to tell her about Seiji's date with President Urahana at the Winter Snow Festival. Chiaki smiled. Also, although this might not be too much of a comfort, don't forget that Seiji promised his adopted sister Kagura-san that he wouldn't be getting a girlfriend anytime soon. No matter what happens on the Winter Snow Festival date, it's certain that Seiji definitely won't get together with the president immediately after. Yeah. Mika felt slightly better. By the way, what will Kagura-san do after knowing about this? I'm quite curious about this as well. Chiaki's voice suggested that she was enjoying the situation. Keed really did come over to play with Rio. At first, the little girl was rather shy around the blonde teacher, but Keed continued to treat her gently, and Rio quickly lost her shyness. Keed and Rio played games together, while Seiji and Shika sat nearby and observed them while sipping some tea. The mature blonde lady and the green-haired lowly playing together was a scene that made Seiji feel warm inside. After they finished playing, Rio went to go take a shower, while Seiji poured some tea for Keed. Harano-kun, what are your plans for the Winter Snow Festival? The blonde teacher asked. I already agreed to accompany someone for the whole day, Seiji replied. Shika, who was sipping tea next to him, looked sharply in his direction. He said this. Congratulations, Harano-kun. Keed's words seemed somewhat forced. Seiji was surprised for a moment before he realized what she meant. No. I don't have that type of relationship with her. It's not? Even though you're having a date with her on the Winter Snow Festival. It's not a date, Seiji replied. I think it's more similar to going out to have fun together with a classmate, No female high school student would simply go out to have fun with a male student at the Winter Snow Festival. No female would spend the day with a boy they're only friends with, and they definitely wouldn't use the term accompany. Keed directly hit the nail on the head. Maybe, probably, Seiji answered in an uncertain voice. Who is it with, brother? Shika asked calmly. President Urahana, Seiji answered honestly. The black-haired girl was unreadable. President Urahana, the student council president, Natsuya Urahana. Keed was astonished. Yeah. Congratulations, Harano-kun. Why are you saying that? Seiji asked. Because it's Natsuya Urahana, the blonde teacher said, sighing. Seiji could only grasp part of the meaning behind her words. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Jumanji-sensei, how are you intending to spend the Winter Snow Festival? Seiji asked in return. Since the person I wanted to invite already has a date, I can only wallow in my loneliness, Keed said wistfully. Seiji was rendered speechless. Just joking. I'll go visit home since I haven't returned there for quite some time. Keed smiled before looking towards Shika Kagura. Kagura-san, how about you? What are your plans for the Winter Snow Festival? The black-haired girl didn't reply. Her gaze was fixed on her adopted older brother. Seiji started to feel a little insecure inside. Could it be that you're going to stay home? Keed tried asking. Shika nodded ever so slightly. Keed looked back toward Seiji again. Is it the same for Tachibana-chan? Are you just letting her stay at home and do nothing on the holiday? Seiji felt even more insecure now. He found it difficult to meet the blonde teacher's eyes. Keith sighed after looking at him for a while. I don't have anything to say about you going out on a date, but... Harano-kun, I don't think this is right. For you to go out and enjoy yourself on a holiday and leaving your adopted sister and a kid who needs to be taken care of at home. Kashing, Seiji's chest was pierced by a vicious knife. I apologize for saying too much, but... No need to say any more, Jumanji-sensei. You're correct. Seiji sighed. This is indeed not right. Then, he turned to Shika. I shall mention it to the president later. Why don't I return early and spend the evening together with you and Ryo-chan, would that be alright? Shika's eyes lit up and she nodded. Seiji smiled. I'll buy something delicious for you guys. No matter what you and Ryo-chan want to eat, I'll buy it. You should buy some presents as well, Keith recommended. Girls are always delighted to receive a few small presents. Presents, you're right. Shika-chan, do you have anything that you want? Shika shook her head. I only want brother. A gentle and beautiful smile spread itself across the black-haired girl's exquisite features. Seiji's gaze froze on her for a moment. Keith widened her eyes slightly upon seeing this. She's so beautiful, the blonde teacher inwardly praised. She really wanted to get along better with Shika Kagura, but Shika always maintained a distance, which Keith felt was regrettable. I'm happy to hear you say that, but it'll make it really difficult for me to pick out a present for you. Seiji reached out and patted Shika on the head. I'll need to think hard about what I should give you. As long as it's something that brother gives me, anything is a good present. Shika truly believed this. Yukari Asamiya was preparing to contact Seigo Harano. Of course, it was to ask him about his plans for the Winter Snow Festival. The best possible answer would be that he didn't have any plans, but she figured that was highly unlikely, due to the two girls beside him. Chiaki Wakaba and Mika Uehara. They definitely wouldn't let an opportunity like the Winter Snow Festival pass by. They might have made arrangements with him already. No matter what, it was necessary to contact him. She still had a chance if she tried, and if she didn't even try, she knew she would have no chance at all. Just as she was mentally preparing herself for her call with Seigo, her phone started ringing. The caller ID was Mika Uehara. Yukari was rather surprised to see this. She picked up the call. Gee, good evening, Asamiya-san. Good evening, Uehara-san. Are you currently free? I am. Is something the matter? Mika fell silent for a moment. Actually, Chiaki wanted me to tell you. Yukari's eyes bulged when she heard what Mika had to say. The student council president, Natsuya Yorihana. She couldn't help but recall the first time she saw her fellow first-year high school student. Natsuya Yorihana had long black hair that flowed in the wind, an elegant figure, a perfect, beautiful face, lively eyes that would move anyone, and her lips were arched upwards alluringly. She was too beautiful. Yukari, an arrow artist, had been quite shaken at the time. If she had been a boy, she would have 100% fallen in love with the scion at first sight. Yes, it was no joke, she truly believed this. However, she was a girl. Immediately after she returned home that day, her strong first impression compelled her to draw several arrow pictures using Natsuya Yorihana as the character model. She was unable to stop drawing that night. There was no helping it, President Yorihana was simply too beautiful. Her beautiful face and excellent figure made her an incredibly alluring beauty. Yukari, who was already at the level of a professional artist, felt that President Yorihana was the living definition of the word arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321, this type of scene has finally arrived. Chapter 321, This type of scene has finally arrived. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. With her perfect, era-worthy appearance and illustrious family background, Natsuya Yorihana was basically the fantasy of every boy at Genhana High School. To be polite in describing it, she was the dream girlfriend of every high school boy, and if a more vulgar description was used. At any rate, Yukari felt that Natsuya Yorihana was an incredibly alluring girl. Yukari herself was attracted to Natsuya's beauty, despite being a girl, so there was no need to even mention how a boy would feel. There were many rumors that said Seigo Harano had some type of connection to Natsuya Yorihana. But afterwards, the two of them hadn't been seen contacting each other. More accurately speaking, most average students hadn't seen them together in public at all, which was why this rumor had died down. Yukari never expected that now. Yukari didn't doubt Mika's words at all. If she were lying, it would be a meaningless lie as it could be easily proven. She believed that Natsuya Yorihana had indeed invited Seigo Harano to spend the winter snow festival together. A moment of silence fell between them. "Why are you telling me about this?" Yukari asked. "Chiaki said that this is an apology for what she did to you last time," Mika answered. "Then why isn't Wakaba-san telling me about this herself?" "Because she felt that it would be better for me to tell you." Yukari fell silent for a moment, contemplating Mika's words. Has she given up? Wakaba-san thinks that President Yorihana is too strong of an opponent, so she's decided to give up on Harano-san. Is that the case? No. I don't think, I don't know. Mika didn't know how to answer. Chiaki didn't want to give up on Seiji, she wanted to be his mistress. That was too awkward for Mika to say out loud. Uehara-san? Yukari was a little confused by Mika's reply. Chiaki said that she couldn't think of any method to resist. I suppose it counts as giving up. Mika could only answer in this way. Oh. Asamiya-san, do you have any ideas? Nope, Yukari answered without hesitation. President Yorihana is a girl above all other girls. I don't have any ideas about how to compete with her either. To put it extremely, if I were a boy, I would definitely choose Natsuya Yorihana, not myself. That's simply how strong President Yorihana's charisma is. Mika was rendered speechless. But Harano-san isn't me, he's himself, so it's still up to him. Yukari smiled. My opponent is incredibly strong, but this isn't a valid reason to give up. At the very least, I won't give up so easily, and I'll still do what I can. The winner isn't decided until the last moment, that's what I believe. How about you, Uehara-san? Mika fell silent for a moment, before hardening her resolution. I don't want to give up either. The president, she's truly beautiful, truly amazing, a perfect girl in every aspect. Just like Asamiya-san said, if I were a boy, perhaps I would choose the president, not myself. But even so, I don't want to give up just like this. Yukari smiled. I feel like I can get along quite well with you, Uehara-san. You're different from Wakaba-san, although when the two of you are together, she seems like the leader. But I believe that you will walk farther down this path than her in the future. Mika didn't know what she should say to this, so she chose to remain silent. Please continue being yourself, Uehara-san. Thank Wakaba-san for telling me about this as well. And then, Yukari hung up the call. Asamiya-san. Mika put down her cell phone and lay down on her bed. She stared at the ceiling for a while and slowly closed her eyes. Seiji called to Natsuya. Good evening, President, he said when she picked up. There was a 5-second lull. Good evening, Haruta-kun, Natsuya said in a weary voice. Why is Natsuya's response rather slow and lacking in energy? What's the matter, President? Seiji asked. Natsuya sighed. Nothing much, yes, it's really nothing much, Are you not feeling well? Seiji ventured. Or, is there some trouble? Natsuya fell silent for a moment. There is indeed a troublesome matter, she confessed. I was just forced to join a winter snow festival party. A party? A party for all the major family's young yin-yang masters. At least that's what it is in name. It's actually more like a gukon. A gukon. You can also call it a marriage interview party. At any rate, our generation of yin-yang masters will show their abilities and look for boyfriend or girlfriend candidates at this party. Oh. I don't want to join this party at all, but my family is forcing me into it, which is troubling me, Natsuya said in a soft voice. Haruta-kun, although it may be a little overboard, I would like to make a request of you. What is it? Please become my temporary spirit-branded retainer once again and accompany me to this party. Seiji blinked in surprise. Is this request overboard? Yes, because you may be injured, perhaps even seriously so, the president told him in a serious tone. Battling was the most common way that yin-yang masters like to display their abilities. This would definitely occur at that party. Natsuya was reluctant to fight, but she knew that she would be unable to stop those who were looking for trouble. It was likely that she would be forced into fighting at that party. If Seiji agreed to accompany her, he would be taking a serious risk. She worried that the worst-case scenario was Seiji being seriously injured and hospitalized. I will avoid any conflicts at all if possible, but I can't guarantee that there won't be any fights. Apart from the risk of being injured, there's also the matter of your identity. If you use your real identity, it may not be good for you, and even if you disguise yourself, someone may still recognize you. Natsuya paused for a moment. If it were possible, I wouldn't request this of you, but Hitaka still hasn't recovered from her injuries, and Rana has something urgent to do and isn't here right now. Unfortunately, hiring or borrowing a retainer have both been forbidden for this event. Any accompanying spirit-branded retainer must be officially recognized, and you will definitely be officially recognized because you helped me in my previous duel. Apart from you, there's not a single other retainer that will be able to accompany me. Seiji mulled things over for a moment. If I refuse, President, would you go by yourself? Yes. What will happen if you go by yourself? Natsuya fell silent for a moment. A really annoying person will use this as an excuse to attempt getting closer to me. I'll be laughed at and taunted if I don't have a spirit-branded retainer accompanying me, but I can tolerate all that, the president continued. What I have difficulty tolerating is a certain person who I greatly dislike taking this opportunity and approaching me in the name of protecting me. I don't want him to get any closer to me, and he'll definitely take this chance. I even suspect that the reason I'm being forced by my family to attend this event is because of his meddling. Natsuya's tone remained calm throughout, but Seiji could hear the deep emotions contained within. Basically, if I don't go, President is going to be bothered by a boy that you greatly dislike, is that right? Yes. So I'm going to basically act as a shield and prevent that boy from approaching you, right? You could say that, she conceded. To act as a shield for a beautiful lady against a boy who she greatly disliked, this classical scene had finally appeared. Seiji recalled various novels that he had read in his past life and grinned widely. Alright then, I accept. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, could you call me by name? Chapter 322, could you call me by name? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Natsuya knew he would accept. With Haruta-kun's personality, he would never refuse such a request, even if he knew that he would be placed in danger. Although she felt apologetic to him about this, she was also delighted that he was willing to protect her. She really did need protection. She could withstand taunts or laughter, but she was truly unable to bear even the thought of that person attempting to get closer to her. Thank you, Haruta-kun. No need to be so polite, President. Natsuya felt warm inside, but she still felt one small dissatisfaction, or perhaps desire. Could I make one more request? She asked softly. Sure. Don't call me President anymore. From now on, could you call me by name? The scion felt her heart thump loudly immediately after saying this, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. Seiji fell silent for a moment. Okay. Natsuya. Seiji had wanted to say it in a calm voice, but he failed as he was a little embarrassed. Unbeknownst to Seiji, when the scion on the other end of the phone heard him address her by name, her face flushed a cute shade of red, and her eyes became watery. Even her lips were tugged into a smile that seemed somewhat foolish. Her smile right now was incredibly moving. It was a pity that nobody was around to see it. I still have one more request, Natsuya said quietly. Is it alright if I call you by name as well? Of course. Thank you. Seiji. Seiji received a heavy cannonball to his chest. The impact surpassed his imagination. For Natsuya to shyly say his name like that, the attack power far surpassed what he'd anticipated. Seiji's face was rather flushed, his heart itchy, and he felt rather awkward. Fine then, he was simply unable to calm down, but despite it being a phone call, the attack power was unbelievable. If it were face to face. Seiji reflexively imagined that scenario, causing his blush to deepen. It's fine, just calling each other by name. There's no need to say something like thanks. Natsuya. Plop, the student council president collapsed on her sofa as if some invisible force had just knocked her over. Her face was red-hot lava, and a boulder was pressing down on her chest. She couldn't help but hug herself and roll around and around on her sofa. She felt so embarrassed to hear him call her name. But she really wanted to hear it, she wanted to always hear him calling her by name. A moment of silence fell between them. Then, I suppose that's all regarding this matter, then. Seiji finally pacified his emotions and scratched his face awkwardly. On the day of the Winter Snow Festival, I'll accompany you to this Inyan Master Party. We're going to have to perform another ritual for my temporary spirit-branded retainer contract, right? Shall we do it one day before the party or on the same day? Natsuya made a Herculean effort to calm herself down and said, let's do it one day before the party, so that you can get used to that condition again. Alright then, Seiji said. Let's talk again at that time. Seiji was about to hang up when he suddenly recalled the original purpose of his call. Oh, right, what time does this party begin and end, by the way? It's scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. on the Winter Snow Festival and continue until 3 p.m. Oh, that's good, then. Natsuya felt strangely nervous. Do you have another date? I'd like to spend the evening together with Shiko-chan and Ryo-chan, Seiji explained. I called in order to tell you about this. I see. Natsuya could feel the complex emotions swirling about in her heart. Is that all right? Seiji asked. I promised before to accompany you for the entire day, but now I want to accompany Shiko-chan and Ryo-chan on that night, is that all right? Of course. She couldn't possibly refuse. Even if there wasn't the matter of the party, accompanying one's family members in the evening, or people that were living together with him, was a reasonable request. Besides, he had agreed to accompany her to that troublesome party. She felt like it would be way too much to take up his entire day, including the evening. Yes, but still, if it's possible, no, that isn't good. Natsuya stopped herself from being too greedy. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to attend the party together with me, Seiji, Natsuya told him in a gentle tone. After that party ends, go back home and do a good job accompanying them. Okay, then that's it for tonight. Have a good night, Natsuya. Good night. They ended their phone call there. A Gukon, and he would become her temporary spirit-branded retainer again. Seiji was quite curious what type of person would be so greatly disliked by the president and also what spirit would be randomly summoned for him this time. Would Light-chan come once again? Or would a different form of his pop up? It'll be great if it's the same Minamoto no Reiko. It would be best if he could partner up with the same Light-chan once more. Well, a different form or an entirely different spirit wasn't bad either. At any rate, he was looking forward to it. Just as he was thinking about this, Seiji's phone started ringing. He checked the caller and saw that the call was from Keiho Miyamoto. Keiho was rather nervous, as this was the first time she had ever called Seigo Harano. It's fine, I'm just going to ask him if he wants to go to the upcoming doujinshi convention with me. This is a normal thing for friends, it's not a date or anything, A date. Keiho couldn't help but imagine happily touring the doujinshi convention together with the handsome Seigo, causing her face to redden. He picked up the phone. Good evening, Keiho. Gee, good evening. Because she was too nervous, her voice sounded rather strange. What's the matter? And nothing. Keiho made an effort to calm herself down. Would you like to go on a date? No. I wanted to ask if you wanted to go to the doujinshi convention with me. Not a date. My mouth made a mistake. Keiho was so embarrassed that she really wanted to roll around on the floor right now. Of course I'm going to go to the doujinshi convention, Seiji said. Let's go together, Mika and Chiaki are coming along as well. I already agreed to go together with them and was planning to invite you as well, but I couldn't find an opportunity to ask you at school. I was going to call you and invite you later, but I didn't expect that you would call me first. This is only natural. Keiho realized. It was only natural that Mika and Chiaki would go together with him as well. She had actually forgotten about them and imagined various things on her own, which was so. Keiho realized how foolish she had been. Let's all meet up together for the doujinshi convention, how's that sound? Seiji said. Yeah, okay. That's it, then. Is there anything else? Seiji asked. Keiho wanted to say that there wasn't, when she suddenly recalled that he had been absent from school for 2 days, and she was curious what he had done. Should I ask? Seigo, why did you take 2 days off from school right before the final exams? Her mouth asked without her realizing. On the other end of the phone, Seiji was silent. Keiho started to get a little nervous. I was helping out editor Yoshizawa and Amami-sensei, and as for the specifics. I'm sorry, but it's not convenient for me to tell you, he said in an apologetic tone. It's all right. Keiho said hurriedly. I shouldn't have asked. I apologize. There's no need to apologize, Keiho. It's only natural for you to be curious about what I was doing. I just have some reasons that I can't say, so please forgive me. Oh. Is there anything else? No. In that case, good night, Keiho. Good night. Seigo. He hung up after she said good night to him. Keiho dazedly stared at her cell phone for a while, with an indescribable feeling in her heart. He had agreed to go together with her to the doujinshi convention, which was a good thing, but why was it that she wasn't feeling too happy right now? Was it because he was clearly hiding something from her? No, that wasn't it. It was only natural that he would have some private affairs. It wasn't like he was intimate to the point of telling her everything about him. Keiho faintly detected what it was that she truly minded, but she forced herself to stop thinking about it. I'm his friend, just his friend, nothing more, but. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, Kotatsu and a Board Game. Chapter 323, Kotatsu and a Board Game. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. When Seiji woke up the next morning, he discovered that the snow was already a few inches deep. It snowed last night? No wonder it feels much colder today, Seiji said to himself as he looked out of his window. This was the first snow of this year's winter. The weather was now a lot colder, and it was time to keep warm. Of course, there was heating in their apartment, but that by itself was insufficient. When staying warm in winter was discussed, it was impossible to not mention the legendary divine artifact, a kotatsu. Seiji went out together with Shika and Ryo to purchase a kotatsu. After they purchased an appropriate one and brought it home with them, they placed it in the living room, and the three of them gathered around the kotatsu to enjoy its comfort and warmth. Slouched against the sofa, they watched TV and ate the oranges that they purchased along the way at the supermarket. This is just what I wanted. Seiji was supremely satisfied with this experience. A kotatsu was just as legendarily warm and comfortable as it was rumored to be in his past life. It was a mysterious, almost magical tool. He was so comfortable that he didn't want to get up anymore. He even considered purchasing a laptop and writing at the kotatsu's site in the future. I've transformed into a snail. I became depraved so quickly. There was a knock on the front door. Seiji looked towards Shika, and Shika looked back at him. Through nonverbal eye communication, they knew that the other was too lazy to get up. Neither of them wanted to leave the kotatsu to open the door. Even his hard-working adopted younger sister had become depraved so quickly. The kotatsu was truly scary. Seiji lifted his hand, a serious expression on his face. Let's settle this in a single duel. Shika also expressionlessly lifted her hand. Rock, paper, scissors, duel. Seiji lost with scissors against rock. And so, he could only leave this holy domain, Demon Lord's castle, and open the door to greet the guest. It was keyed. The blonde teacher smiled as she stepped in. You've already gotten a kotatsu? How nice. In order to enter the Demon Lord's castle, she even offered a sacrifice, a box of exquisite desserts. Then, she sat down together with them next to Ryo. The mature beauty and little beauty started chattering, breaking the silent atmosphere. A lively atmosphere was nice as well. A few minutes later, there was another knock on the front door. Once again, Seiji exchanged a wordless look with Shika, and Shika silently raised her hand. Another duel. Seiji lost once again, with paper against scissors this time. He crawled out of the Demon Lord's castle and saw that Mika was at the door. If you wish to enter, you must offer a sacrifice. He acted as if he were a guardian of the door. Eh? The pigtailed girl was astonished by his behavior. Why don't you bring a game that we can play? Perhaps a deck of cards for poker or a board game. Oh. Mika returned to her home to find a game. She came back carrying a worn dark gray wooden box. This is a dice board game that my mom retrieved from our storage closet. It seems to be rather old. Yeah. I don't know, since I've never played it. The two of them brought the wooden box to the living room. Mika greeted the others and placed the wooden box on the table, which attracted everyone's attention. This is a board game that Miss Landlord brought out for us. It seems to be from a long time ago, Seiji explained as he sat down. Why don't we play it together? This board game was a simple board game about moving spaces after tossing the dice. Each player would take turns tossing the dice and move their representative piece a number of spaces equal to the number on the dice. There were various events written in the board spaces. They would have to follow the rules of what was written in each particular space. This was an old historical board game. This type of game would also occasionally appear in some anime or manga, and Seiji felt that it was rather interesting. They opened the wooden box. They saw a set of exquisite and extravagant character pieces. There were male and female characters, and every one of them was wearing Sakura Island's traditional garb. They seemed so realistic, almost as if they were modern-day figurine models. Everyone was astonished at how exquisite the board game pieces were. Seiji carefully picked one up and inspected it. He felt that the piece's weight and feel were both out of the ordinary. This is some type of stone, no? Could this be jade? He was even more astonished. Everyone else was also surprised to hear this. Keed also picked one up gingerly and carefully inspected it, running her finger over its surface. Indeed, it's highly likely that this is made of jade. Normal stones wouldn't have this sensation or smoothness, she concluded with her knowledge as a mafia family daughter. A board game with jade pieces. And these pieces were crafted so extravagantly. This was no ordinary board game set. There was a total of 6 player pieces, 3 male and 3 female. Each character had a different appearance and was wearing different clothing. If these pieces were truly crafted from jade, then just these 6 player pieces alone were quite valuable. Apart from the player pieces, there were also some dice, like the pieces there were 6, and all 6 appeared to be carved out of bone. Nobody could determine what type of bone it was carved from. The board itself was made from some type of animal skin, and again, nobody knew what type of animal skin it was. It had been dyed dark red, and a black and gold whirlpool-shaped game board was painted upon it. There were also many detailed small scenes dotted around the board, lending it an extravagant appearance. The drawings, rendered in the ukiyo style, were rather classical in nature. Every scene was exquisitely well painted. There were scenes of women singing and dancing, of men drinking and fighting with swords, of birds flying across a lake, and flowers blooming in a forest. Those scenes indicated various game events, which they would have to read through the instruction book to understand. The instruction book was the final item in the wooden box. It was slightly yellowed. The various scenes were depicted again in the instruction book, with text explanations under them, just like a book of drawings. I don't think that this is an ordinary board game that you can find at a normal store, Seiji said after he finished inspecting everything in the wooden box. Apart from the instruction book, everything else, the player pieces, the dice, and the board, seems out of the ordinary. What do you guys think? He asked everyone with his eyes. I think so as well, Keat agreed. This board game resembles a work of art, perhaps it was a custom-made object. If I were to appraise it, I'd say it's worth at least 1,000,000 sakuras. 1,000,000 sakuras. Mika was rather dazed to hear this. This isn't something that we should be playing with. Perhaps Miss Landlord made a mistake. Seiji rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Mika, why don't you take this back? If it's convenient, you could also ask where this board game came from. Where was it purchased from, or where was it created? I'm quite curious what materials were used in its construction. The pig-tailed girl nodded. After everyone put the contents back in the wooden box, she took it back home again. Not long after, she returned with the wooden box still in hand. Mom said that this was something my dad left behind, Mika explained. She doesn't know the details about it either. She said that rather than leaving it to gather dust, it might as well be used by everyone for some fun instead. Seiji exchanged awkward glances with everyone else. Since Miss Landlord says so, then we might as well play around. Let's be careful while playing with it and not break anything. Everyone present had this thought in their minds, including even Rio. They spread the animal skin board, chose player pieces for themselves, and placed the pieces at the starting location. Before they started, Seiji inspected the board game with his astral vision. He had observed it once already with astral vision earlier. This was just to make sure. In the end, he didn't notice anything abnormal. Shika didn't say anything either, which meant that she also hadn't detected anything unusual. The game began. Everyone tossed dice to determine the order of turns based on who had the largest roll. Anyone who got repeat numbers would toss the dice again. In the end, the order was determined as this: Seiji, Mika, Keed, Shika, and finally Rio. Seiji went first. He tossed a result of 4 for his first roll. And so, He picked up his player piece and walked it forward 4 spaces, landing on a picture of an elderly man who was fishing. The moment that he placed down his player piece, a strange sensation washed over him, and the scenery before him suddenly changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, Could the already deceased Uehara-san have been? Chapter 324, Could the already deceased Uehara-san have been? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. A lake, it was a beautiful lake. The clean waters of the lake glittered a beautiful blue under the sun. Fish of all kinds swam in lazy circles beneath the clear blue water. Seiji realized that he was sitting at the edge of the lake, with a fishing pole in his hands. The fishing pole currently had its line cast out far into the waters, and bait was connected to it. This is... Seiji was astonished for mere moments before he was overcome by a sudden urge. I'm currently fishing. I absolutely have to succeed in catching a fish. I'll fail if I don't catch anything. Wait, why am I thinking like this? Seiji was suspicious of his unnatural state of mind. He felt that this was very strange, and he wanted to stand up and check out the situation, but he couldn't move. He was unable to stand, he couldn't let go of the fishing pole, and he couldn't even turn his head. Some invisible force was preventing him from doing so. Suddenly, the fishing line jerked, and a force pulled upon the pole. I've hooked a fish. I have to catch it, the voice in his head urged. Seiji reflexively tightened his grip on the fishing pole and attempted to pull the fish in. However, this fish struggled mightily with much power. It tugged the fishing pole around and around as it swam back and forth speedily. Damn it! What the hell type of fish is this? It's way too strong. Seiji gritted his teeth, and his knuckles paled as he clenched the fishing pole. If it were not for his efforts, the fishing pole would have long since fallen into the lake. The stalemate with the fish continued for a while. Seiji was vividly aware of his sore, throbbing arms. Suddenly, the force tugging on the fishing line weakened. Seiji instinctively realized that this was a chance, so he used all his remaining energy to viciously pull up the fishing pole. Asterisk splash. Star. A large, strange fish that resembled some type of carp was tugged out of the lake, spraying water everywhere. He had successfully caught the fish. The scenery around Seiji began to change once again. The moment that Seiji put down his player piece on the board, Shika immediately cast astral vision as she noticed something had happened. She saw an extremely complex spell formation floating above the game board, glowing gold red. It tangled itself around Seiji's player piece and engulfed his entire body with its glow. Brother! Shika shouted in surprise and fear. Before she even finished speaking, the gold-red glow tangled itself around everyone else's player pieces as well and flashed blindingly. After she was hit by the light, Shika saw a different scene from the living room she was just in. She saw Seiji wearing a fisherman's hat and rain cape. He was sitting by the lake with a fishing pole in his hands. She wanted to call out to him, but discovered that she was unable to make a sound or even move her body. She was only able to watch. She witnessed the entire process of Seiji catching his fish. After he succeeded in catching that large, strange fish, the scene in front of her changed again. She returned to her own living room. Seiji also discovered that he had returned to his living room, still sitting by the kotatsu's side. What just happened? Just as he was thinking this, he noticed how everyone else was looking at him with strange expressions. Brother, were you fishing just now? Shika asked. Seiji blinked in realization. Yes. I was just fishing by the lake and caught a large, strange fish. How did you know? I saw you, Shika said. Me too, Keed added. Same for me, Mika said. I saw it as well, Ryo chimed in. Brother Harano caught a really large fish. Seiji was astonished to hear all this. All of you saw this, it wasn't just a hallucination? It's because of this board game, Shika explained. Seiji cast astral vision and also saw the spell formation glowing brightly. This board game, just what exactly could it be, he wondered aloud. At this moment, Mika raised her hand and was about to toss the dice. Stop! Don't toss the dice! Seiji hurriedly moved to stop her. Mika suddenly regained her senses, but her hands shook, and she accidentally dropped her die, which rolled and revealed a 3. She instantly picked up her player piece. Don't move your piece! Seiji wanted to block her with his hand, but he discovered that he was unable to move his body. It was the exact same as when he was by the lakeside just now, in that fantastical place. He was being restricted by something. I didn't want to move it, Mika said, her hand still moving. She placed her player piece on the third space, which had a picture of a woman dancing. The next instant, Mika's eyes went blank. Immediately after, Seiji and the others saw another fantastical scene. They witnessed Mika, dressed in extravagant clothing, standing on a stage. She began dancing clumsily to some beautiful music. Seiji wanted to say something, but he was unable to do so. He also couldn't move and could only watch this entire scene in silence. He now understood that everyone else had experienced the exact same thing while he had been fishing. The pigtailed girl on the stage was obviously embarrassed. Her face was reddening, and her movements kept getting slower. She was obviously falling behind the music. For her to dance so poorly, wouldn't this likely be counted as a failure? I succeeded earlier in fishing and returned to reality without any mishaps. But, what if there's a failure? Seiji wondered to himself. Suddenly, Mika tripped and fell over, ending her dance. The scene faded and everyone returned to Seiji's living room. Mika! Are you all right? Seiji asked. I'm fine, Mika answered. Her hand automatically reached out and moved her player piece back to the starting point. If I fail, I have to go back, that's what it said. There was some sort of voice in my mind that forced me to do those actions. Seiji nodded in understanding. He had heard something similar earlier as well. Do you feel any discomfort? He asked. No. I didn't feel any pain at all when I tripped just now, either, Mika replied. The only consequence of failing was moving backward. There were no negative side effects, or so it seemed for now. Was this only a simple game? A board game enchanted with spiritual power, one that could even help people to see fantastical illusions. Seiji felt like he had seen such a storyline in some anime or manga before, but he couldn't remember the specific one. He also recalled a movie he'd seen before called Jumanji, which also caused incidents to occur upon tossing the dice. However, the incidents from that story were incredibly serious and dangerous. By the way, why was Miss Landlord able to bring out something like this? Or should I say, why did Mika's father leave something like this behind? Her father, could the already deceased Uehara-san have been a spiritual ability user? A series of questions flashed through Seiji's mind. The Uehara family, who he had always thought of as normal, was suddenly surrounded by an air of mystery. Thinking more about this topic, why did Sakura-san contact Mika in the first place? Was that powerful demon truly just doing it for her personal amusement? Or was there some hidden connection? No matter what, it wasn't an appropriate time to consider this. The game had not yet ended. Keed was next up. What should I do? The blonde teacher picked up her die and felt a mysterious urge to toss it. However, she forced herself to do nothing and waited for a reply. Thanks to her family upbringing, the mafia family daughter didn't panic in such an abnormal situation and was able to keep calm. Seiji looked towards Shika. Shika shook her head slightly, indicating that she was unable to dispel this spell formation. Should they continue playing this game obediently or forcefully resist it? Seiji quickly considered the options and came to a decision. "Toss your die, and let's keep playing," he said clearly so that everyone could hear. "For now it seems that playing this game won't harm us in any way, but we don't know what may happen if we try to forcefully oppose it. That might even get us injured, so let's just continue for the time being." Keed nodded before throwing out the die in her hand. It landed on 6. The sixth space had a picture of a beautiful woman entering a bath. Seiji, Keed, Mika, and Shika's expressions all froze over. Then, the blonde teacher picked up her player piece. "Wait a moment. Jumanji-sensei, that's..." Mika interrupted. "I know," Keed said softly, her eyes glowing as she glanced at Seiji. "It's fine, if it's Hirano-kun." This glance was unbearably alluring. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 325, A Feeling of Sad Anger That Is Difficult to Describe. Chapter 325, A Feeling of Sad Anger That Is Difficult to Describe. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Seiji's heart was somewhat moved when the blonde beauty looked at him in this fashion. However, when he noticed Mika and Shika's expressions as they watched him, he was swiftly able to firm his resolution once more. "I'll close my eyes," he promised, succumbing to his fate. Even if the person herself ambiguously allowed it, in front of 2 other girls and an elementary school child, something like watching a lady bathe was too much pressure for him. That would be too embarrassing. Keed moved her player piece to the 6th space. Then, just like Mika before her, Keed's expression turned blank. Right after that, Seiji and the others saw Keed standing next to an onsen hot spring. She was holding a towel, and her body was without a scrap of clothing. The steam swirling around her covered her entire body, making her the shape of her figure seem like a fairy's. Wait, who the hell would believe that? Seiji could only see the rough outline of her figure in the steam. He was unable to see either her face or body clearly. This scene automatically came with its own censoring steam. Seiji felt as if he had been cheated. "Although I promised to close my eyes, I actually did want to secretly peek a little, but now this happened." It was as if he had just been about to witness a long-awaited scene, when a holy knight or priest of darkness ambushed him. An inexplicable feeling of sad anger washed over him. Keed carefully reached out with her foot and tested the water's temperature with her toes. "It's scalding," everyone heard her say. The water temperature was quite high. After trying 2 more times, she forced herself to step into the water with her right foot, but she quickly exited the water again. "This water is just too hot for me." The scene changed, and everyone returned to Seiji's living room. "That onsen was too hot, and I couldn't make myself get in, so I failed. I was told that I need to stay at this space for an extra turn," Keed said with a red face. "Hirano-kun, did you see me?" "I didn't. I couldn't see anything because I had my eyes closed," Seiji said with a straight face. "Is that really the case?" Mika and Shika's expressions both revealed their doubt. It was true that he didn't see anything, but that was only because of the steam. Thankfully, nobody felt like speaking the truth out loud. Next up was Shika. The black-haired girl picked up her die and tossed a 5. She landed on a scene of a warrior fighting some enemies with swords. A combat scene. This was different from the others and seemed like it could actually be dangerous. "Shika-chan, be careful," Seiji warned. Despite believing in his adopted younger sister's strength, he couldn't help but worry. Shika moved her player piece to the 5th space, sending them all to a fantastical place again. Seiji witnessed Shika putting on an ancient martial arts uniform. "Wait a moment. Why has she transformed into a boy?" His eyes bulged in astonishment. Shika, who stood on the illusory street, was obviously taller than she was in real life. She was wearing a plain white warrior's attire. She had a flat chest, muscular body, and heroic-looking face. It was obvious that she was currently male, not female. The only parts that didn't change were her hair and face. No, her face had changed slightly as well. It seemed less gentle and more handsome. She stood there with a sword buckled to her waist, the perfect handsome, sword-wielding warrior. It made Seiji recall a game from his previous world that was targeted at girls, with the topic of anthropomorphized swords. What was it called again? At any rate, Sheikah's current look gave him that type of impression. She was startlingly handsome with a sword hanging on her waist. She was the perfect representation of a sword that had transformed into a handsome boy. How did things become like this? Seiji suddenly recalled the player piece that Sheikah was using. There were only 3 female player pieces, which had been taken by Mika, Kid, and Ryo. Sheikah was using a male player piece. Could this be the cause? That was likely to be the case. Since Sheikah was using a male player piece, the board game spell formation treated her as a boy and gave her a boy's form in this fantasy illusion. Several figures approached from the opposite side of the street. They were 6 warriors attired in black. They had different appearances, but all of them had blank expressions and hollow eyes, seeming more like zombies than humans. They approached the black-haired girl, the white-clad boy, and each of them drew their swords. Sheikah also slowly drew her sword, releasing an imposing aura. It was 6 against 1, and everyone's swords were gleaming brightly. Wait a moment. It wouldn't be good for Ryo to see something like a sword fight. Just as this thought crossed Seiji's mind, the first black-clad warrior sliced at Sheikah, who sidestepped, dodged, and swung back at the warrior. Crack! She landed a clean hit on the black-clad warrior, but there was a harsh, blunt sound as if she had struck a log. The warrior split open and collapsed. However, he didn't bleed, and the part where he was split looked just like hewn wood. So he's a puppet. Is it this type of setting? The remaining black-clad warriors attacked Sheikah in unison. Sheikah dodged and blocked their attacks, before counterattacking fiercely. Her white figure seemed like a butterfly as she dodged left and right. Her footwork was graceful and elegant, like a dancer. Every sword swing of hers reaped the life of an enemy. After 5 slices, all the warrior puppets collapsed. The handsome white-clad boy slowly sheathed his sword, his back facing all the broken puppets. It was a ridiculously cool scene. They returned to Seiji's living room. Nice job, Sheikah-chan. After praising her, Seiji asked curiously, "Did you feel any different when you turned into a boy just now?" "Nothing at all," Sheikah answered. "It felt just like normal." "Then it was probably only your appearance that changed," Seiji said. "I think that it's because you're using a male player piece. Kagura-san is so handsome as a boy," Mika exclaimed. "Yep," Kid added, "you looked especially handsome while fighting. I wish I could have recorded it. Kagura-nichan was so awesome when she turned into an Oni-chan." Ryo couldn't help but remark with sparkling eyes. Sheikah didn't know what to say to all of this. And so, the sword fight scene concluded peacefully. Sheikah's opponents were merely wooden puppets that possessed very little fighting skill, Seiji mused. Nor was there anything remotely bloody or inappropriate for children in that scene. This confirmed Seiji's suspicions that this was most likely just a board game designed for enjoyment. The last person to roll for this round was Ryo. The little girl tossed a 4, the same as Seiji. She moved her player piece to the 4th space next to Seiji's piece, and everyone entered the fantasy illusion again. Seiji found that he was sitting by the lakeside again, with Ryo right beside him. Ryo was the one with the fishing pole this time. Seiji's role was to assist her by catching the fish in a net. A thought appeared in Seiji's mind: if she can't catch the fish or if I fail to net it, it will be a failure. This was a rule from the game. If one player moved to a particular space, that player would need to single-handedly take on the event in the space. If there were 2 players in the same space, then they would need to team up. "Harano Oni-chan," Ryo said uncertainly. "Ryo-chan, do your best in hooking the fish." Seiji encouraged with a smile. The little girl nodded. Okay. The fish was hooked successfully. Rio gripped the fishing pole tightly, and her little face scrunched up. Just like when Seiji had hooked the fish, it struggled mightily and tugged the fishing line everywhere as it swam around in circles. Wah! Rio let out a sound of frustration as her hands began to tremble. Her face was flushed from exertion. Fight! You can do it! Pull as hard as you can when it runs out of energy. Seiji cheered her on. Wah! The little girl shouted loudly as she suddenly tugged on the fishing pole and successfully pulled out a large red fish. The large fish struggled free from the hook in midair and was about to drop back into the lake when Seiji reached out with the net in his hands just in the nick of time. He accurately netted the fish. It was a success. Seiji and Rio exchanged jubilant glances and smiled as they returned to the living room. It's so fun, Harano Oniai-chan. Yep, it really is quite fun. Although it was just an illusion, the fun they had while playing was indeed real. This board game was enchanted with a powerful spell, but it wasn't anything scary, or so it appeared. The game continued. It was Seiji's turn to toss the die again, and he tossed it too. He needed to move to the space that Keith's piece was currently at, the one with the picture of a beautiful woman entering the onsen bath. Seiji was rendered speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326, The Black-Veiled Woman. Chapter 326, The Black-Veiled Woman. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Rio blinked innocently. Harano Oniai-chan, you need to take a bath together with Jumanji-nichan. There was no need to say that, Seiji thought helplessly. Keith shot a flirtatious look at him. Seiji broke eye contact and looked away. He saw that Mika and Shika were staring at him fiercely. This was just an accident. I won't look at anything, he promised as he moved his player piece. They entered the fantasy illusion. Although Seiji intended to immediately shut his eyes, upon entering the onsen bath, he reflexively looked around him. He saw the blonde beauty Keith standing right next to him, holding only a towel which covered her private locations. Large patches of snow-white skin, her beautiful face, and her excellent figure were all visible. When their eyes met, Keith flushed and smiled at him seductively with watery eyes that were incredibly moving. Seiji was dazed by the sight. Then, he suddenly regained his senses, hurriedly averted his gaze, and closed his eyes. He abandoned attempting this scene's event and waited for the fantasy illusion to end. They returned to reality. You looked. An icy voice spat out. Even though you just said that you wouldn't, but. Wah! Seiji could only do his best to withstand Mika and Shika's cold glares. Rio laughed. Harano Oniai-chan is a pervert. Please, there's no need to add anything more. Seiji almost wanted to cry. It's actually not a big deal if he saw, Keith said softly. Jumanji-sensei, please be more mindful of yourself. Mika was now glaring in Keith's direction. It was now Mika's turn to roll the die. She tossed a 6. Once again, it was the bathing scene. Mika was rendered speechless. This time, I definitely won't look, Seiji promised again. The pigtailed girl felt rather conflicted about this. She moved her player piece and they all entered the illusion again. This time, Seiji really did close his eyes immediately. He didn't look at anything from start to finish. Mika inwardly grew angry when she realized this. He couldn't help looking when he was together with Jumanji-sensei. What's this? Her internals were in turmoil. Next up was Shika. She rolled a 3. Luckily, it wasn't yet another repeat of the bathing scene. On the 8th space was a drawing of a child flying a kite. Shika passed through this event quite easily. Rio tossed out a 5 and landed on a forest in full bloom. Her task to catch the flower petals as they fell down from the sky. She succeeded in passing after making an effort. Seiji and Mika were both punished by having their next turn skipped, so it was Keed's turn again. She rolled a 3 and caught some flower petals together with Rio. The game continued smoothly just like this. "Brother, this board game is using up part of our mana," Shika said after the game carried on for a while. Seiji nodded. "Yep, I noticed this as well. This game uses the participants' mana as well as the mana from the surrounding environment in order to power itself. If it uses up all our mana, it might stop operating, or it may continue working by using the mana that it's already gathered. What do you think?" "I think that brother is probably right." Shika paused for a moment. "Based on the current speed that it's draining our mana, I estimate that my mana will be used up after roughly 1 hour. Seiji blinked at this. 1 hour, if we're lucky, that should be just enough time to finish this game. In that case, we have 2 choices. We can either intentionally stall for time and refuse to play the game, or do our best to finish this game in 1 hour. However, we don't know what would happen in either scenario." He swept over everyone gathered with his eyes. "Let's decide together. Should we work hard to finish this mysterious board game or intentionally stall for time?" A moment of silence fell between everyone. "I want to finish this board game." Rio was the first to speak up. "I think it's really fun, and I want to finish." She had a very simplistic mindset. Seiji smiled. "I agree with Rio-chan. This is an interesting game, so why don't we finish it properly?" Since they didn't know what would happen either way, Seiji figured that they might as well go along with her. Mika, Keed, and Shika all agreed. Everyone decided to work hard and finish this board game. The farther they progressed, the more difficult the scenes in the spaces became. Everyone tried their best to complete the task set and also had lots of fun while doing so. Of course, there were a few rather embarrassing or awkward events similar to the bathing scene. Seiji silently accepted these benefits as well as the glares directed at him, helping him to cultivate his gentlemanly heart. Due to her excellent performance and good luck, Keed was now the closest to the finish point. If she rolled a 6, then she would reach the finish point and the game would end. With everyone watching, she tossed her die and rolled a 3. A woman playing badminton was depicted on the square. Badminton was a racket sport similar to tennis. It was played with a shuttlecock and rackets. Both players would hit the shuttlecock to the other side, but, unlike tennis, the shuttlecock wasn't allowed to touch the ground. The first player who missed the shuttlecock and allowed it to hit the ground would lose a point. They entered the illusion. Keed, garbed in traditional Sakura Island clothing, had a racket in her hand. Her gold-red Sakura Island clothing was quite beautiful. During the course of the game, Seiji had witnessed all the beauties playing with him in various types of attire and giving him plenty of eye candy. Keed's opponent was a black-veiled, white-haired woman. She was also wearing black and white Sakura Island clothing. This woman was covering her face, which was a little unusual. During all the events of this game so far, not a single opponent or perhaps puppet had covered their face like this. The black-veiled woman tossed out the shuttlecock and served first with a clear, resounding sound. The shuttlecock came flying at a high speed. Keed barely managed to return it. Pong pang pong pang. After a flurry of blows, the shuttlecock landed on Keed's side, and she lost the first point. It was now Keed's turn to serve. After a few more exchanges, the shuttlecock landed on her side yet again. After the 3rd, 4th, and 5th repeat, the illusion ended. I failed. I have to go back 12 spaces. The blonde teacher helplessly moved her player piece back. Shika was up next. She rolled a 5 and moved to a space with a drawing of a boy and girl playing Karuta. Karuta was a classic game where a judge sang an ancient poem, and the 2 players competing would attempt to be the first to steal the card representing that poem. Seiji recalled that there was a popular anime regarding this card game back in his previous life. It was called something like Chihayafuru? They entered the illusion. The male Shika was seated in the middle of a tatami mat room. She was wearing Sakura Island clothing, and her opponent was once again the black-veiled, white-haired woman. Is she some type of boss in this game? Seiji was somewhat suspicious about her identity. Paper Kiruta cards were already arranged in between them, but there was no judge. Suddenly, a melodious female voice began to sing a poem. The black-veiled woman's right hand instantly moved, causing a paper card to vanish on the tatami and appear in her hand. So quick! That was just a few words. And her speed, she must be cheating. Seiji remarked in his mind. Shika had a nervous expression. The next time that a new poem began, she attempted to steal the card at the fastest speed possible. However, the black-veiled woman was faster than her, and instantly stole away the second card again. The black-veiled woman also obtained the third and fourth cards. After successfully stealing 5 cards in a row and leaving Shika with nothing, Shika ended up failing the event. They all returned to reality, and Shika was forced to go back 12 spaces. That black-veiled woman appeared in multiple events near the finishing point and is an exceedingly strong opponent. She must be the final boss, Seiji said. If my guess is correct, Ryo-chan will meet her as well. Everyone looked towards the little girl. Ryo rolled a 6. She moved to a scene of children having a snowball fight. When they entered the illusion, Ryo's opponent was indeed the black-veiled woman as Seiji had surmised. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327, The Water of Life. Chapter 327, The Water of Life. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Ryo failed as well. The black-veiled woman was able to throw snowballs swiftly and accurately. There was no way for a little girl like Ryo to compete against her. After failing, she was forced to go back 12 spaces, just like Keed and Shika. It seemed that it would be difficult to defeat her, but Seiji had no choice but to try. My turn, draw. Whoops, I meant to roll the die. Seiji tossed the die and moved to a space containing a drawing of men drinking together. The black-veiled woman appeared once again. Seiji was sitting across from her, with a wine flagon placed before each of them. The wine flagon was approximately the size of 2 baseballs. It was open, but no smell of alcohol emanated from it. The rules were quite simple. The first to finish the flagon of wine before them would be the winner. It's time to duel. Seiji and the black-veiled woman simultaneously brought their flagons of wine to their mouths and began drinking. With Seiji's first gulp, he didn't feel anything. It tasted like water to him. However, right after that, he felt his lips going numb, and a fierce sensation welled up in his mouth, throat, and even stomach. It felt like there was a fire raging inside him, an unpleasant experience to say the least. This flavor, this feeling. Seiji recalled a type of alcohol that he had tasted out of curiosity in his previous world, Spiritus Rectificoni. The alcohol with the highest alcohol content in the world. It was 96% alcohol and bore the nickname Water of Life. What was the meaning of a 96% alcohol drink? Even the disinfecting alcohol used by hospitals was only 75% alcohol, yet this was an entire 21% higher. It could be ignited simply by a lighter. This was basically pure alcohol. It certainly wasn't something a person could drink directly. Seiji had only tasted it one time in his previous life. It left him a deep impression. It was a similar feeling to the flagon of alcohol before him. Just one gulp is already so unpleasant. In reality, Seiji would never even consider finishing an entire flagon. But this wasn't real. It was merely an illusion. In that case, Seiji decided not to worry about it. Not only could he finish a flagon, he could even try finishing an entire crate as long as he maintained his consciousness in this fantastical illusion. As for the water of life, it appeared quite commonly in a comedy manga as the male lead and his companion's daily drink. That's right, a daily drink. Treating the water of life just like water, just this alone would make anyone want to comment on it. Seiji recalled that the manga had the same author as Baka to Test, and that it was quite amusing. Its name was... why can't I recall? My head feels so dizzy. I can't feel my mouth anymore. My body is going numb. Seiji suddenly returned to his senses and discovered that he was back in his living room. Did I win? He said uncertainly. Before anyone responded, he heard a voice in his mind. He had won. He managed to defeat the black-veiled woman in the drinking contest. I won, Seiji said, and apparently I can even roll my die again. If he rolled a 4, he would reach the finishing point. If he rolled anything higher than 4, well, he hoped that this board game didn't have a rule like starting over from the very beginning again if he passed the finishing point. It's time for the critical moment of the duel. Come, heart of the cards, whoops, I meant dice roll. It's gotta be a 4. He tossed his die. With everyone watching, the die rolled and finally stopped, showing a 4. It was just the number he needed to reach the finishing point. Seiji smiled as he picked up his player piece and moved to the finishing point. Everyone entered another illusion. They saw cherry blossoms covering the sky. They were in a large cherry tree forest, where countless flowers were blooming. The endless flower petals seemed just like clouds, beautiful and romantic. Seiji was rather stunned by the sight. So beautiful. He heard someone murmur from beside him. He turned around and saw Mika dressed in pink Sakura Island clothing. Indeed, it's so beautiful. Keed appeared on his other side. Shika silently walked up to him, and Rio was exclaiming at this scene as well. All of them had entered this illusion. Is this the congratulations for beating the game scene? Seiji wondered aloud. Right when he finished saying that, he saw the black-veiled woman appear and walk over to them. She stood in front of everyone before bowing deeply. The wind lightly lifted part of the veil covering her face, revealing delicate lips curved up in a gentle smile. Who are you? Seiji asked. He didn't receive a reply. The illusion ended. When Seiji returned to his living room, he discovered that the board spell formation in gold-red glow had disappeared. When he tried standing up and moving, he no longer felt any restrictions. He was able to move about as he pleased. It was the same for everyone else. The invisible force that was forcing everyone to play the game earlier had completely disappeared. It's over, Seiji said. It looks like that this is just a harmless game after all. Judging from the result, it appeared that apart from draining their mana, the game had done nothing to them. When compared to the fun they had while playing the game, Seiji felt that it was rather worth it. Seiji was even willing to play it again in the future, but first he wanted to understand its functions more clearly. That was a wondrous experience, but who was that lady that appeared in the end? Keed asked curiously. I don't know, it's all a mystery to me. I have no idea what this board game really is. Seiji shrugged. Luckily for us, it was harmless. Things could have turned out bad if it was a dangerous artifact. I'm sorry. Mika lowered her head. This was an accident, Mika. You couldn't have expected such a thing to happen either. I'm not blaming you at all, Seiji consoled. If there's any blame at all, then I'm the one who should be blamed, as I asked you to bring some cards or a board game over to play with. Seigo. In the end, this is just an accident. There's no need to mind something like this. What's important now is to understand the situation clearly. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. Mika, you said that your mother told you that this was something your father left behind, right? Mika nodded. Could your father actually be a spiritual ability user? Do you have any particular memories of your father? Mika thought about it for a moment before shaking her head. My father passed away when I was really young, and I don't really remember anything about him, so I can't think of anything special. In that case, we'll have to ask Miss Landlord, Seiji said. I believe that Miss Landlord probably doesn't know about the mystical. If she did, then she would know what this board game was, and she probably wouldn't have casually let others play with it. After all this time, Seiji had never noticed the landlord, Nozomi Uehara, acting unusual in any way. Seiji didn't believe that she was actually a secret spiritual ability user or knew anything about the mystical. Of course, he could try confirming it by asking the landlord directly, but he didn't feel like he should do that. If the landlord turned out to be a normal person, she would only gain trouble if he informed her about the mystical. Mika, try being natural about it and ask her about your father. I'll also contact the president and ask her about this board game. All right. Mika nodded. Seiji looked back towards Keed. I'll keep what happened here a secret, the blonde teacher said, smiling. She knew about Seiji's true name and background already. Due to this, although she was surprised about the mysterious event that occurred today, she was able to accept it quickly. She knew what he wanted to say and what she should do. Thank you, Jumanji-sensei. There's no need to be polite. Keed inwardly felt that this experience was quite valuable for her. No matter what the process was like, just experiencing such a thing with Seiji and the others was an excellent way of getting closer to him. Step by step, slowly but surely, that was her ultimate goal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328, I like Brother the most. Chapter 328, I like Brother the most. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Mika returned to her residence. Before calling the president, Natsuya, Seiji wanted to have a meal first. He was quite hungry after his ordeal, and he assumed that the scion was likely having a meal of her own, which he had no desire to interrupt. Sensei, would you like to eat lunch together with us? Seiji asked. Is that all right? Keed said. Of course, as long as you don't mind that it's rather plain. How could I possibly mind? I won't hold back by staying over, then. Food is a lot more delicious when enjoyed with others rather than eating it on my own. The blonde teacher smiled. Please allow me to help out in the kitchen to repay you a little. There's no need to be so polite, sensei. I'm not the type who can simply sit around and wait to enjoy a meal. Please allow me to help out, Hirano-kun. Keed firmly insisted on helping out in the kitchen, so Seiji could only accept. In that case, he wanted Shika to have a chance to rest, but Shika also firmly insisted on helping out in the kitchen. And so, it became a scene of him, Keed, and Shika all working together in the kitchen. Cooking together with a mature beauty and a younger beauty. Seiji had a sense of déjà vu. He recalled how he had done the same thing together with Mika and the landlord before in the past, on the day that Keed had moved in. That had been a very enjoyable dinner for him. Seiji secretly snuck a look at Keed beside him. The blonde teacher had a big smile on her face as she washed some vegetables. She seemed to be enjoying her time here. Seiji felt conflicted when he saw this. He personally believed, he felt like he didn't know Keed anything, but even so, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. At any rate, he hoped that she could be happy. Keed detected Seiji's gaze upon her. The fact that he was looking in her direction meant that he cared for her, which made her happy. She was happy to be able to cook and eat together with him in the kitchen. Having him pay attention to her and being close to him were both sources of joy for her. She believed that she would be even happier in the future. Everyone's efforts in cooking lunch together was a great success. Rio even ate an extra half a bowl compared to usual. Keed also insisted on washing the dishes, and Shika didn't back down as well. As for Seiji, he was kicked out of the kitchen by the two girls, who claimed that he wasn't needed and could go do whatever he wanted to. Ryo was currently sitting by the kotatsu, softly collapsed on the table. She seemed just like a lazy kitten, satisfied from eating its fill. Seiji glanced at the time and decided to call Natsuya later, as he wanted to rest for a while. Like Ryo, he collapsed onto the table and turned into a big, lazy cat. His consciousness gradually became hazy. Seiji slowly opened his eyes. I actually fell asleep? What time is it now? When Seiji woke up, he noticed something warm, soft, and faintly pleasant smelling next to him. When he turned around, he saw that Shika was sleeping beside him, snuggling closely into his back. The black-haired girl's pure and beautiful face had a contented expression, as if she were having a wonderful dream. Seiji was somewhat stunned by her appearance. What's going on? When he looked around, he discovered that he had fallen asleep by the kotatsu. Shika was sleeping next to him. And judging by the fact that there were other feet under the kotatsu, the others were sleeping on the opposite side. They had to be Kid and Ryo. For all four of them to have fallen asleep by the kotatsu, honestly. Seiji looked towards Shika again. She seemed to be fast asleep, and Seiji didn't want to wake her up. But he had things to do, and he couldn't continue to sleep any longer. Seiji attempted to move slightly without waking his adopted younger sister up. Very good, she didn't react. He moved his body away some more. At this moment, the black-haired girl moved, got closer to him, and clutched him in her arms. Seiji was rendered speechless. Shika-chan, are you awake? He asked in a soft voice. There was no response. It seemed to be an action taken while she was still asleep. Seiji carefully lifted up his hand and was about to gently peel off Shika's hands from himself. Right when he touched her hand, he suddenly heard her mutter, I like. Is she awake? Seiji looked at her face. He saw that Shika still had her eyes closed, and only her lips were moving slightly. He barely managed to hear her say, brother the most. Seiji's eyes widened in shock. This scene, he felt like words such as beautiful or cute were insufficient to describe it. He couldn't describe what he was feeling right now. He recalled what it was like being together with Shika during the period in which she had amnesia. He felt something welling up within him. Seiji continued to hold her hand without letting go. Forget it, let's continue sleeping like this for a while longer. Seiji decided to close his eyes again while holding on to his adopted younger sister's hand. In the end, he slept until the middle of the afternoon. Shika's face was rather red when she woke up and returned to her own room. I should have left earlier, but I didn't want to return to my lonely room by myself. Kid hugged Ryo and asked in a spoiled voice, can I stay here for dinner tonight as well? I'll chip in for groceries. Seiji looked towards Ryo. The little girl was snuggling against the blonde beauty, she was obviously enjoying the hug. The answer was obvious. After acceding to Kid's request, Seiji went to the study to make a phone call. Good afternoon. Natsuya. Good afternoon. Seiji. He still felt rather awkward about addressing her by name. I met with something on my end, it's like this. Seiji explained what happened earlier in the morning. The board game was able to draw multiple people into an illusion and restrict their actions, including even you and Kagura-san. Judging by this, the board game must be an incredibly high-level spiritual artifact, Natsuya explained in a serious tone. This type of spiritual artifact is unlikely to have been crafted just for the fun of it, at least that's what I believe. I won't be able to know the specifics until I inspect it, but I'm currently busy today, so why don't you bring it over tomorrow night? Alright, Seiji agreed. By the way, it's really surprising that Uehara-san had such a spiritual artifact lying around in her apartment. Yeah, I'm even beginning to wonder now if Sakura-san greeting Mika wasn't a coincidence at all, perhaps there was some type of hidden connection. It's possible. I only saw Uehara-san as a normal person, but perhaps Sakura-san saw something that I didn't. Both of them fell silent for a moment. I'm very curious just what exactly it's about, Natsuya said at last. If you learn anything more, please contact me. Yep. Their conversation ended there. Seiji idly stared at his cell phone for a moment. Should I contact Mika now and ask her about the situation? Or should I wait for a while longer? He didn't know if she would be able to find anything out from the landlord. In the end, he decided to wait for a while longer. Seiji put away his cell phone and went to his computer to begin the task of writing. After some time, there was a knock on the front door. Seiji opened the door and welcomed Mika inside. At this time, Kid and Rio were inside one of the other rooms, so nobody else was in the living room. I asked my mom, and she said that Dad was a little strange when they were younger, Mika said after sitting down by the kotatsu. He liked to talk to himself in places where nobody else was around, make strange movements, read weird books, occasionally act abnormal, or draw unusual runes or drawings, and so on. Later on, these strange habits stopped. He explained it by saying that he was immature in his youth and was simply clowning around. But he still had the hobby of collecting strange things such as this board game. Because he really valued his collection when he was still alive, Mom never threw anything of his away and kept them all. I went and looked around the storage room. It would be quite a hassle to clear them all out, so I took a picture with my cell phone. She showed Seiji the picture she took on her cell phone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, Because I Want to Look. Chapter 329, Because I Want to Look. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Seiji couldn't see everything in the picture clearly due to the lack of lighting, but he saw various unusual objects. For example, there was a windmill that had rotor blades made out of mirrors, and cyan-colored spiral runes were engraved onto each rotor blade. There was a silver kettle with various strange red lines drawn upon it. It also had two spouts, one on each side. There was a wooden sword which appeared to be over 1.5 meters in length. One side was black while the other side was white. The black side had tiny white words etched upon it, while the white side had tiny black words etched upon it. There was a kendama that had a dark blue hilt with strange black lines upon it. The ball portion was painted dark red and had numerous black dots. If all of these are actually spiritual artifacts, that would be an incredible discovery. Seiji returned Mika's cell phone to her after he finished looking at everything in the picture. I already called Natsuya and told her about what happened. She thinks that this board game is a high-level spiritual artifact, which means that it's definitely something out of the ordinary. If all of these are on the same level as that board game, well, that's probably unlikely, but even if only 2 or 3 of these objects are on the same level, it'd be really incredible. A moment of silence fell between them. You called the president by name, Mika said. Eh? You just said the president's name, instead of calling her president, Mika said, looking into his eyes. Indeed, Seiji admitted. We've begun calling each other by name. Another moment of silence fell between them. By the way, does Miss Landlord know where these objects in her husband's collection originated from? Seiji asked. Mika shook her head. Mom said that when she asked Dad in the past, Dad said that they were gifts from other people, but wouldn't mention who they came from. When Mom pressured him about it, he would only say that the person who gave it to him wished to remain anonymous. After hearing the exact same answer several times, Mom gave up on asking. Saying that someone else had given the objects to him, but not being willing to say who they came from, this seemed like an obvious excuse. However, there was also the possibility of it being true. Seiji contemplated the matter. If Mr. Uehara was telling the truth, then was the person who gave him these gifts a spiritual ability user? Did he receive these gifts all from a single person, or several different people? And why did they give such things to Mr. Uehara? Was Mr. Uehara himself a spiritual ability user? There were many unknowns. I think that we should show all these items to Natsuya. What do you think? Whatever you want. The pigtailed girl laid her head down listlessly on Seiji's table. You don't want to? I think it's fine either way. It was obvious that she was being a bit difficult. Seiji blinked. What's the matter, Mika? Nothing. I just feel rather tired. The pigtailed girl closed her eyes. I see, then you should have some rest. Seiji looked at her closely. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. He instinctively felt that she wanted silence right now. So, he remained quiet. He simply observed her face in silence. Mika felt his gaze upon her and opened her eyes, meeting Seiji's gaze. Why are you looking at me, Dot? Because I want to look at you, Seiji answered reflexively. When he realized what he said, he suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. What did I say just now? Mika's face flushed red, and she averted her gaze. I am not that pretty. It's not like I'm as beautiful as the president. She noticed what was wrong with her sentence after she said it, and she was overcome by a wave of embarrassment. What did I say just now? Mika. After hearing what she accidentally let slip just now, Seiji realized what was going on. Pretend that I didn't say that just now, Mika muttered in a tiny voice. I already heard you. You can forget what you just heard. My brain isn't a computer's hard drive, it's not able to delete things at will, Seiji said with a chuckle. Mika, do you want to hear the truth from me? The truth about the difference between you and the president's looks. Mika didn't know how to respond to this. Seiji smiled. It might not be good to judge girls by their looks, but if you want to hear what I think, then I'll tell you my opinion. I want to hear it. Alright then, I won't hold back. He acted as if he was the host of a variety program and cleared his throat. To be direct, Mika, you're indeed a beautiful, very pretty girl. However, Natsuya is a mega-level beauty who's even prettier than you are. This is a review based on anyone's normal sense of beauty. I think that you yourself should agree as well. It's quite obvious that there's a difference between your looks, Dot. Wah! Mika seemed to receive an impact from this. Not being as good as someone else in looks or some other area and feeling depressed is something normal, Seiji continued. There's no especially good method to deal with this either. One can only face reality and do the best that they can. And what I believe the worst thing to do in this case is to deny oneself, or to make things difficult for oneself. Everyone is unique, although this sounds like something nice yet empty, it's the truth. You can't be Natsuya Urahana, nor can Natsuya Urahana be Mika Uehara. You're you, and you should value yourself more. He reached out with his hand and patted Mika on the head. You have to take good care of yourself, Mika, What are you saying? The pigtailed girl was feeling a mixture of emotions. She knew that Seiji wanted to comfort her, but couldn't he say something that sounded nicer? I know she's quite beautiful, but you're more important to me in my heart, would have been fine. Didn't he know that girls needed to be consoled with their feeling down? These words of yours have basically zero effect in consoling me. Mika energetically retorted in her mind. However, Seiji's gentle look and the way he patted her head both gave her a feeling of warmth. Idiot, she said in her mind. Mika then stopped thinking about anything else. Later that night, Seiji received a phone call from Yukari Asamiya. Good evening, Seigo. Good evening, Yukari. Are you free during the Winter Snow Festival? She took the direct approach. I'm sorry. I'm busy, Seiji replied. You already have a date with someone else? That's correct. Can't you abandon this date and change it to spending time with me instead? Yukari asked in a soft voice. If you can go out with me during the winter snow festival, I'll give you an amazing present, Yukari said in a sultry voice. Seiji felt as if he could imagine the purple-haired beauty's flushed face and seductive expression. A girl giving a boy an amazing present during the winter snow festival, his imagination ran wild for a moment. He was moved for a moment but quickly firmed his resolution. I apologize, I can't do that, Seiji answered. I already promised, since that person needs my help. Help? Yeah, that person has a troublesome matter that I need to help out with. Yukari fell silent for a moment. As expected, this approach was no good, Yukari chuckled. I knew already that you wouldn't be the type to go back on a promise, but I still couldn't help but try. I apologize. It was rude of me to attempt to make you break a promise. I hope that you don't mind. It's fine, I don't mind, Seiji answered. That's good, then. Yukari paused for a moment. Are you free tomorrow, then? Tomorrow. I'm free in the morning. I'd like to meet you to discuss the game we're making. Is that all right? Seiji fell silent for a moment. He recalled the words he said to Shika when he returned home after his last meeting with Yukari. Yukari Asamiya was an excellent and beautiful girl who matched his interests. If he had a date with her. His adopted younger sister's face popped up in his mind. Seiji made his decision. If it's about the game, we can simply discuss it over the internet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330, how about coming over to my place? Chapter 330, how about coming over to my place? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. I know, but I'd still like to see you in person. Yukari nervously tightened her grip on her cell phone. You don't want to, . It's not that, it's just. After thinking it over, Seiji decided to be forthright with Yukari. I mentioned before that I have someone I'm living with, right? Yes. I'm living with my adopted younger sister. She told me that she hoped that I wouldn't get a girlfriend in the immediate future so that she could stay with me like this for a while longer, Seiji confessed. I promised this to her to temporarily maintain the status quo, until she feels more assured living together with me. That's why, it's not that I'm not willing, it's that during this time, I don't want to, He didn't know how to express himself. Can I understand it as you not wishing for an overly intimate relationship with girls during this time period? Yukari asked. Yes, I suppose you could say that, . What about your date during the winter snow festival? That isn't a date, I'm just helping her out. I don't have that type of relationship with that girl. Yukari fell silent for a moment. The adopted younger sister that you speak of, could she be that beautiful black-haired girl by your side when I ran into you at the bookstore before? Yukari recalled this scene. Yep, that's her. Yukari felt a mysterious sense of loss. She realized she had miscalculated things after hearing this. If she had known back then that the black-haired beauty was the person living together with Seigo, she definitely wouldn't have assumed the attitude she did. She lacked information and had been overconfident. She actually made such a mistake. It was something she had felt was unimportant but was actually critical. Could it be that, the time that she had invited Seigo but met with Wakaba-san and Uehara-san's interference was also due to the secret meddling of this adopted younger sister? This seemed highly likely to her. Yukari felt as if she was witnessing the puppet master behind the scenes. This seemed like an exaggeration, but that was what she truly felt right now. Yukari suppressed the urge to sigh as she recalled the way the black-haired girl had looked at her when they met at the bookstore. What's her name? Her name is Shika Kagura. Shika Kagura. Yukari committed this name to her memory. Can I ask something about Shika Kagura? What would you like to know, ? Of course, it's why she came to live together with you. How did she become your adopted younger sister? Seiji fell silent when he heard this. Did I ask something that I shouldn't have asked? As Yukari was wondering if she had unwittingly trod on a landmine, Seiji's calm voice answered her. Because some things happened, it's difficult for me to explain. Basically, she no longer has any family, and I want to accompany her, so she became my adopted younger sister. His tone of voice was calm, but the content of his answer alone revealed his deep feelings. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked something like that. It's fine, it's not a big deal. I'm the one who couldn't give a detailed explanation. I apologize. A moment of silence fell between them. About the game. I'd still like to meet you face to face, Yukari said softly. No, not about the game, I'd simply like to see you and be able to talk to you, whether it's about the game or anything else. I really want to see you. It's quite a lonely feeling to not see the person you like during the Winter Snow Festival. Seiji felt Yukari's feelings clearly. He felt that it would be too cold of him to resolutely refuse. But if he went out to meet her, his promise to Shika. Right, if it's a meeting. How about coming over to my place? Seiji suddenly said. It's fine even if we don't meet outside to talk, right? How about coming over to my place for a while? Yukari's eyes widened in surprise. Not only was it okay to her, it was basically what she wanted the most. She had never expected him to make such an offer. After she regained her senses, the purple-haired girl immediately responded with, okay. I'd be more than happy to. Yep, this seemed fine to Seiji. This way, we can meet each other, and it won't count as a date. I'm simply having a friend over. Seiji inwardly praised himself for his wisdom. Then just come over tomorrow when you're free, either the morning or the afternoon is fine. My address is. Yukari hurriedly scribbled down his address. Just give me a call before you come over. I'll prepare some tea and desserts. Okay, thank you, Seigo. You don't have to thank me for this, you're an important friend of mine. Seiji expressed what he truly felt. Yukari felt warmness in her chest from this. After saying good night to each other, they finished their call. In the middle of the night, in Ryo's soul realm, Seiji learned yet another spell, Mana Shield, after having finished the prerequisites and paying the points. This spell created a barrier around himself that would constantly be maintained as long as he still had mana. It was able to block both physical and magical attacks. If it was struck by a powerful attack that exceeded its limits, then the barrier would shatter. But if he expected such an attack, he could temporarily double the barrier's strength for a short period of time. Afterwards, the barrier would collapse on its own, and he would need to cast the spell again. Seiji checked his system and found that nothing new had appeared this time either. System, you're being a bit lazy these days, aren't you? Now that he had learned an attack and a defense spell, learning healing magic was next up on his list. The first spell was called Beginner Level Heal. He didn't know if he would be able to finish learning it before the scheduled Yin-Yang Master Party. Let's try my best. Seiji decided to work his hardest at cultivating. The next morning, Yukari Asamiya was currently conflicted. What should she wear for the first time visiting the home of the person she liked? It should be something different from what she would wear on a date. It needed to be plainer, but not too plain. It was rather difficult and troublesome to find the right balance. Another problematic matter was preparing presents for the Winter Snow Festival. She had long since prepared a Winter Snow Festival present for Seigo. Originally, she wanted to give it to him when they were alone together, but now it seemed that she could only give it to him normally. What she was conflicted about was whether or not to prepare a present for his adopted younger sister, that Shika Kagura. If she didn't prepare one, she felt that it would be a little rude. But if she did prepare one, firstly, she didn't know what to give her. And secondly, it could have the opposite effect intended. In the end, it was because she didn't know anything about Shika Kagura. She didn't know what Shika liked or her personality, so there was no way for Yukari to deal with her. She wanted to know more. Should I ask Seigo? This didn't seem like a good idea to her. Especially if she just directly told him it was for the sake of a present, he would definitely say something like, "Oh, you don't have to." The purple-haired girl laid on her bed and sighed helplessly. She now regretted not talking to the black-haired girl when they first saw each other at the bookstore, but there was no use crying over spilled milk. Two people popped into her mind. Uehara-san and Wakaba-san. They would surely know about Shika Kagura. Should I ask them? It seemed a little humiliating to ask her opponents for information, but it was also a chance for her. When they told her the information regarding Seigo meeting Natsuya for the Winter Snow Festival, it may have been in the name of an apology to her, but it also counted as showing their attitudes. We should be able to establish somewhat of a tentative alliance. Yukari made that judgment. Now that she came to that conclusion, she decided to make a phone call. In that case, who should she call? As for who would most likely be easier to talk to, it would obviously be Mika Uehara. But for some reason, Yukari felt more like calling Chiaki. And so, she took out her cell phone and dialed Chiaki's number. "Good morning, Asamiya-san," a lazy voice said from the other side of the cell phone. "What a surprise. I didn't expect that you would call me. I almost choked on the juice I was drinking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 331, Demon King. Chapter 331, Demon King. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Princess. Good morning, Wakaba-san. Sorry to bother you in the morning, but I have some questions I'd like to ask, Yukari said calmly. About? It's regarding Seigo's adopted younger sister, Shika Kagura. There was a momentary silence. Then, Chiaki started chuckling. About that. Let me guess, you wanted to ask Seigo out on a date, and you were rejected politely, which led to you learning about her. Am I correct? That's right, Yukari admitted directly. I want to know more regarding her. Why don't you just ask Seigo directly? Chiaki suggested. As long as it's something he can say, he'll tell you. Yukari fell silent for a moment. I want to know about the part that he won't tell me about. This doesn't seem like the princess's way of doing things? Chiaki raised her voice questioningly. I know that this may not be good, but I still want to know. That's just how I feel, Yukari said. But I also know that you won't tell me, as it's not for me to know. Then why did you contact me? I want to understand Shika Kagura better, and you're skilled at seeing through others. I can gather the most information possible from you without having to invade her privacy, but... Chiaki Wakaba was a famous detective, outstanding at deductions. Yukari had personally experienced this for herself. Chiaki would definitely know more about things than Nika would. The prerequisite, of course, was her being willing to tell Yukari. Is this praise? Or sarcasm? It's praise. I've personally tasted what it's like to go up against you, so in this regard, no matter how I personally feel, I'm truly impressed by your deductive abilities. It's my honor to be praised by the princess, Chiaki said with a chuckle. But why should I tell you anything? Do you think that I'd tell something as important as information about Seigo's cute adopted younger sister to you just because you praised me a little? It's here, Yukari said to herself. This is the critical junction. This decides whether or not I can convince this tomboy. Of course I don't think that. In order to get information from you, I should trade something of equal value. But before that, I'd like to confirm, have you truly given up on Seigo? Chiaki fell silent for a moment. If you're not saying that you've completely given up, then that probably means that you haven't. In that case, we can make an alliance against Natsuya Yorahana. Oh? What are the specifics of this alliance you propose? We'll help each other out on certain things. For example, as you told me about Shika Kagura this time, next time you can ask me for some information, or request my assistance, or even request that I not do a specific thing one time, but... Oh. So it's something along the line of establishing a diplomatic relationship? That's correct. I believe that this shall be beneficial for both of us, especially when our opponent is someone as strong as President Yorahana. What a surprise. I never expected the princess to take such a course of action. I don't feel like there's anything bad about what I'm doing. No, I should say that you should be the one who isn't surprised. You must have guessed that I would do this, otherwise you wouldn't have given me such a message to begin with, Chiaki Wakaba, Yukari said in a serious voice. Chiaki fell silent for another moment, before she chuckled once more. I'm beginning to like you even more, princess. Alright, you've convinced me. I'll tell you about that cute adopted younger sister of his, although I don't know that much either. In exchange, when I need something from you in the future, please remember your promise. Of course, Yukari replied. Since I was the one who brought up the idea of allying, I'll definitely keep my promise. You sure sound reliable. Chiaki chuckled and said, Now then, where should I start? About Shika Kagura. The next morning, sometime after Yukari called and said that she was on her way, Seiji heard a knock on his door and went to open it. He saw the purple-haired beauty. She was wearing a dark windbreaker and was holding a bag in her hands. Welcome, he greeted her with a smile. Yukari smiled as well. Please excuse my intrusion, . She handed Seiji a box of confectionaries as she entered, which Seiji accepted politely. He then led her to the living room. The purple-haired girl took off her windbreaker to reveal a light, elegantly knitted sweater and jeans underneath. This was what Yukari went with after a lengthy internal debate about what to wear. Although it seemed somewhat plain, her outfit had its own charm. Her sharp senses noticed Seiji's eyes pause on her for a moment, and this made her happy. She felt that it was worth spending so long on picking out her clothes. Seiji helped hang up Yukari's windbreaker and had her sit down by the kotatsu. He poured a cup of hot tea for her and brought out the desserts that he had prepared. Yukari looked around her as she accepted the tea. My apologies that my living space is rather simple. No. I think it's pretty nice. Did you redecorate this place recently? I indeed did some redecorating, albeit only in the living room. Yukari stopped looking around and sipped on her tea. Where is your adopted younger sister, Kagura-san? She asked casually. She's in her room. Before Seiji could even finish his sentence, both of them saw the black-haired girl walk out of her room. This was the second meeting between Yukari Asamiya and Shika Kagura. Their eyes shot needles at each other as they locked together. She's so beautiful, Yukari exclaimed in her mind. Last time at the bookstore, although she had been intentionally ignoring Shika's presence, Shika's beauty had still left her with a deep impression. Perhaps it was because Shika Kagura was so beautiful, almost ethereal, that Yukari had unconsciously not wanted to pay attention to her. She instinctively felt as if Shika were no mere mortal or, at the very least, a presence that mortals shouldn't casually approach. Or perhaps, it was because Shika was simply too beautiful, so as a fellow girl, she naturally felt distant from her? Yukari personally believed that as an artist, she was able to objectively assess other girls' beauty, like she had with Natsuya Yorahana. Perhaps there were exceptions, though, such as this girl before her. In theory, Shika would make an excellent model, but Yukari had no ideas about desecrating, no, drawing Shika at all. Hello, excuse me for entering. I'm Yukari Asamiya, Seigo. Hirano-san's schoolmate from a different class. Hello, Shika replied lightly before walking to the kotatsu and sitting down by Seiji's side. Yukari was rendered somewhat speechless. I apologize. She's shy around strangers and isn't too good at dealing with such situations. Seiji had an apologetic look on his face. No, it's okay. Yukari looked toward Seiji, her eyes expressing that she understood. It was just like what Wakaba-san had told her. Shika Kagura had an icy cold personality. She preferred to remain distant from others, hardly ever spoke, and hated contact. Seigo was the only exception. The best way to deal with her would be to leave her alone, but it definitely didn't mean that she should be ignored. Shika Kagura had a deep attachment to Seigo Harano and would likely fiercely counterattack anyone who she viewed as an outsider capable of threatening her position in his heart. Before, when you invited Seigo on a date, she was the one who told Mika, and then Mika told me. That is to say, she's the main cause of your planned date with Seigo failing. She ruined your goal to spend time alone with him. Kagura-san is capable of far more than just this. She has a great amount of influence over Seigo. Just the fact that Seigo promised to temporarily not get a girlfriend due to her request is the best evidence of this. If it wasn't for the fact that she's still rather young and only in middle school, then she would probably be the scariest opponent of all, perhaps even above Natsuya Yorihana. Let me put it this way, if you're the princess, and President Yorihana is the queen, then she can be described as the Demon King. Demon King. Yukari really had to restrain herself from commenting on this nickname that Chiaki used to describe Shika, but she understood what Chiaki was saying. If she wanted to conquer the castle that was Seigo Harano, then she definitely couldn't ignore the beautiful, ethereal, ice-cold existence beside him, especially when she wielded such great power. This was her second meeting with the resident Demon King of the castle, Shika Kagura, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, Come Be a Voice Actor. Chapter 332, Come Be a Voice Actor. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Seiji felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Ever since Shika came out, the atmosphere underwent a subtle change. That was the way that Seiji felt. This was only the second meeting between Yukari and Shika, and besides, they basically had zero communication the first time. Why were things like this? In the end, Seiji decided that it must have been a mistaken impression. After casually chatting a little, Seiji brought up the main topic of conversation. About the game, you probably wanted to talk to me about the dating route for the female character you're going to voice, right? Yes, also, I wanted to confirm the art style I should use for the game. Should I go with a cute style or a more aesthetic one? The art style. I don't think that it's necessary to settle on an art style so quickly, since the game's storyline isn't set right now, either. Seiji mulled it over. But if I have to pick one right now, I'd go with the aesthetic style. We can change the art style according to the story or character as necessary, and maybe in some scenarios one art style will be favored over the other. For now, just follow your own judgment. Yukari nodded. Alright, I've already discussed the female lead storyline with Chiaki and written an outline. I'm not really satisfied with this story, Seiji added, but I can still show it to you first if you would like a rough idea of how to make your own storyline. Do you want to look at Chiaki's storyline first, or would you prefer to discuss the female character you'll be in charge of and making her route? Yukari contemplated Seiji's question for a moment. Let me see the other storyline first. I'm very curious about Wakaba-san's, the female lead storyline. And so, the two of them went to Seiji's study, where Seiji opened up a document on his computer for her to read. When Yukari finished reading the document, the two of them returned to the kotatsu. It's a bit different from what I imagined, Yukari said. I thought that Wakaba-san would prefer a slightly more special story. Seiji sipped his tea. She did make some rather special requests, but none of them were appropriate. All those forbidden R18 topics are definitely out of the question. I think that the male lead settings are great, though. Are they based off of you? Yukari looked directly at Seiji. Yes, it was Chiaki's, and Mika's combined idea. They said something about this being gender equality. I agree with them. I think that this is the best way to do things. If Wakaba-san didn't bring this up, I would have brought it up myself, the purple-haired girl said with a grin. Not only that, I think that Seigo should be the male lead's voice actor. It'll be amazing. Seiji was rendered speechless. Rather than me, he protested, I think that Hoshi would be the better choice for voicing the male lead. He's the male lead's character model anyway, and his voice is quite suitable for it. He'd definitely be better than me. He attempted to toss this job to Hoshi. Amami-san is no good, his voice won't give off the right feeling. Yukari instantly rejected this choice. What feeling is that? Seiji asked. The feeling of a main character. Yes, he's the model for the main character, and his voice is appropriate as well. Although he's not a bad choice for the voicing the male lead, that's only at the level of not bad. When the players hear his voice, they wouldn't think, this must be the male lead. Yukari said in a serious voice. That is to say, he's not spirited enough. As a trap, Amami-san is too much like a trap. He's suitable to be a trap character, but not the main character who's supposed to be at the center of the story. In comparison, Seigo, your voice gives others that feeling. From the moment you speak, you give off the feeling of a main character. The players will think, the main character should be like this. Although maybe the feeling is a little too cool and not girlish enough, a small problem for a trap character, you can try practicing, and change it with hard work and effort, or simply change your voice with a voice changer, but... Seiji didn't know what to say to Yukari, whose eyes were currently sparkling. What the hell was with sounding cool the moment he spoke? He didn't feel like his voice was anything special, it wasn't like he was Daisuke Ono. The important part for voice actors was meant to be their voice, not their spirit. Although spirit was important, he felt that the voice should still be the foundation. For example, Ri Kugamiya's fame for tsundere voices came from her voice, while having someone like Kana Hanazawa say the same lines, for example, Urusei 3 times in a row would definitely make someone feel strange. Cough, he was getting off topic. In summation, Seigo, come be a voice actor. The male lead's voice actor can't be anyone other than you. Yukari was speaking passionately and had an equally passionate expression as if she were the main character of some hot-blooded manga. Seiji felt that he was looking at himself. He was currently feeling conflicted, as he now understood why Chiaki had called Yukari a female version of himself. I'll consider it, he said finally. Forcefully being requested to write himself into the trap main character's story, and then even being made into the male lead's voice actor, he felt as if the world had evil intentions for him. No, he shouldn't think that way. Chiaki and Mika and Yukari had all given their ideas based on what they believed to be best. He decided to accept their opinions and carefully consider them without bias. If him being the male lead's voice actor would ultimately contribute to this game's quality, he was willing to do it. Seiji just lacked the confidence to pull it off. Well, there was no need to rush for a decision. The scenarios had to be finished first before voicing the lines, so he could delay this until later. Let's talk about the second female lead scenario. Let's start with the character traits. He changed the topic. Character traits. Seigo, what do you think? As for me, the first traits that come into mind for your character would be skilled artist, excellent student, beautiful and elegant, honest and direct, and popular. Yukari's face reddened slightly. So those are your impressions of me. I think that those are pretty good, she said. My plan is to make a clear contrast between the female lead's character traits and make the second female lead into the main character's enemy. Enemy? Yes, since the female lead is the childhood friend, won't the second female lead being an enemy be more interesting? Indeed. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation as he praised her. As for why they became enemies, it can be something like after the main character entered school, there was a misunderstanding between them, Yukari suggested. This, in addition to him not understanding etiquette, means that he continually offends her, making her dislike him, something like that. Yeah, we can make her into a morals and discipline committee member and give her the trait of view school rules as highly important. That's nice, Yukari nodded. At first, the two of them are enemies because of a misunderstanding and have various conflicts, but after multiple experiences of some sort together, they slowly become friends. Afterwards, this girl discovers the main character's secret, that they are actually a boy, but she volunteers of her own volition to keep his secret and protect his identity. With that as the catalyst, both of them detect the other's romantic feelings, but neither of them voice their feelings. As time goes on, their feelings for each other deepen. Just as the male lead is unable to take it any longer and decides to confess, the girl leaves the school. She actually needed to go overseas to study abroad, in order to improve her art skills and achieve her dream. The male lead chases her to the airport and confesses to her in public. The girl also confesses her own feelings, and the two of them hug each other tightly before kissing. The purple-haired girl suddenly realized that perhaps she had said a bit too much and abruptly came to her senses. Seigo looked at her. Shika also looked at her. Yukari's face instantly flushed red. Pretty much a feeling like that. She lowered her head in embarrassment. Seiji felt that she looked quite cute when she was embarrassed, and his lips arched upwards. What about the ending? Did the girl stay, or did she leave in the end? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333, Winter Snow Festival Present. Chapter 333, Winter Snow Festival Present. Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. She leaves, but promises to meet the male lead again. It's a classic scenario, and it's fine to write it like this, but it doesn't feel sufficient, because it's too similar to the female lead's ending. Seiji rubbed his chin in contemplation. I think that we can write more details, since the boy and girl were enemies at first, so there should be many interesting scenarios that can arise from that, Yukari said. We can write about the way their feelings for each other slowly changed, the process from hating to each other to becoming friends, which then transforms to love. The unspoken love continues until it cannot be suppressed any longer and explodes into the air. Them at the airport, not caring about others looking. Cough cough, she suddenly stepped on the brakes. While the overall scenario may be a classic one, as long as we do a good job on the fine details, I think that it'll still be interesting. I concur. But as for how to write the details, that's a bit more difficult. Do you have anything in mind already? Yukari enjoyed discussing the details with Seiji. Shika simply observed them silently. Apart from sipping on tea and nibbling on some confectionaries, as well as pouring more tea for both of them, she didn't do anything else at all. Although it seemed like Yukari had been ignoring Shika, she was always paying attention to her. Yukari saw that she was only observing. Shika had no intention to interrupt or even to say a single word. This seemed rather odd to her. It wasn't that she wanted Shika to interrupt, but Shika was being too quiet. She just watched them with a distant look, almost as if she were an unlucky black cat? Yukari didn't know how to describe the subtle impression she had. As for Seigo, he didn't do anything apart from smile in gratitude whenever his adopted younger sister refilled his cup for him. This didn't seem like his style at all. Logically speaking, he should have involved Shika in their conversation, but he didn't. This was probably just how they interacted with each other. At any rate, she found it rather strange. Yukari was genuinely enjoying her conversation with Seiji and wanted to continue it a while longer, but she checked her watch and saw that it was about time to leave. I have a present I'd like to give you. She picked up her bag and took out an elegantly wrapped gift box. An early happy winter snow festival, Seigo, she said, giving the present to him. Thank you. Seiji accepted the present. I apologize that I haven't prepared a present for you. I shall give you one in return later. No problem. The purple-haired girl smiled. Open it up and take a look. I hope that you'll like it. I won't be reserved, then. Seiji opened the gift box. Inside it was a beautiful notebook along with a silver pen. I hope that you'll be able to write even more, even better novels, Yukari said with a smile. Thank you for your blessings, this is an excellent present. I really like it. Seiji said sincerely as he picked up the notebook and pen. Yukari glanced over towards Shika. I also have a present I'd like to give to Kagura-san. She took out another cute-looking wrapped gift box. An early happy winter snow festival to you. She handed the box to Shika. Thank you. The black-haired girl accepted it. Yukari didn't know what to think because Shika's expression didn't change one bit. After hearing Chiaki's information, she hesitated for a long time before finally deciding on giving a small present out of politeness, a cute cat plushie. This seemed like a safe gift to give a girl who she didn't know very well. Shika had a cold personality, but wasn't a bad child. That was Chiaki Wakaba's assessment. Since Shika was able to become Seigo Hirano's adopted younger sister, someone viewed as important by him, she definitely wouldn't be a bad girl. She should be able to understand others' kind intentions. That was what Yukari believed. Giving her a present shouldn't have the opposite effect intended, but it was difficult to tell on the surface. Well, since she had given the present already, she decided to not dwell on it for now. Yukari realized that she found it difficult to deal with a girl like Shika. She wanted to establish a good relationship with Shika, but didn't know how to go about doing it at all. Just how did Seigo become adopted siblings with a girl like this? What could have happened? Why couldn't he talk about it? Yukari was exceedingly curious, but she knew that it wasn't an appropriate time to pry, otherwise she would end up making the brother-sister duo unhappy. She believed that she would be able to find out naturally if she got closer to Seigo in the future. After a little while, Yukari said goodbye and left. Seigo walked her to the door. Shika took her present back to her room. Seiji also returned to his room with his presents. He then opened up his system and inspected his gifts option. The desserts that Yukari had given him rewarded him with 10 points, and as for the notebook and pen. Writing stat increase card, sincere expectation. This card contains Yukari's hope that you can write even better novels in the future. After using this card, your writing stat will permanently increase. The lower the stat, the greater the increase. Drawing stat increase card, loving heart. This card contains Yukari's love for you. After using this card, your art stat will permanently increase. The lower the stat, the greater the increase. Locator card, lonely heart. This card contains Yukari's loneliness at not being able to spend the winter snow festival with you. You can use this card on any person that has 65 or more favorability rating for you and immediately find out his or her current location. Seiji didn't know what to say at all this. The loving heart and lonely heart cards made him feel a little guilty inside. Well, there was no point in feeling guilty, so he decided to be grateful and use these cards as they were intended. He could immediately use these cards to increase his writing and art stats. The locator card seemed to have a rather subtle effect, but its effect was quite useful. If he needed to, he could immediately find someone that he was looking for, if they were one of his friends. Seiji lay down on his bed after looking through all this. He used the sincere expectation card. The card transformed into a flash of light that entered his head. He felt a warm, comfortable sensation and slowly sunk into a daze. Moments later, he recovered his senses and used the loving heart card. The same thing happened again. Later, he checked his system and discovered that both writing and art had increased by a massive 15 points each. Seiji got off his bed and went to the study to begin experimenting with his new stat increases. His writing ability had obviously improved. He was now able to flesh out the fine details even better than before. As for his art ability, he hadn't worked much on grinding his art stat, but thanks to the stat increasing cards he received before from Peach Sensei and Yui Haruta, his art stat was over 40. Now that he had received a 15-point increase, the result was, his drawing had improved by leaps and bounds. Seiji's eyes lit up as he looked at the drawing he had just finished, a black-haired beauty wielding a demon blade. He had just drawn Shika. Shika, clothed in black, was looking straight ahead. One pale hand gripped her scabbard, and her other hand was unsheathing her sword. The demon blade sword was half unsheathed, with its blade glistening. Her body was tilted forward slightly, making it seem like she was just about to pounce. While the drawing wasn't as beautiful as the person herself, Seiji felt that it was a pretty nice drawing. At the very least, it was far better than his previous drawing attempts. He decided to show her. Seiji acted immediately and went to go knock on Shika's door. Shika opened her door. "Shika-chan, I tried drawing something, and I feel like it wasn't bad, so I'm showing it to you." When the black-haired girl saw the drawing, her eyes instantly widened in shock. "This is me?" "Yep. What do you think?" Shika took the drawing and looked over it more closely. "Awesome," she murmured. This drawing wasn't top-notch quality, but it had its own moving beauty, and the artist's heartfelt intention could be felt from it. Shika blushed crimson and asked, "Brother, is this my present for the Winter Snow Festival?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334, Just how much are these worth? Chapter 334, Just how much are these worth? Translator, Imperfect Luck Editor, VB24. Seiji blinked in surprise. "No, this isn't a present. It's just a drawing of mine that turned out pretty nice, so I thought I'd show you. Of course, if you want this, you can keep it. But I think that this drawing is still insufficient to qualify as a present. If you want me to create a drawing of you for your Winter Snow Festival present, I'll do my very best to draw an even better one. How does that sound?" "I think that this drawing is already good enough," Shika said in a gentle voice as her eyes flashed with a hard-to-read light. "But I also want an even better drawing as well." "Understood." Seiji nodded. "I shall draw something even better and give it to you at the Winter Snow Festival." And so, the present to give his cute adopted sister for the Winter Snow Festival was decided upon. So cute. Keed truly believed that the child currently holding her hand was worthy of these words. Ryo Tachibana. The first time that Keed had met her, she joked that she wanted to kidnap this child, but now she really did want to do so, just a little. Ryo was cute and innocent, yet also sensible. Keed and Ryo got along very well. Keed could other people looking at her, their expressions making it obvious that they thought she was a young mother walking around with her daughter. Keed didn't dislike their mistaken impression, and this surprised even herself. Is this supposed to be a motherly nature? Keed recalled her own mother, who was both strict yet gentle. Her mother raised her children strictly, while also imparting her deep love. Keed and her two older brothers, Zenkita and Hisashi, all respected their mother as well as loved her. All three siblings received quite a large impact when their mother passed away. Her oldest brother Zenkita's personality became violent and impulsive, and her second brother Hisashi became an NET who never left the house. Keed herself became rebellious and depraved, running away from home several times. If it wasn't for her father sending underlings and even personally coming out to find and protect her in time, something terrible could have happened to her. Her father's care as well as time succeeded in easing her pain. Although the three siblings had walked out of the shadows, their scars would forever remain. "Jumanji Wani-chan, what's the matter?" the little girl asked. Keed suddenly returned to her senses and discovered that she had been lost in the nostalgia of reminiscing about her mother. She smiled at Ryo. Nothing. I was just thinking of something. Rio looked at her face. One-chan, were you thinking about your mother? Keed was surprised to hear this. Yes, how did you know? Because I think that One-chan is similar to me. I also think about mother like you. Keed looked at her. Tachibana-chan, your mother, where is she? Rio lowered her head and said in a tiny voice, my mother has already passed away, but... I'm sorry. Jumanji One-chan, where's your mother? My mother's the same. She's already passed away. A moment of silence fell between them. I really miss Mommy. Every time I think about her, I want to cry, Rio said. But this is no good. If I always cry, Mommy will worry about me. I don't want Mommy to worry, which is why I shouldn't cry. I need to be brave. Keed's heart was moved by these words. She really wanted to hug her and spoil the little girl. But she restrained herself from acting impulsively. Her grip on Rio's tiny hand tightened a little.